खुदा बाप, खुदा बेटे, खुदा रूहुल कुदस के नाम में आमीन। मोहतरम शुरका और मौसिस मेहमान आने गरामी, आप सबको दिल की गहराइयों से इस्लाम पेश करता हूँ। मुझे सादत हासिल हुई है कि मैं आज डॉक्टर ताहिरुल कादरी साहब की वसीउल नज़री, जो कि हज़रत कायदे आज़म मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना का नज़रिया वजूद पाकिस्तान की अक्कासी है, और इसी विजन को बरकरार रखते हुए आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का इनेकाद इस अजीम तालीमी इदारे मिन्हाजुल कुरान यूनिवर्सिटी के बैनुल अक़वामी फोरम में, जहां अमन, भाईचारे और मजहबी हम-आहंगी का अजीम मौजू ज़ेर बहस है, जिसमें मैं मसीही कम्युनिटी की नुमाइंदगी कर रहा हूँ। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का मौजू अमन, हम आहंगी और इस्लामी तालीमात हैं, जो आज की पेचीदा दुनिया में हम सब के लिए बहुत अहम है। ये वो मौजू है जिस पर हमारे मज़ाहिब और हमारी ज़िंदगियों की बुनियादें कायम हैं। खुदा ने हमारी दुनिया को मुख्तलिफ़ ज़ुबानों, सकाफ़तों और मज़ाहिब में तकसीम किया, ताकि हम एक दूसरे को पहचानें, एहतराम करें और अपने मज़ाहिब की तालीमात के मुताबिक इंसानियत की खिदमत करें। कुरान करीम की आयत है, आए इंसानों, हमने तुम्हें मर्द और औरत से पैदा किया और तुम्हें कौमों और कबीलों में इसलिए तकसीम किया ताकि तुम एक दूसरे को पहचानो। यही इत्तेहाद और भाईचारे की तस्वीर हमें नजर आती है और हमारी ज़िंदगियों की का हकीकी जो मकसद है उसको बयान करती है। आज हम सब एक उन्वान के तहत यहाँ पर जमा हैं कि कैसे हम इस अजीम मकसद को हकीकी तौर पर हासिल कर सकते हैं। खुदावंद यीशु मसीह ने फरमाया, मुबारक हैं वो जो सुलह करवाते हैं, क्योंकि वो खुदा के बेटे कहलाएंगे। ये तालीम मोहब्बत, सुलह और इंसाफ की दावत देती है। इस्लाम भी इस नेक मकसद की तायद करता है, जैसा कि कुरान पाक फरमाता है, अगर वो सुलह की तरफ माइल हों तो तुम भी सुलह की तरफ माइल हो जाओ। ये दोनों पैगामात हमें सिखाते हैं कि हकीकी अमन महज जंग ना होने का नाम नहीं, बल्कि दिलों की नरमी और एक दूसरे के लिए मोहब्बत और एहतराम का नाम है। इस्लाम और मसीहत दोनों दीन मोहब्बत, हिल्म और सब्र के पैगंबर हैं। कुरान पाक फरमाता है, दीन में जबर नहीं, और इसके साथ दूसरी आयत, तुम्हारे लिए तुम्हारा दीन है, मेरे लिए मेरा दीन है। ये आयत को एग्जिस्टेंस और एक्सेप्टेंस को बड़ी खूबसूरती के साथ बयान करती है। ये आयत दर्स देती हैं कि हम एक दूसरे की मजहबी आज़ादी की कदर करें और इख्तिलाफात के बावजूद एहतराम और रवादारी को फ़रोग़ दें। खुदावंद यीशु मसीह ने ना सिर्फ अपने अल्फाज से बल्कि अपनी ज़िंदगी से मोहब्बत, रहम और कुर्बानी का नमूना पेश किया। इनकी तालीमात दुनिया में इंसानियत, रहम दिली और अदल व इंसाफ के लिए मशले राह है। पपाए आज़म जॉन पॉल दोम ने फरमाया, कोई मज़हब अमन के बगैर मुकम्मल नहीं, और कहीं भी अमन मज़हब के दरमियान मकालमे के बगैर मुकम्मल नहीं। ये बात आज भी हमारे लिए एक रोशन पैगाम है कि दुनिया की बेहतरी के लिए मज़ाहिब के दरमियान मकालमा इंतहाई ज़रूरी है। पाकिस्तान में मसीही कम्युनिटी को कानूनी, समाजी और मजहबी हकूक़ की फ़राहमी का सफ़र गो मुश्किल रहा, लेकिन हमारी मुश्तरका कोशिशों ने मुल्क में बैनुल मज़ाहिब में हम आहंगी के कई पहलुओं को मजबूत किया है। پیغمبر اسلام نے میثاق مدینہ کے ذریعے ایک ایسا ماڈل پیش کیا جو اقتدار اور قانون کے تحت اقلیتوں کی صحیح حفاظت کرنے میں معاون ہے۔ یہ تاریخی معاہدہ مسلمانوں اور غیر مسلموں کے درمیان مساوات، عدل اور بھائی چارے کا عظیم نمونہ ہے۔ اس سے سبق لیا جا سکتا ہے کہ کس طرح ہر قوم و ملت، چاہے وہ کسی بھی مذہب کی ہو، اپنے عقائد کے ساتھ عزت و وقار کے ساتھ جی سکتی ہے۔ اور میثاق مدینہ کا وہ معاہدہ آج بھی ایک چرچ سینٹ کیتھرین میں موجود ہے، اور جب جرانوالا کا واقعہ ہوا تھا تو اس وقت بھی اس معاہدے کی کافی تشہیر ہوئی، اور میں نے گورنمنٹ سے بھی کہا کہ اسے سلیبس کا حصہ بنایا جائے، کیونکہ یہ اتنا خوبصورت معاہدہ ہے جو حضرت محمد نے خود مسیحیوں کے ساتھ کیا۔ اگرچہ اختلافات اور چیلنجز آج بھی موجود ہیں، لیکن ہم سب کی ذمہ داری ہے کہ ہم ترقی، برداشت اور امن کی فضا کو فروغ دیں۔ میڈیا، تعلیمی ادارے اور مذہبی ادارے اس میں کلیدی کردار ادا کر سکتے ہیں۔ ہمیں نوجوانوں کو بھی محبت، بھائی چارے اور مذہبی ہم آہنگی کا درس دینا چاہیے، تاکہ وہ آگے چل کر امن کے بہترین سفیر بن سکیں۔ مدارس، کالجز، یونیورسٹیوں میں بین المذاہب ہم آہنگی، رواداری اور مذہبی احترام کی تعلیم کو زیادہ سے زیادہ مضبوط کیا جائے۔ مذہبی تقریبات اور عوامی اجتماعات میں تمام مذہبی طبقات کو برابر کی شرکت دی جائے، تاکہ مشترکہ ہم آہنگی کا مظہر بنے۔ قانونی اور سماجی حقوق کی فراہمی میں غیر مسلموں کو مکمل تحفظ دیا جائے، تاکہ وہ بھی وطن عزیز کے لیے مثبت کردار ادا کر سکیں۔ آئیے خدا سے دعا کریں کہ وہ ہمارے دلوں میں امن، محبت اور بھائی چارے کو مضبوط کرے، تاکہ ہم سب مل کر وطن عزیز اور دنیا کو امن و انصاف اور مساوات کا گہوارہ بنا سکیں۔ محترم دوستو، بھائیوں اور بہنوں، آپ سب کا شکریہ کہ آپ نے اس پیغام کو سنا، سمجھا اور دل میں جگہ دی۔ اب ہمیں پریکٹیکلی آگے بڑھنے کی ضرورت ہے، تاکہ اس محبت اور امن جس کا درس ہمارے مذاہب ہمیں دیتے ہیں، سکھاتے ہیں، ہم ایک دوسرے کے ساتھ محبت کے ساتھ، امن اور سلامتی کے ساتھ زندگی بسر کریں، اور پاکستان جو میرا اور آپ کا خوبصورت ملک ہے، اس کو امن اور سلامتی کا گہوارہ بنا دے، کہ دنیا اس بات کی مثال دے کہ پاکستان واحد وہ ملک ہے جس میں مختلف مذاہب کے لوگ بستے ہیں اور سلامتی کے ساتھ بستے ہیں، امن کے ساتھ بستے ہیں، ایک دوسرے کی عزت اور احترام اور محبت اور سلامتی، ان ساری چیزوں کو سامنے رکھتے ہوئے آگے بڑھتے ہیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد، پاکستان پائندہ باد۔
بہت بہت شکریہ بشپ ندیم کامران صاحب۔ آج کے پہلے پریزنٹر کا تعلق منہاج یونیورسٹی لاہور سے ہے۔ آپ سب کی بھرپور تالیوں میں دعوت دیتی ہوں محترم عبدال مقصوم صاحب کو کہ وہ آئیں اور اپنا مقالہ پیش کریں۔
اعوذ باللہ من الشیطان الرجیم، بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم۔ السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ۔ میرا نام عبدال احمد ہے، اور میرا موضوع ہے مذہبی اور فکری انتہا پسندی اور ابن رشد کا فلسفہ تطبیق، یعنی فلسفہ اور مذہب میں مطابقت اور ہم آہنگی۔ میں نے اپنے اس موضوع میں جن چیزوں کو ڈسکس کرنا ہے وہ ہیں کہ مذہبی اور فکری انتہا پسندی ہے کیا، پھر ابن رشد اور اس کا فلسفہ تطبیق کیا ہے، اور پھر یہ کیسے ابن رشد کا جو فلسفہ تطبیق ہے کیسے ایک مذہبی اور فکری انتہا پسندی کو ختم کر سکتا ہے اور ایک روادار اور ہم آہنگ معاشرے کو بنا سکتا ہے. تو اس حوالے سے میں آپ کو بیان کروں گا. سب سے پہلے تو ہم دیکھیں گے مذہبی فکری انتہا پسندی ہے کیا اور اس کے پس منظر کیا ہے اور اس کے اثرات معاشرے پر کیا مرتب ہو رہے ہیں. سب سے پہلے تو ہم دیکھے ہیں انتہا پسندی کا کثیر الجہتی مظہر، یعنی یہ ایک مذہبی اور فکری انتہا پسندی کا ایک بنیادی نقطہ ہے کہ مذہبی اور فکری انتہا پسندی انسان کی فکری اور عقلی تاریخ کی ایک پیچیدہ اور کثیر الجہتی مظہر ہے. یہ صرف مذہبی مسئلہ نہیں بلکہ سیاسی، معاشرتی، فکری، نفسیاتی بنیادوں پر بھی یہ ایک اپنی اہمیت رکھتا ہے. اس کا بنیادی سبب تعصب، عدم برداشت اور عدم رواداری ہے. یعنی اس بنا پہ یہ انتہا پسندی کو فروغ ملتا ہے یا پیدا ہوتی ہے یا یہ بڑھتی ہے. پھر اسلام کے اصول اعتدال سے انحراف. اسلام ہمیں ایک معتدل مزاج کی تعلیم دیتا ہے، اعتدال کی تعلیم دیتا ہے. اگر ہم اعتدال سے ہٹ جائیں گے تو ظاہر سی بات ہے کہ ہماری معاشرے میں بے اعتدالی پیدا ہوگی اور عدم توازن، عدم ہم آہنگی اور عدم رواداری کی فضا قائم ہوگی. پھر آ جاتے فلسفہ اور اجتہاد کا زوال. جس معاشرے میں فلسفہ یعنی عقل اور اجتہاد یعنی قیاس کو آپ بالکل اگنور کر دیں گے، اسے آپ اہمیت نہیں دیں گے اور بالکل آپ صرف تقلید پرستی پہ ہی قائم رہیں گے اور بنیاد پرستی، تقلید پرستی، روایت پرستی، ان چیزوں کو اگر آپ مد نظر رکھیں گے اور عقل کو اور فلسفے کو آپ بیک سائڈ لگا دیں گے تو پھر بھی آپ ایک بہترین معاشرہ یا مثالی معاشرہ، روادار معاشرہ قائم نہیں کر سکتے. اور یہ وجہ بنتی ہے کہ ایک مثالی معاشرے کو توڑنے کی. پھر انتہا پسندی کی نئی صورتیں کیا ہیں اور ان کے اسباب کیا ہیں. انتہا پسندی کا پہلا اثر یہ ہوتا ہے کہ معاشرے میں برداشت ختم ہو جاتی ہے، عدم رواداری آ جاتی ہے، ایک دوسرے کے خلاف تان تشنی، طنز، کفر کے فتوے، فسق و فجور کے فتوے لگنا شروع ہو جاتے ہیں. اور پھر دوسری یہ ہے کہ اختلاف ہوتا ہے لیکن اختلاف کو ذاتی دشمنی پر لے آتے ہیں وہ، حالانکہ اختلاف جو ہے علمی اختلاف ہونا چاہیے نہ کہ عملی اختلاف. پھر دوسرا اثر اس کا یہ ہوتا ہے کہ علمی ارتقاء رک جاتا ہے کیونکہ آزاد اور آزادانہ معاشرے میں بحث و تمہید سے ایک اچھا ماحول پیدا ہوتا ہے، ایک نئی چیز وجود میں آتی ہے. جب مختلف مقاصد فکر کی چیزیں مل جل کے بیٹھتے ہیں، سنتے ہیں تو ایک نئی چیز، نئی فکر پیدا ہوتی ہے. لیکن جب یہ چیز ختم ہو جائے، دوسرے کی فکر پہ فتوے لگنا شروع ہو جائیں تو یہ پھر ایک عدم روادار معاشرے کے لیے مسئلہ بنتا ہے.
آمنوا والذین هادوا والنصارى والصابئین من آمن بالله وباليوم الآخر فعملوا صالحا فلهم أجرهم عند ربهم فلا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون. It's very strong and for me it's very nice verse in Al-Quran Al-Karim, which means that Muslim and Christians, even Jews who believes in God and believes in the last judgment day and do the good deeds, they are going to not to be upset in the last day, and they will have their retribute. So sometimes when I speak in Muslim region in Russia, some students come to me and says, "Father, you know good Islam. Why are you're still Christian?" I says, I open Quran and I found nice things for me. I'm not going to be upset being Christian if I believe in God and try to do good things, and I actually try to do it. And the very important thing, which as well I think can unite us in a proper way, when we read the following verse. لن يدخل الجنة من كان في قلبه مثقال ذرة من كبر. What does it mean? It means that the one who has just a small amount, a very small amount of arrogance, just small amount of arrogance, is not going to enter the Jannah, the paradise. And if we will analyze ourselves, are we in this level are we correspond to this hadith? And if we open gospel, we found the secret or recipe for happiness. Jesus Christ says, come to me and learn from myself, that I am humble and modest, and you will find peace in your hearts. That's the path for the happiness and for pacific cohabitation, coexistence, cooperation, whatever. So if we think about this, my time is run out. I'm sorry for who has come a little bit late, but we start at time, so I have to start to be honest, and finish my speech now. But I think that we do have very concrete and clear basis for our not only coexistence, but for friendship, and we have our common enemy, who is Shaitan, and our goal to battle Shaitan together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Matruso. Moving on towards our presentations. Our first presentation will be on Gender and Faith, a comparative study of religious pluralism and women's empowerment in Pakistan and Indonesia in pursuit of SDG 5. And Dr. Tathir Zara Shirazi from National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad, is going to present this.
Am I audible? Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minhaj, for giving me this opportunity to present on the topic Gender and Faith, a comparative study of religious pluralism and women empowerment in Pakistan and Indonesia in pursuit of SDG 5. In 2025, Pakistan ranks 148 out of 148 in Global Gender Gap Report, while Indonesia was at 72. Human Development Index of Pakistan was 168 out of 193 countries, while Indonesia was at 112 number. As far as Rule of Law Index is concerned, Pakistan was at 129 number out of 142, while Indonesia was at 68 number out of 142. Pakistan and Indonesia are the two largest Muslim majority countries. However, they present contrasting trajectories in balancing faith and gender. That compels us to make a comparative study that why these two Muslim nations are behaving differently, particularly in governance of gender and faith. For the same purposes, a rare combination which argues that faith, when institutionalized within a pluralistic framework, can serve as a transformative force for gender, justice, and inclusive development in pursuit of SDG 5, which calls for gender equality and empowerment by eliminating all kind of discriminations. However, its realization in Muslim societies remains influenced by religious interpretation and institutional structures. Objectives Objectives are to compare institutional framework of gender governance in both countries, to analyze how faith-based feminist movements contribute to SDG 5, to assess Indonesia's pluralistic strategies for possible policy transfer to the Pakistan, and then to correlate quantitative data with qualitative data. Through the literature review, I came up with the multiple things, and the number one was there is literature about religion and gender, but very few studies integrate pluralism, SDG 5, and Islamic feminism within a single framework. So again, there is a lack of empirical data on women participation in faith-based leadership. It follows a comparative study which bridges the gap that how faith-based activism can lead to institutional reforms and then to measurable empowerments. Similarly, the framework also helps to bridge the conceptual debates with policy-oriented evidences from Indonesia as well as from Pakistan. In literature review, two further things were identified, and that was the functioning of religious pluralism in both states, along with the status of women empowerment in both states. With key insight, institutional pluralism correlates with improved gender outcomes. Methodology, comparative study design was used as comparison of both Indonesia and Pakistan was made. Data triangulation was used as quantitative and qualitative, both kind of data was used. Thematic analysis was made, and as a ethical consideration, direct interviews with the relevant parties were avoided. After going through all the data and investigation and concluding into multiple things, I came up with three findings. Number one is institutional status of the both countries. Number two is the political and then socio-economic development. When we talk about the institutional status, foundational ideology for Pakistan works. What is that foundational ideology for Pakistan? It's Islamization, which is institutionalized or institutionalizing religion in law and politics. While in case of Indonesia, Panchila, Panchil, or Pancasila, which are the 5 principles of that drive, that is basically a state ideology, state philosophy that endures pluralism, tolerance, and unity in diversity. So what are the key religious institutions which are paving path for both kind of functional ideologies? Regarding Pakistan, Council of Islamic Ideology, which is mainly male-dominated, is there to work. While in case of Indonesia, interfaith harmony councils at grassroots level are active. And with the multiple participation of women is also there. As far as policy orientation is concerned, Pakistan's mostly policy orientation is towards gender equity, while in case of Indonesia, state-backed gender mainstreaming policy is there. Outcome on gender representation, minimal female representation or participation is there at institutional level. While in case of Indonesia, active institutionalized participation is there with their policy input. Second finding is related to political participation, and there are 4 indicators which have been used in order to make a comparison. Number 1 is women in parliament. By law in Pakistan, around 17%
17% seats are allotted for women, while in case of Indonesia, around 30%. Women in ministerial position is around 11%, while in Indonesia is around 18%. As far as female local representation is concerned, that is around less percent or even lower than less percent. While in case of Indonesia, it is around 25%. Legal gender equality, that is around 49% in case of Pakistan, while in case of Indonesia, it is around 76%. Excuse me. My third finding is related to socio-economic comparison. That also keeps the 4 indicators. Number 1 is female literacy rate. That is around 94% in Indonesia, while it is 48% in Pakistan. Female labor force participation is 54%, while in Pakistan it is 23%. Bank account ownership in Indonesia is around 55%, while in case of Pakistan it is around 13%. Women in managerial roles are 32%, while in Pakistan this is around 5%. This is the visualization of the data. However, I have made a list of the comparative trends that, and there are 6 trends which are existing between both of these countries, and that is institutional mechanism, faith and feminism, education and labor, political empowerment, legal reforms, and social norms. Where in Indonesia, these all things are decentralized and pluralist, while in Pakistan are centralized and patriarchal. Let's talk about the conclusion. Conclusion is basically the reiteration of the whole argument that pluralism improves gender outcomes when embedded institutionally. Along with that, interfaith collaboration with women inclusion enhances community harmony. Faith-based feminism is more effective when it gains institutional legitimacy. Quantitative evidences show that pluralism correlates with the SDG 5 progress. Faith, governance, and gender equality are inseparable in Muslim majority context. Religion should be viewed as a tool for gender justice, not as a barrier, as Islam has meaningful and concrete concept of women empowerment from Hazrat Khadija to Hazrat Zainab. Along with that, I have recommendations, but I will give only one recommendation. That will be the umbrella recommendation, that institutionalized mechanism should be adopted with inclusive gender and pluralistic approach. That is ultimately the solution of all this gender inequality within Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tatheer. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Tilawat Hussain from Punjab Commission on the Status of Women Punjab, and he is going to present on women's leadership role in urban Punjab, community conflict resolution to prevent extremism.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, respected chair, respected teacher, professors, and students. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Tilawat Hussain I'm working in Punjab Commission on the Status of Women. So I'm going to represent women leadership role in urban Punjab community conflict resolution to prevent extremism. So let's start from introduction. What extremism is? It's a rigid intolerance beliefs, rejecting pluralism, manifest in militancy, hate speeches, and everyday exclusion. And peace building is practices to reduce violent conflict by addressing root causes, reconciliation, and inclusive order. So religion have a dual role. One can deepen divided, in sectarian groups, and second can enable reconciliation via moral teaching, leaders and community workers. So, in urban Punjab context, I have selected Lahore from Lahore and Faisalabad for central Punjab. From south, I have selected Multan, and from north, I have selected Rawalpindi, because they have disputes amplify the digital spaces and fertile ground for polarization. So, women role often excluded formally but active as mediator, educators and bridge builders. Evidence shows women participation make peace more durable. If I talk about the barrier in Pakistan, so there's many reasons. One is patriarchy, this word, the male dominant society, institutional exclusion, like in formal peace committees, I think there is no women as a part of formal peace committees, conservative ideology. So everyday peace lens talk about women reduce tensions, build trust, prevent escalation at the grassroots level. So the significance of study is centered women as architect of resilience in urban Punjab, align with UNCR 1325 resolution which passed in 2000, which focuses on word, religion and interfaith dialogue, offer policy insights like peace desks, micro grants at mosque and school level peace clubs. So objective of the studies is how do urban women in Punjab contribute to the resolution of micro level conflict that carry risk of escalation into extremism. Number two is in what ways do their practices foster interfaith harmony and religious tolerance is diverse urban neighborhood. And the third is what form of institutional support are required to scale and sustain these women-led initiatives. So now move on to the literature review, what literature said about this phenomena. So durability of peace, women participation makes agreement more inclusive and long lasting. Gender specific provisions lead to the empowerment. Women expand inclusivity by representing marginalized voices. Or so Thomas Kilman also shared in their conflict resolution strategies that women are more likely to involve in conflict resolution strategies like accommodating or something like that. So everyday peace micro level practices like caregiving, local mediation, religious participation reduce tensions. So digital challenges, online hate speeches and misinformation. There is two types of concept. First is misinformation and second disinformation. Women as educator, mentor shape resilience. So key insights, women participation leads to durable peace plus grassroots level resilience plus digital literacy. So digital literacy is more important for conflict resolution, peace building. So literature review talk about the South Asian and Pakistani context. Women bear conflict burden but excluded from decision making roles. Legal framework exists like Fair Representation Act 2014 which describes there must be 33% women quota in all committees, boards and task force. But when we see the peace committee, you can say Aman committees under the chairmanship of Deputy Commissioner in every district, we see there is less women, or I think 90% male dominance committees working under Deputy Commissioner, which is Aman committees. Women confined to informal peace role despite effectiveness, community mediation, mosque trust building and countering online hate. Research gap, little on urban preventive faith linked peace building. Number two is limited focus on how women overcome exclusion to lead everyday peace. So now I will talk about the methodology. I have selected qualitative approach, explore lived experience, which is phenomenology, and complex social realities. Focus on women leadership in community conflict resolution and prevention of extremism. Sample techniques, I have choosing purposive sampling. I have prepared some criteria to choose my sample, which is most important is women directly engaged in peace building participant. So the total 54 women mediators, teachers and community workers selected from Lahore, Rawalpindi, Faisalabad and Multan, and 8 focus group discussion were made, and 24 policies and NGO reports were reviewed. Data collection method, I have prepared semi-structured interviews, focus group discussions and document reviews. So for analysis, NVivo software were used. For coding and thematic analysis, by NVivo we have identified 3 themes. Number 1, neighborhood mediation, that means conflict de-escalation and trust building. Number 2, interfaith institutional bridge building, linked school, mosques and civil societies. And number third is preventive education and digital literacy, reduce youth exposure to extremism. Like social learning theory of psychology told us, if anyone exposure or experience the violence, then they have chances to have the violent attitudes. So ethical consideration in research, we focus the ethical consideration by informed consent, confidentiality and right to withdrawal. Result and discussion. Key findings are: number 1, neighborhood mediation. Women act as first respondent in local dispute like water, property and sectarian issues. Use religious language and more authority to escalate tensions like peace, beer, जैसे बर्दाश्त, the keywords. Challenges at question legitimacy, but trust grow with success. Number 2, interfaith and institutional bridge building. Women create peace circles. I think I saw in Minhaj al-Quran Women League, there is some peace circle I have in Minhaj al-Quran, there is some peace circle in women, I think, relevant groups. So number 2 is leveraging informed ties to open institutional door, religion reframed as a source of tolerance. Number 3 is preventive education and digital literacy. Educators, mothers and youth leaders combat misinformation and hate speeches. So there is some variation in different cities, like Lahore have class dynamics have different. Digital peace circles are more available as compared to other cities. In Rawalpindi, there is strong influence of religious influencers or leaders. In Faisalabad, there is more industrial tensions. So there can be mediation via faith-based appeals. And Multan, Multan, the Sufi city, so Sufi traditionals are more available in Multan. So linked to the literature, everyday peace theory relate to this phenomena that micro level act prevent escalation, women broader peace agendas, gender provision leads to empowerment, and digital literacy build resilience. Discussion points: women leaderships have religiously grounded mediation plus interfaith dialogues, but plus digital resilience. Grassroots women agency is vital but under recognized, needs institutional support like peace desks, micro level grants and school peace clubs. Conclusions: women as center actor in peace building. Women in urban Punjab are active leaders, not passive observer, shaping resilience and tolerance and community level. Key main mechanism I have shared before: neighborhood mediation, interfaith institutional and bridge building, preventive education and digital literacy. Challenges: contribution remain undervalued because we have patriarchal society, Uh, Systematic exclusion from formal peace structure persists because I have told you that in formal Aman committees there is, I think, 90% are male dominance committees. Implication, the gap between grassroots practice and institutional recognition is essential for sustainable peace and gender equality. Recommendations, policy recommendation, scaling women peace leadership, municipal peace desks at city district level with women quotas to institutionalization, leadership and early warning. Micro grant for Mohalla initiative funds should be provided to women-led mediation circles, interfaith gatherings, preventive campaigns. Faith-linked peace clubs, embedded peace education in school of mosques, aligned with the culture religious values. The most important one thing is AI-based hate speech monitoring should be implemented. So key messages: institutional support for women, everyday peace work, transform religion from a driver of division into the resource for tolerance and interfaith harmony, strengthening urban resilience in Punjab. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tilawat. Moving on, I would like to invite Shehnaz Bibi, and she is going to present on the Bhel community in Pakistan, status and problem. And she is the lecturer at Associate College for Women, Fatehpur Laya.
Thank you, ma'am. Imagine a small village in the desert of Tharparkar, where the air is heavy with dust, the well runs dry, and the people who lived there for generations still wait to be seen. These are the Bhil that are one of the Pakistan's oldest communities, yet one of its most invisible. Good morning, everyone, and Assalamu alaikum. I'm Shehnaz. Today, I will be presenting my research titled as Bhil Community in Pakistan, Status and Problem. So let's start with the introduction. The word Bhil comes from Dravidian language, means Dhanesh, a weapon, significantly. Please move toward introduction slide. All right. Specifically used by the Bhil community. In ancient Sanskrit, the word has been used for Shabbar and Nishad tribes as well. Nishad is translated as the offspring of Brahmin from a Shudra mother. Bhil name was given to all the tribes who were skilled archers, and initially they considered themselves as a part and branch of Rajput clan, which have different branches that are Hirat, Tijat, Nivat, Kitat, Ratnat, Imrat, and so on. Bhila and Bhida names are also used for Bhil community. Bhil in Pakistan, if we talk about, Bhil are one of the ancient indigenous Hindu community of Pakistan. Mostly they are residing in Tharparkar, Umarkot in Sindh and Cholistan Desert in Punjab. According to Article 260 of the Constitution of Pakistan 1973 and Scheduled Caste Ordinance 1957, Bhil are categorized as Scheduled Caste Hindu in Pakistan, a separate community from Hindu minority in Pakistan, and their official record in offices, census, job, and other matters, they considered and acknowledge a distinct community from general Hindu community. If we talk about their religion, Bhil religion is the blend of different religion, beliefs, and practices, including Hinduism, animism, and Sufism. The Bhil living in Sindh, who had migrated from Rajasthan, worshipped the same deities as of worshipped in Rajasthan. There are differences in the worship practices among the Bhil in Sindh. The Bhil in Sindh also worship the Sufi scent of sin that makes them different from Rajasthani bhil. In Pakistan and India, mostly bhil associated themselves with Hinduism, but in Pakistan, bhil considered them slightly different from Hinduism and called their religion as Santan Dharam, translated as eternal religion, a religion that prohibits the differentiation in human being on the basis of caste, color, and creed. Their perspective on Hinduism is and Sufism is different from catalyst Hindu community. Bhil does not go to temples like other Hindu communities. Instead, they build their own spaces for worship called Mad and Madhi. Mad is believed in a Bhil community as the place where once a deity or god and goddess stayed and rested, and there is a temporary spiritual place to visit. While on the other hand, Madhi is believed to be a place of permanent living, a place for ancestors. Mad and Madhi are built simply and that are built in the far spaces in desert areas. The demography of Bhil in Pakistan is around 1.2 to 1.7 million according to the statistics in 2020. Mostly lives in Khairpur, Birpur Khas, Umarkot, Tharparkar in Sindh and Cholistan, Bahawalpur in Punjab. They speak Bhilki language that is the amalgamation of Rajasthani, Saraiki and Sindhi dialect. About 95% of Bhil lives in rural areas and their source of income is agriculture, cattle farming and the remittances received from the family members working in cities. If we talk about the attire of the Bhil community, that is consists of ghagra choli and dupatta with bangles for females, and for males that wear dhoti kurta, and this attire is the religious identity as well. Bhil community in Pakistan is going through different challenges that are abduction, forced conversion marriages, education problems, etc. If we talk about objectives, previous slides, please. The objective of this study are to investigate the status and problems of the Bhil community as minority of the minorities in Pakistan. The second objective is to analyze how the lack of effective legal implementation contribute to intolerance and discrimination against the Bhil community, to explore ways in which interfaith harmony and religious tolerance strategies can address the struggle of the Bhil and promote inclusivity. For literature review, next slide please. Shifting identities in modern Sindh, Bhil and Koli Hindus of Khyber in the Shia Ismaili sect is a study by Meh Khaja that explore the shifting identities in Sindh and focus on Koli conversion and Bhil conversion. That time span is from 1964 to 1979. Ghulam Hussain study Bhil of Pakistan focuses on history, migration and social political issues of Bhil community. There is Srishti Sethi tribe at the borderland is a study that focuses on the Bhil migrant marginalization and identity issues. While Zulfikar Shah, Long Behind Schedule is a report that discuss on scheduled caste Hindu discrimination exploitation. Please move forward. Next. For the methodology, this study was descriptive, qualitative, and historical, and the focus of this study was status and problems of the Bhil community in Pakistan. For primary data, 2 semi-structured interviews were done with a local member and intellectual from Sindh, and for secondary data, research articles, NGOs, and government reports, and newspaper and legislation were considered. Please next. All right, next. Results and discussion that Bhil are social and culturally deprived, that Bhil work as bonded labor and work as haris in the landlords. Then Bhil are also facing the forced marriages and conversion for Bhil girls. For example, There are the example of Wrinkle Kumari case in 2012, another incident of forced marriages of Moram Heel, who was forcefully converted and married to a 50-year-old man near to Pir Ayub Jan shrine. Another example is of the, thank you. Another example is the abduction and forced conversion of Guddi Bhil, a 20-year-old girl from Tharparkar, whose culprit were exempted from the punishment because of the age of the girl and mutual understanding based in the court. Then there is the lack of legal protection. Laws exist in Pakistan, but their weak implementation under the political and religious practice and pressures. And then there is the religious harmony. Is there a reality or myth? The narrative of religious harmony is built, but in reality, the circumstances are not so much satisfactory, especially in the case of Bhil community. In practice, Bhil faces criticism, prejudiced attitude toward their rituals, custom, and their religious festival. For example, in the interview, the Bhil community member told us that they are not allowed to open a shop because they are considered achut or untouchable, and no one buy goods from their shop. Identity crisis, Bhil community as scheduled caste is considered a low caste community, and to avoid these things, mostly or the many Bhil members are converting to Islam, but according to Meg Khwaja study, this change of religion is due to the salvation of social identity and not the spiritual or belief system of Islam. Then educational deprivation. Next slide, please. The literacy rate of Bhil community is on the lowest level in the highest illiteracy rate communities in Pakistan. In Tharparkar and Umarkot, more than 60% plus Bhils are not enrolled in school, and this is the report of the Sindh Education Department. And the basic reason for this phenomena is the unavailability of school or the schools located very far from the areas. Then lack of health facilities, lack of nutrition and pure drinking water. Bhil's children dying ratio is on dangerous level. 63 out of 1,000 children died in Tharparkar before reaching at the age of 5, and most of them belongs from Bhil and Kohli communities. Then lack of religious freedom they are facing. Bhils were prohibited to use loudspeaker and mic on the celebration of Navratri festival in 2021. Then they are also facing the social isolation that creates them for the exclusion from job, gathering, and land work due to religious identity. Then there is the desecration of religious places, the attacks on Hindu temples and their deities in rural Sindh creates the fear in Bhil community, and in this way they are compelled to hide their belief. A temple in Kinri, district Umarkot, was set on fire and deity was harmed as well. To conclude, the situation of Bhil community in the Pakistan is the painful reflection of the religious, social, and economic problems of minorities in Pakistan. The community has been living in the region for centuries, but still they are facing the deprivation of basic human need, religious freedom, and social equality. The study finds the religious challenges have deep effects on social life, and their identity, lives, and future of the generation are on the stake. Then as Bhil is the minority of minorities, because they are not only facing from other religions parties, but they are facing the prejudiced attitude from their Hindu community, as well as they are considered achut or shudar or untouchable. Additionally, this study concludes that Bhil are facing the social isolation not only from Muslim society, but also from the Hindu communities as well, due to caste system in Hindu religion. Next slide, please. According to the Article 20 of the Constitution of Pakistan, religious freedom is guaranteed, but the situation is different. The rollback of the Forced Marriages Bill in 2016 on the religious pressure in the protection of religious pressure on the weak community of the society. So, to conclude, the findings of the study make it clear that religious challenges are deepening social and economic marginalization of Bhil community. Due to their religious identity, they face hurdles in education, health, justice, and their job opportunities as well. For the suggestion, next slide, please. There is a need to revive and enforce the forced conversion bill and making forced marriages and conversion of minorities as non-bailable offense. Special training to police and judiciary should be provided to ensure impartial handling of minority cases without prejudice. District-level monitoring committees should be established to oversee religious harmony and protect vulnerable groups. School and targeted scholarship and job quotas should be launched for Bhil communities youth in Sindh and South Punjab, and curriculum and public policy should be reformed to actively promote interfaith tolerance, equality, and social cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shehnaz. Moving on to our last presenter, I would like to invite Mr. Ashad Johnson Khoka from Foreman's Christian College University, and he is going to present on lived experiences of minority teachers and students in state and private Christian schools, a case study from Pakistan.
जी गुड मॉर्निंग एंड अस्सलाम वालेकुम. Right, so I am from FC College, a former Christian college, and I teach there in the Department of Education. And I've been researching textbooks, and most of my studies and a lot of other studies are on textbooks, identifying content which could be labeled as hate content or hate speech, or maybe content which have some discriminatory references to religious minorities. So there are plenty of studies on that. So when I was talking to some of my students and some of the research participants that I have worked with in the past, in one of the conversation that came up, the idea or the thought that as Dr. Sadil, Mr. Shoaib Sadil said yesterday, that the curriculum of the textbook, they is purged of all hate text or hate content. So there is nothing in the textbook or in the curriculum which could be called as hate text or discriminatory texts, which is an incorrect statement. There is still plenty. So they said that yes, we can have textbooks which are free of all this hate content or hate speech, but even then it will be difficult to make Pakistan into an inclusive society, and the reason being the schools and the teachers and the classrooms. So with this idea, I started this research actually, where I started looking at the lived experiences of teachers from minorities. So since my access to teachers is limited to Christian and Hindu teachers, so I couldn't find any Sikh teacher for this study, so that is not part of this study. So I'm just going to, just a disclaimer in the beginning. So the research participants for this, they are Christian and Hindu teachers who worked in government schools and also in Christian schools. Right, next slide please. Right. Education system of any country, of any state is supposed to be what we call a result or a product of tension between different groups or agreement of or among different groups. And this is true of our context as well, because we have seen that a lot of changes in education policies, curriculum, it has been coming up because they have been showing that the text, the school policies, the curriculum policies, they are actually because of the agreement reached between groups and with the state. And one of the classic example is the introduction of ethics curriculum. So when the idea of ethics curriculum was presented way back in early 2010s, so there was a lot of resistance from the religious political parties. Though the government approved it, they agreed, and it became part of the curriculum, but the government could not enforce it or reinforce it because of the pressure or the power that the religious political parties have in the parliament and on the street as well. So that's one of the reasons that the education system of any state, including Pakistan, is a product of tensions and agreements between different factors. And the other, we are familiar that education system is supposed to be, the purpose of education system is to produce certain identity or identities, and also to construct a certain worldview or perspective. Right? So that's what all of us have, and this is the product of the schooling that we have gone through. What we think, how we think, what we think about others, who are they, who am I. So these all questions are answered, or the answers that I have or you have formed is because of the education system that we've been through or we've been part of. And this education system is also a product of the policies, which is a political activity in itself. Education policy is a political document of wherever it is. And these policies actually result in what we call textbooks, which is accessible to all students, teachers, parents, community, people outside the country. So if they want to find out about Pakistan, they just need to look at the textbook of Pakistan and say, okay, this is what Pakistan is, right? This is what people do. This is what people eat. This is how people live. So textbook is a kind of reflection of society or a country, right? So this is what the textbook has been doing. As we were told yesterday, and a lot of studies have said that the textbooks still have a lot of discriminatory text, or the text which might have what we call negative representation of religious minorities in different ways. Either they are not given space in the text, or they have very little space or not worthwhile. So that is what led to this study. And this study is actually looked at students who were preparing for metric exam, and also teachers who are teaching to these students. So the objective of this study is to explore how the lived experiences of teachers, Hindus, and I use minority because I felt that I would have access to teachers from all minorities, but unfortunately when I went into the field I could not find all. So that is one of the objectives. Then also I was trying to understand their struggle to kind of construct their identity as a teacher, as a community member, as a educationist. So that was, and how different forces and factors actually influence and shape their identity. And then I'm also looking at how this identity or the forces which are working in school settings or educational setup, how do they contribute to their pedagogical practices, what they teach, how they teach, and what strategies they use and what strategies they do not use, and what they say, what they do not say, which is self-censorship. And then also to look at, this study also looked at the role of institutional policies, which is the government and the schools, or the in Christian schools it was the local governing body, the policies. Okay, thank you. And also to propose. Okay, let me quickly. Do I have 5 minutes? Okay. So teachers, so I'm just going to quickly go through this. Teachers is an important part of any education system, because they are what we call street level bureaucrats who have a lot of powers. They can change and they can become change agent, but the teachers, they have been teaching in schools, but if they haven't brought about change in the society, and we still see a lot of violence against minorities, so there is a problem in school, there is a problem in classrooms. So that's one of the idea. And the teachers, their professional practices are also influenced by the community where they work and where they have come from also, and also because of the what we call the teacher training programs, the policies of the government, the policies of the state. And there are plenty of studies, as I said, there are plenty of studies on what we call textbooks. I'm not going to focus more on textbooks. Next slide, please. Next one, let's go to methodology. This is, since this is a qualitative study, because the data that I had is interviews. So, and since lived experiences, so of course it's a phenomenological study. So I used qualitative content analysis method. The teachers were chosen from 5 main cities, Karachi, Islamabad, Pindi, Lahore, and Peshawar, the urban areas. For Christian schools, I asked since I have access to the offices, the central offices, so they allowed me to choose schools and the teachers. But in case of public teachers from public school, that was difficult because I didn't have access to. So I used snowball sampling. So I mean, everyone knows what snowball sampling is. I know to explain. And then I had focus group discussions when it came to, so I had focus group discussion for Christian teachers or teachers from minority faiths in Christian schools and in the public school, the government school. And as I said earlier, this study has certain urban bias because all teachers were working in in cities. So the data gave me 4 actually themes. So one of them is personal identity and cultural adaptation. So the identity of the teachers, it is shaped by internal factors, which is the community, the church, or the temple, because in Karachi I found few Hindi teachers as well. So the communities and their desire to work for the community, and also their identity is shaped by the cultural adaptation, because even in Christian school, the teachers were quite open to saying Assalamu alaikum, Khuda Allah Hafiz, because the parents were saying this. Because the parents expected the teachers to use these phrases or the words, so they were using that. So their identity is actually a kind of amalgamation of the community, the Christian community or Hindu community, or the practices within the community, and also the practices within the state or the society as well. And another element was that the identity was shaped by that they wanted to bring about change so that they can break down the negative stereotyping or the stereotyping about Christians. So that is what they call, they felt that it is a divine call for them to do something for their community. So teachers in both the government schools and the private schools, they felt that they became teachers because they wanted to show them that all Christians are not poor, illiterate, uneducated. So they are people who have degrees, who have expertise in different fields. And also they wanted to bring about, they wanted to become part of the whole, what we call Pakistan socio-economic development aspect also. So that was the first one. And then the other thing that came out was the workplace dynamics and professional challenges that teachers face. So professional challenges were related to classroom teaching. For example, if they were talking or teaching a story about Prophet Muhammad, then of course they, or one of the caliphs, then they have to be careful what to say and what not to say. So they were using self-censorship. Or if there was a story where there is negative representation of any minority, or there is a character which is from religious minority and is represented in a negative way, so they were very, they applied self-censorship not to talk about it or to avoid discussing whether this is the right representation of their religion, of the religion. So that was what they, so that was the professional challenges they face. And also there was what we call in the public sector schools, of course, the teachers felt that they had a lot of issues in terms of promotion. So they felt discriminated because they were not given responsibilities in the schools because they felt that they don't have capacity, or they were ignored. And they were in both groups, in Christian schools and the public schools. They were very cautious when they were interacting with the Muslims, whether they were colleagues, peers, or they were parents. So they tried to not to do or say something which might be considered as blasphemy or blasphemous. So they were very concerned about it, and they were extra conscious of that. The third one was student interaction and classroom experiences. So they tried to create classroom experiences for students where they could become what we call inclusive individual or inclusive citizens. And for that, they were trying to present or teach content. Since this study looks, most of the teachers were teaching social sciences, which is English, Urdu, Pakistan study, and social studies. So, of course, in these textbooks, there's plenty of Islamic-related or Islam-related content. So they were trying to have this content, but at the same time, they were trying to build interactions within the classroom so that they can be discussions. But again, using self-censorship. And this, of course, limit their discussion scope, and this also limit what we call developing holistic individuals as well, because they could not go beyond a certain point in the classroom discussions, such as when it came to moral values, ethical values. So they couldn't present Christian ethical values or Hindu ethical values. They still stick to what was there in the text, which is the Islamic ethical or Christian or the moral values. Then the fourth one was institutional policies and societal influences also. So in, of course, government schools, the teachers felt, the Christian teachers, they felt that they were ignored when it came to assigning responsibilities for different tasks, for different programs. So they were only asked to come forward and sing because they have seen, they felt that Christians are good singers because they have heard and seen in movies that the Christians sing when they pray. So they thought that every Christian is a good singer. I'm not a good singer. I cannot sing. If I sing, everyone will leave this hall, right? So they felt that that was a kind of stereotyping about them, and they wanted them to come and sing. So that was one. And this also contributed to their lot of missing opportunities when it comes to professional development and growth, when it comes to academic growth and development within the school and within the state education department also. And then they also said about discriminatory assessment practices, because Muslim students have Islamiyat, but Christian students study ethics. Though the government has approved Christian education, but still Lahore Board of Education was supposed to take a Christian education exam this year, but they said we don't have textbooks. So, so they didn't conduct this exam. So students still took ethics exam this year. So that is kind of, they felt that the state might issue a policy, might say, okay, this is what we are supposed to do, but then when it comes to the implementation stage, that is where the real problem lies. So that's where the struggle is, right? So this, I'm just going to the conclusion, so that what I suggest, or this study suggests, that the systematic biases shape minority experiences, students and teachers, and this has to be addressed at the state level and at the school level. And then identity negotiation amid Islamization, the teachers and students, they are struggling to form Pakistani identity. At this, on the one hand, the education policy says that we are supposed to develop Islamic. If you look at the education policy, there is a statement that we are going to produce good Muslims. The purpose of education is to produce good Muslims. So where do we stand? So that is a question asked by minorities. And so they need to address this also. And then also there are discriminatory practices in the garment sector, in the garment schools, that also needs to be addressed in terms of access to certain what we call promotion opportunities, and also the behavioral or the attitudes of teachers from majority faith group towards minority faith groups, because they always perceive them as lower, inferior, who come from, who will be considered as untouchables, or they are equivalent to untouchables, right? And this affects the students and the teachers. And this study also calls to establish an inclusive education reforms which looks at education as an education endeavor and not something which is producing good Christians or Muslims, but producing good human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Usher. Now moving on to our second keynote speaker, President Sang Begi, President Seventh-day Adventist Church, Pakistan. He is a spiritual leader dedicated to interfaith peace and moral upliftment across communities. So we invite you to podium to deliver your address.
Hey, good morning. Yes, I come from the South Korea. Right. Also, I have been served in Indonesia, in city and even jungle like Amazon. Right. Now I'm serving this Pakistan. Right. I like this topic, the minority and the gender perspective, because as I serving the like some other country, I'm focused on this kind of minority, also gender like women, and included some education. In the context of our conference on building resilient society and preventing the extremism, the minority and the gender dimension are not peripheral, but central. When minority are the silences, and when gender inequality is perpetuated. On the other hand, when the dignity and also voice of the minority and women are affirmed, society flushed with resilience and creativity and peace. Right. In the Bible says, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, God made every human being by image of God. That means each one, whether they have educated or uneducated, poor or rich, they're made by image of God. Once we remember that one, there will be no any discrimination in the world, and there is no any other such kind of like the something like the deteriorating each other. So this means that regardless of gender and ethnicity, also in social status, every person shares the same inherent dignity. Therefore, discrimination against minority and women is not merely a social problem, but the distortion of God's created order. Right. Today I would like to explore the three main movement and ideas and suggestions. Number one, we should understanding the challenge we face by the minority and the women in the contemporary society. Second, also analyzing the root of the causes of the marginalization and the link with extremism, and proposing the constructive way forward policies and interfaith engagement and spiritual value that can empower minority and women to become the agent of peace and transformation. So first part, I want to share how to understand the minority and gender reality. So minority always in the infrastructured world. So minority, whether religious or ethnic or the cultural, often live at the margin of the dominant society. They face exclusion in access to education or healthcare and employment and political participation. Many are stereotyped as outsider or even threat. Such exclusion produces resentment and alienation, and in some cases susceptibility to extremist ideology that promised dignity and also belonging. That's why the woman and gender, they are always in the inequality. Similarly, women across culture continue to struggle against structural barrier. For the wage gap, from the wage gap to limited leadership opportunity, from the also gender-based violence to cultural practice that diminish their worth. Women experience systematic inequalities. This not only harm women themselves, but deprive society of the half of their human capital, wisdom, and leadership potential. I was in Indonesia in the remote jungle. If any family die, all women, they should cut a finger. One family pass away, they should cut one finger. If more than 10 family, 10 finger not enough. Have to cut the finger, all women, they should cut the ear. Right. This kind of thing expose such kind of extremism. Right. So that's why the minority, like women, they are the ones suffering a lot. Right. So regarding intersectionality, the situation becomes even more complex with the minority status and the gender intersect. Minority women often face double marginalization, both as a woman and as a member of the marginalized group. Their struggles remind us that inequality must be multi-dimensional. So we need to analyze the root causes of marginalization and also link up to extremism. We should understand about historical and also political root. Many of the inequalities we observe today are not accidental. They are the product of the colonial histories, patriarchal tradition, and the power structure designed to favor the majority. When historical grievances remained unresolved, they are easily manipulated by the extremist movement. Right, this extremist movement dominate and also destroy this kind of human resource and also dignity. So socio-economic also they also deprived by this kind of majority. Lack of the education, poverty, and also unemployment. Disproportionately affect minority and women. Extremist groups often exploit these vulnerability by offering the belonging, protection, or economic incentive. So the religious and also cultural misinterpretation also come from this kind of understanding. That's why we clearly interpreted religious background and also cultural background. So sacred text, cultural tradition are sometimes misused to justify discrimination against minority or to restrict women's rights. Yet, at their core, most religions affirm the human dignity, justice, and equality. The misuse of the religion for the exclusion and also domination is the distortion, not the essence of the faith. So that's why finally we can realize this kind of minority, they're just silent and fear about that. The silence of the majority out of the fear, indifference, or the self-interest contribute to the persistence of marginalization. When justice is tolerated, extremism finds fertile ground. So, how we can proposing the constructive way forward. Number one is education and empowerment. Education is perhaps the most powerful tool for the transformation. Schools and universities and must cultivate critical thinking, mutual respect, and gender equality. Girls' education in particular has proven to be a catalyst for the social development and resilience. And also another legal and policy framework also very needed. Government must enact and enforce law that protect minority rights and gender equality. This include anti-discrimination legislation, gender sensitivity policy, and affirmative action in education and employment. That's why education, also legal policy and framework, very important. And interfaith, yes, I'll finish soon, yeah? Okay. Interfaith and intercultural dialogue, also that also we need to concern about that. Building bridge between the community is essential. Interfaith forum provide a safe space where difference can be acknowledged and also common value, peace, justice, compassion can be celebrated together. Women and also minority leaders should be center voices in this dialogue, not token, just participant like you. Right. And also community also participation. So grassroots engagement is vital. Minority group and women must not only be recipient of development, but active agent. Community-based initiative, cooperative, local counseling, peace committee offer platform for the empowerment for this minority and women. So based on that one, also we should include one more, spiritual and also ethical renewal. Right. It's not only knowledgeable or educational approaching, but also spiritually also we should strengthen their mind, because most of the power and authority can come from their core heart, spiritual mindset. So beyond the law and policy, we must recover the memorial vision that see every human being as bearing the dignity and worth. From the biblical and also theological perspective, there's one quotation in the Bible, Galatians chapter 3, verse 28. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all in Christ Jesus. That means, in the Bible said, we are all equal. Why? Because we are created by image of God. Whether you are Christian, Muslim, Hindus, if you understand that one, how we can discriminate each other. All right. So this vision challenges us to dismantle hierarchies of the exclusion or affirm the unity of the diversity. Okay, so I want to conclude. Right, friend, our colleague here. Preventing extremism at its root requires more than security measure. It demands justice, inclusion, and dignity. When minorities are given the voice and agency, when women are empowered as leaders and also peacemakers, our society grow resilient against the force of the hate and division. Let us then commit ourselves, academics, religious leaders, and policy makers and citizens, to building a world where minority and gender perspective are not afterthought, but guiding principles. In doing so, we not only prevent extremism, but also embody the higher calling of our shared humanity. May God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Sangbegi. Last but certainly not least, I would like to request Professor Dr. Rehana Saeed Hashmi to share her valuable thoughts on all the presentations and concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saira, and thank you very much for the audience as well for your patience. It's really very hard job to comment on the hard work of the presenters. But I will start with this, that in the morning comments, Dr. Gregory has rightly said that, and he introduced different verses from different religions, from different scriptures, that there is no religion in the world that preach and propagate hate, that preach and propagate or promote violence. So it means love is the fundamental element of all the religions. In this session, 4 papers have been presented. The first paper was presented by Dr. Zahra, and that was Gender and Faith, a Comparative Study of Religious Pluralism and Women's Empowerment in Pakistan and Indonesia in Pursuit of SDG 5. Yes, SDG 5, that is development goals, and that is about the empowerment of women and girl as far as the religion is concerned and the other parameters within the society. So that presentation was also very thoughtful. She linked this idea, sustainable development goal, with faith. And she rightly highlighted that in Pakistan, there is a much space to work in the gender perspective, because we have seen that women are, in the society, women are actively engaged in different types of organizations in which they are promoting religious harmony, and they are promoting and they are provocating the religious beliefs and religious teachings as well. But there is a need to institutionalize this thing, because we have seen that when we talk about violent extremism, when we talk about intolerance in our thoughts and behaviors, then we must keep in mind that there are certain actors within the society who at the same time are provocating and preaching this hate content as well. So when at the government level and at the societal level, we would institutionalize things, then obviously the recruitment of that type of actors would not be possible. And obviously the main theme on which we are working at this time at the state level and at the official level and at every level, because this is the need of the hour, that we have to create an inclusive society and a tolerant society. For that purpose, we have to keep a very vigilant eye on those actors as well. The second paper was presented by Mr. Tilawat Hussain, and he talked about women's leadership role in urban Punjab, community conflict resolution to prevent extremism. Somehow the other, there was the same theme, but he provided us a case study of the Punjab, and I also do believe in it that once again, I will assert that the findings that Mr. Hussain has presented are obviously very pertinent. But one thing that we have to see that in the Islamic Ideological Council, which is an institution in Pakistan, Miss Dr. Zahra, she has also pointed out in her study as well. But we have seen that that is formally based on the majority of men scholars, the religious scholars, and only, I think so, one female is a part of Islamic Ideological Council, and I often heard about that the voices of female religious scholars are not being heard in those type of institutions. So as far as the governance is concerned, at this time we have seen that Punjab is under a female leader, and Miss Maryam Nawaz Sharif, she is working hard to do this. So they must have a very key eye on this very aspect, that those religious institutions that we have in Pakistan, we must have the inclusive approach, and women representation should also be there, because a state where more than 50% of population is based on women, where in all those institutions the women participation and the women leadership role is prohibited, is on a very minimum level. So it means that the voice of the majority, the perspective of the majority, that how they see all these things is also missing. So, and obviously this is a major drawback in our religious interpretations as well, because we have seen that there is a lack of women perception and women interpretation of the religious teachings. So if we want to make this inclusivity, and we need another perspective apart from the male perspective, then at the government level, at the governance level, this might be beneficial for this overall agenda of creating a peaceful, inclusive society. The fourth paper. Am I audible? You can hear me? Okay. That is about the Bhel community, and she rightly pointed out that this is the minority among the minorities, so obviously their situation is very crucial. And for creating this inclusivity, for making a very balanced and tolerant society, this is a very daring effort that you have highlighted this, that how what type of challenges the Bhel community is facing in those areas, and there is a need to make proper legislation that how these communities should be properly given their status, and their challenges of social life and the challenges that they are facing in their livelihood, earning their livelihood. So all these challenges must be addressed, and a proper legislation is required. So thank you very much. It's a very pertinent work. And the last paper, which is being presented by Dr. Usher Johnson Coker, that is also a very interesting study, and this is actually the lived experience, I think, so you better explained, because we have students in different universities and academic institutions who are minority communities like Hindus and Christians, and I do feel that they have a very challenges in this way, that what to say and what not to say, because the community at this time is so much intolerant that they could not actually feel that what is or what was the intention of the person who is talking about, and immediately we called them that they have committed blasphemy or this thing. So we should make these vulnerabilities addressed, that how the society could be tolerant, how the society could be patient, because these are very small things that if we are not allowed those minorities to talk, that what type of challenges they are facing, but at overall we need that, we want an inclusive society. And you have rightly addressed that there is a need to work on our textbooks, especially because here at the higher education level, I think so that the brain, the minds have been set in the early educations. So in early education, at primary level, at secondary levels, how the teachers are giving ideas to the students and what are the ultimate objectives of our overall curriculum, that must be aligned. And those aligned objectives obviously are that how we have to serve the humanity. And for serving humanity, it is better to have that broader objective, that first you have to make the better human being. If you are a good human being, then you would be a good Muslim, then you would be a good Hindu, then you would be a good Christian. But if we will segregate that our objective is to create good Muslim, then the good Muslim's definition, obviously, if we see the radical Muslim, that segment would have a very different idea. And if we have a radical Hindu, then they would have a different idea. So first thing is that create good human being, good humanity, because the religion of all, I conclude on this very, that all religion, they believe in the humanity. And if humanity is good, if humanity is peaceful, then there would be peace, there would be love, and there wouldn't be intolerance in our society. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you very much for your patience once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rehana. But due to the shortage of time, I am so sorry we cannot take question answer. So, but you can ask questions during the tea break and lunch break to these presenters. Now we come to the shield distribution ceremony, and to recognize and honor the efforts of our all distinguished presenters, moderator, and keynote speakers. I request the Honorable Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, and Professor Dr. Khaja Alkama, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, to come forward to present the shields. As I call the names, I request each awardee to come forward and receive their shields. Audience, please join me in applauding their contribution. Our first keynote speaker, Dr. Harimon Grigore Daniel. Please come forward and receive your shield. He is the chairman of the Expert Council on Muslim Relations, Moscow, Russia. Dr. Tathir Zahra Shirazi. Mr. Tilawat Hussain. Miss Shehnaz Bibi. Mr. Ashar Johnson Coker. Mr. Sang Begi, President, Seventh-day Adventist Church, Pakistan. And last but certainly not least, Professor Dr. Rehana Saeed Hashmi. I request all the presenters, keynote speakers, and moderator to come forward for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this intellectually enriching session, I extend my deepest thanks to our esteemed moderator, our keynote speakers, our dedicated researchers and presenters, and of course, you, our engaged audience. Today's session highlighted how faith, dialogue, and inclusivity can build bridges across communities and dismantle the roots of extremism. May we continue this conversation beyond this hall and into our institutions and communities. And an important announcement, tea will be served outside the main hall, and the next panel discussion will begin in 11:50 a.m. Thank you so much.
Setting the tone for intellectual reflection and cross-cultural understanding. The day concluded with two dynamic panel discussions on religion, politics, and countering extremism, followed by three technical discussions where scholars from Australia, USA, Malaysia, and Pakistan presented impactful researches on pluralism, radicalization, interreligious harmony. Now is the time to start our third panel discussion on the topic of new path for interfaith dialogue. Please welcome our dearest Professor Dr. Shanti Kumar. Sir, please join us on stage. He's the Professor, School of Professor Dr. Shanti Kumar. Sir, please join us on stage. We need more claps. I think Lahore is sleeping. Professor Dr. Shanti Kumar is the Professor, School of Religion and Philosophy, Minhaj University. As a moderator, sir, please be seated. Next we have is Dr. Tarunjeet Botalia. Sir, please join us on stage. We need claps. So as I announce a speaker, you have to clap. Dr. Tarunjeet Singh Botalia is an associate professor of Ohio State University, Columbus, USA. Mr. Ejaz Alam, sir, please join us on stage. He's the ex-minister for Human Rights and Minority Affairs, Punjab. Mr. Selman Salamat, Mr. Samson Salamat, Executive Director, Center for Human Rights Education, Pakistan, and he is also the chairman of Rawadari Tehreek. Professor Dr. Fariba Kohromi, Administrator, Yusuf School Systems, Lahore. She's also the representative of Baha'i Faith. Dr. Sara Rizvi Jafri. Ma'am, please join us on stage. She's the Associate Professor of Sociology, Forman Christian College, University. Welcome.
The panel is over to you, Dr. Shanti Kumar. Thank you, sir.
It is still good morning, and good morning to everyone. And we exactly need 1 hour because we have 5 distinguished people here on stage with me. We have some ground rules also by protocol, me as the moderator. The protocol, number 1 is for those 2 handlers at the podium, for both of you. Hello, Wahid. Both of you. You will only tell me when we are about to finish 5 minutes to the 1 hour, 55th minute, you will let me know that it is going to be over. Other than that, please don't disturb me. Number 2 ground rule is for all panelists, my colleagues here, and there will be no speeches. You will not make speeches, but you will comment and give your opinion and share the thoughts, important thoughts with us today. And please do not have long speeches because I have the protocol to stop you. Good. Let's begin. History of conversations goes back to from the Hazrat Musa with his early Hebrew encounters with Baal, and all the way up to the Prophet of Islam with his revelatory encounters both in Makkah and Medina. And he met Christians, Jews, and Sabines. And in this devoured land of yours, Harappa, it was Pashupati that they encountered when the Aryans probably came from Central Asia. And it was Sultan Malik in the 13th century that encountered Francis of Assisi when he was the Sultan of Egypt and Syria. And here in the Punjab, in 1499, was the reawakening of Guru Nanak Ji, meeting both Muslims and Hindus in this very land, in the Punjab. And the Buddhist encounter with Jains and Buddhists and Charvakas and Brahmins in 5th century before the Common Era. History of conversations had been, dialogue, encounters have been immense. And you panelists, I'm sure, you have had this similar experiences in this country and abroad. So let me come back to you one by one. Let me start from that, my left corner. Ma'am Sarah, you from FC College, the Department of Sociology. And could you tell us a little bit about your encounters in FC College, which is also a very multicultural, multi-religious population of students. Your own encounter with, in just 2 minutes for me to begin. Just tell us.
Right, I thank you so much for this, God bless you, because Forman Christian College University is a very diverse campus. There's quotas to have representation of students and in fact even faculty and staff from all religious backgrounds. Very recently I completed an intervention with my colleagues with representation from youth from these religious backgrounds: Sikhs, Ahmadis, Christians, Hindus, Muslim Shias and Muslim Sunnis. And so I have 1 minute left, and the finding was that all of them brought their religious text forward and confirmed that their religious text was preaching them about interfaith harmony, peace building, cohesion, working and doing trade together. Not just being nice to each other as human beings, but also coexisting, living together, eating each other's foods, celebrating each other's rituals, and even doing trade with each other. So I think it's not just limited. FC College's experience for the students and the faculty is not just limited to what happens on campus, but it's a wonderful message and guidance to how we have to conduct our lives when we leave that campus and how Pakistan can move forward through interfaith harmony. It's not possible without that.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. Dr. Butalia, I start from two corners, whichever the corner you want to identify. You have a history in this country. And you told this audience last year and this year too, that your grandfather's encounter at partition, encountering a Muslim family without which you might not have been around with us. And with our conversations, WhatsApp from Ohio and Colombo, we have had continuous conversations. And what, in your opinion, how do we just move out of, because we are talking about new pathways to interfaith dialogue.
Right.
We just do not want to be nice to each other.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It is good to be nice to each other. But we must take few steps, some bold steps. What, in your opinion, one or two bold steps that you can take and think of as being a native of Punjab but embracing Ohio?
Thank you, brother. It's always good to exchange comments with you because I think you understand me, where I'm coming from. So thank you for that. I actually wrote down 8 things, and I'll be very quick. I'll finish them in less than 3 minutes. First is that, and I can criticize the interfaith movement because I am a strong part of it. That's who I am. Number one, we have to get beyond dialogue into action and working together. Many times our conversations are limited to politeness, simply saying we should do this. So the lesson number 1 is we move from dialogue to action. Number 2, we as people of faith, I believe, are called upon each of our religious traditions to be righteous. But I think we have become self-righteous, thinking that because of my religion or the color of the turban that I wear, I am better than others. We have to get off our high horse of self-righteousness and become righteous. The third is to stand up for each other. We speak up for each other, but at the same time, we want to speak for each other, but somehow we feel that we should not be persecuted for that. If we are going to stand up and speak up for the weak and the oppressed in another religious community, we will be persecuted. Every founder of a religious tradition was persecuted because they spoke up the truth and stood up for people. A fifth one that I think Minhaj does very well, and that's an example I want to lift up, it's the future is to combat prejudice and hate within your own religious community. And on that topic, Minhaj has shown the way forward already. And 2 more is, I feel today that religion and religious voices have been incorporated and subdued by politicians and political leaders. We need to be able to reclaim our moral voice and come out from under religious leaders. And the last point I want to make is that this is a quote I saw. We need to take our religion seriously, but not literally. A lot of fundamentalism that is happening in the world today is coming from people who don't take the Quran or the Bible or any other religious scripture seriously. They take them literally.
Thank you,
brother.
That's a very interesting 7-pointer. But I was touched by the last one. How you reach out to fundamentals of your religion without being fundamentalist. It is so important. And let's take Mr. Ijaz. You have been a member of the minority, elected member representing the minority seat of the state of Punjab. And you have been an advocate of interreligious coexistence, harmony, and human rights. Do you consider in your work, in your experience, that human rights, that religious rights is also a human right. And to work towards human rights and promote human rights is to cherish religious freedom and religious rights. What have been your experience just in 2.5 minutes?
Thank you.
Put it on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to, I am the part of this great panels for the interfaith dialogue in Pakistan. So, आपने जिस तरह बात की कि हमारे यहाँ पे ह्यूमन राइट्स के जो हम किस तरह देखते हैं, किस तरह चैलेंजेस है पाकिस्तान में, तो बुनियादी तौर पर तो मैं समझता हूँ कि यहाँ पे ह्यूमन राइट्स की जिस तरह मिनिस्ट्रीज़ हैं, जिस तरह फेडरल में भी है, जिस तरह सूबों में भी है, पॉलिसीज़ भी हैं, एक्शन प्लान भी है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ हम कोई एक्ट नहीं बना सके कि जो यूके की तर्ज का कोई एक्ट हो जिसकी बुनियाद पर हम जो है ह्यूमन राइट्स के जो डायरेक्ट है वो कोई जो है वो डायरेक्ट जो है लोगों को किसी तरीके से डील कर सके। क्योंकि पंजाब में अगर ह्यूमन राइट्स की मिनिस्ट्री है तो उसके पास हमारे पास एक सेल है, सेल के पास हम ह्यूमन राइट्स की कहीं भी कोई वायलेशन होती है तो हम उनको जो है वो प्रपोज़ल भेजते हैं उनके ख़िलाफ़ कार्रवाई करने की, लेकिन हम डायरेक्ट जो है उनके ख़िलाफ़ इस तरह की कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर सकते। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में ह्यूमन राइट्स के साथ साथ जिस तरह इंटरफेथ हार्मनी में भी बहुत ज़्यादा काम हुआ है। पंजाब में 2019 में पहली दफ़ा जो इंटरफेथ हार्मनी के मिनिस्ट्री को जो इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया गया उसमें मुझे एजाज़ है कि मैं उसका मिनिस्टर था, लेकिन हमने 2020 में इंटरफेथ पॉलिसी पाकिस्तान की पहली जो इंटरफेथ पॉलिसी है उसको इंट्रोड्यूस कराया। लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी मैं समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में बहुत ज़्यादा काम करने की ज़रूरत है, और ख़ास तौर पर जो हमारे नौजवान हैं उनमें, क्योंकि जितने पाकिस्तान में अभी तक मॉब अटैक हुए हैं, जड़ा वाला इंसिडेंट ले लें, जो जोसेफ कॉलोनी वाला ले लें, दूसरे भी, उसमें 90% जो यूथ है वो इन्वॉल्व थी। तो बुनियादी तौर पर मैं समझता हूँ कि इंटरफेथ का और ह्यूमन राइट्स का काम जो है जितनी देर तक हम नौजवानों में, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में, कॉलेजेस में नहीं होगा उस वक्त तक बहुत बड़ी तब्दीली लाने की तब्दीली नहीं आ सकेगी। और एक जो बुनियादी नुक्ता है मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारा जो हेट स्पीच, काउंटरिंग हेट स्पीच है, उसको उस पर काम करने की ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि हमारे जितने भी अब तक इस तरह के वाक़यात हुए हैं, इस तरह के एक्सट्रीमिस्ट के वाक़यात हुए हैं, उनमें बुनियादी जो
Just finish the sentence, please. Finish that sentence, what you were saying, please. Finish it.
Okay. तो वो जितने भी वाक़यात हुए हैं उसमें ज़्यादातर जो है वो हेट स्पीच का आंसर पाया जाता है। तो पंजाब में 188 किताबों में हेट स्पीच को निकाला तो गया है, लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ अभी भी इस पर बहुत ज़्यादा काम करने की ज़रूरत है।
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ijaz. I understand that what you desire is that the new generation to be promoted in this direction. And it's not just us, but also the new generations to be promoted toward understanding human rights and also religious freedom and religious rights. There is a misunderstanding about religious terrorism. I think it is wrongly put. It is not religious terrorism, but it is religiously inspired terror or religiously driven terror would be the best way to understand it. Man Farabi, to you, our next lady on the far left. You come from the Baha'i community, a very small community, and the great vision of Baha'u'llah in Persia, Iran, and that what you had to go through, your ancestors had to go through, was actually, in some sense, was religious freedom being violated within your own country and system. But we have moved on. And I have visited your most beautiful, beautiful, monumental temple in heart of Delhi, in the Hindu land. And I think it symbolizes what Baha'u'llah wanted
unity
within,
yes,
within his own vision that he preached in Iran. You have been an educator for a very long time, over 4 decades, as I read your CV. Man, could you explain to us where exactly interfaith conversation is concerned, both at the global and at the regional level, where Baha'i community is?
thank you very much. And thank you for Minhaj University to arrange such interfaith dialogue, sitting together and changing our ideas together. I would say a writing of Baha'u'llah, so powerful is the light of unity that it can illuminate the whole earth. So what we are trying to have unity among us, no matter to what religion we belong. We have to be united in love and harmony, no matter what nationality or religion we have. As Baha'u'llah said, we are the leaves of one tree, the drops of one ocean, the flowers of one garden. Now as Baha'is, globally we are working from the very grassroots, starting from devotional gatherings among our neighbors, friends, communities, sitting together and praying and discussing, no matter what religion we are. We try to bring change in our thoughts, and having this devotional worldwide, as you said, the Lotus Temple in India, we have house of worships all over the world, in all the continents, where every religion, every people of every religion, they can come, they can pray, and they can just go. We sit together, we pray. So I think this is one of the steps, activities we are having worldwide. We are having children classes where we teach them morals. For example, अपने दिल के बाग में मोहब्बत के फूलों के सिवा और कुछ ना बो। मुबारक है वो इंसान जो अपने भाई को अपने पे तरजीह देता है. We have very, very small quotations from the writings of Baha'u'llah, where from the very childhood we teach them moral values. Once they become the junior youth, as pre-youths, between 13 to 15 years, we have again junior youths activities where they learn how to do service to mankind. And again, it's all from different religion, not only Baha'is. We try to cover every youth to learn the ethics, the morals, how to serve humanity. And the third activity is we have study circles where we sit together, We read the text and we try to act on it. So what I think we can change is spiritually we can change. And we will have unity and harmony one day.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We have sometimes a tendency to counter terrorism, because to counter terrorism, we need to take a very human and courageous understanding of extremism. And extremism is a mindset. It is a mindset that is propagated through an idealization of certain, let it maybe teachings of a text or teachings of some interpreter who has taken text out of context and done his or her tafsir across the global faiths. Therefore, there is a narrative, there is an argument among us that it is important for us to consider not only, my colleagues here on stage, is not only a kind of a narrative and a mindset, but it is a moral crisis. And it is a spiritual crisis of completely misunderstanding the purity of the text and giving rise to your contextual reality. So you use a historical text to interpret our cases here and now. And whom do we like and whom do we dislike? Here, now. Now, I'm coming back to you with that comment to you, Samson, Mr. Samson. You have been also a human rights activist, but you have slightly different brief, which is education to human rights.
Yeah.
So you're basically a trainer of trainers,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. Trainer of trainers, which is very important because that might be what you are doing as a founding chairperson of Rawadi Tehreek.
Yeah.
Which is very important. Can you tell us that it is no longer goody-goody things that we should do? And Tarunjit Singh is a nice guy from Ohio. I tap on his back and say, but something more concrete. Concrete as that you and I believe different things. Even though we eat samosas, but it is cooked by different people, prepared by different people. So it is very important for us to say that we also culturally believe in different things. Therefore, I want to come back to this word tolerance. We'll critique that. But before that, can you, Samson, tell us?
Thank you very much. The first comment I want to make is that religion and religious teachings and the religious philosophies, they have actually that essence to bring this world towards plurality and to counter extremism. But the problem is the interpretation of religion. And that actually leads us into two ways. One is taking society towards tolerance, religious tolerance, and the other interpretation may take us to towards hate speech, leading to extremism and violent extremism. And that is one of the reasons that I would say that we are experiencing in Pakistan. And the other reason or obstacle I see is the politics of religion. As I earlier said, that religion has that beauty. It's a beautiful idea, beautiful teachings. But when the people or the group of people, they use religion or their faith as a tool, and they're trying to portray a picture where they say, my religion is the best, which is fine. Saying my religion is right or best is fine, but when we say that other religion is not best or not good, and we try to prove that with something violent, that becomes violent extremism, and it becomes worst when the state or the state apparatus is, supporting in directly or indirectly that kind of narrative. So I think there comes the importance of dialogue. Because dialogue for me is a democratic norm. This is the ultimate experience of the human society, that the conflicts between us, religious or otherwise, will remain within us, but the civilized way is to have dialogue on resolving the issue. For me, this is a human rights value, because I'm a human rights person. I teach human rights as human rights education. So I feel dialogue, or interfaith dialogue to counter extremism, is a human rights value. But what kind of dialogue, what could be the features of those dialogues?
Can you hold that for the next round?
Okay.
Features of dialogue.
Yes.
Underline that. Okay. But I want to go back to Sarah, because this is a sociological factor actually he is raising, which is your field. How best you can see this as a sort of, he considered it as a kind of a democratic norm. Democratic norm. So we don't want to go to we hold the old, we will hold the old experiences of encountering the religious other. But we want to continue to engage with the religious other who is different, but differently, which is the new path.
Thank you. You're taking.
That's what I am after.
Yeah, you're taking the discussion very aptly forward. We're looking for interventions which only local researchers, leaders can recommend. Nobody really can come from outside and tell us this is how interfaith harmony can take place in Pakistan. Now I'm going to, with your permission, talk about 3 interventions that would work. And then I'm going to conclude very quickly with how they would work as well. Because it's not just research communities or other stakeholders like faith-based NGOs or civilian bodies. We really need state leadership. And I think the 3 interventions that could really work in Pakistan is, number 1, building housing enclaves. Making it mandatory for every housing community to have different ethnic and religious representation. And we can talk about this in detail if we have, but I'll move on to the other 2 interventions that would work in Pakistan. The second one would be to start facilitating and mandating interfaith business networks. Qaid-e-Azam tried to do this with the Ahmadi communities and the Shia members and Sunni members, all different religious groups coming together and working for trade and business, because then they have interests to support each other's religious backgrounds and belief systems, because their profit making and their economy is dependent on it. And the third very important one that could work is organizing interfaith rituals and supporting each other. Pakistan is doing this. You've seen us, Shia communities, Sunni communities coming and supporting the Gurudwara and the Sikh communities. The Sikh communities setting up sabilas during Shia processions. Muslims and the Christians coming together at holies and celebrating each other's. But we need to upscale this. It shouldn't just be restricted to university societies or certain communities. We need proper funding and investment and state championship that this is happening across communities so that, incidents like the Jarawala crisis didn't happen. I'll end with one thing. Pakistan's history, our grandparents used to tell us pre-partition was like this. We had all religious groups, coming together, supporting each other, living with each other, coexisting, attending each other's marriage ceremonies, different religious rituals, participating in each other's food ceremonies, eating in each other's houses, doing trade with each other. So we just have to come back to the past. We're not really talking about anything new. Some of our younger generations, one of the panelists mentioned that this is a problem of the youth. The youth is usually involved in extremist activities. The reality is that they get involved because of two major issues, and I'll end with this.
Sure.
And that is lack of literacy and critical thinking, and the other is poverty and lack of opportunities. So this has to be simultaneous. As a sociologist, I'll tell you that interfaith harmony interventions are not possible without parallel and simultaneous and holistic interventions for economic development, poverty relief, higher education, making sure that people from primary and secondary students also graduate with good curriculum, holistic curriculum that represents interfaith harmony.
Thank you. And that model that she's promoting, in the sense, the first one, where you have people of different faiths coming together in their housing schemes. This is actually a model experimented by Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore,
Yeah.
in the creation of Singapore, when it detached from Malaysia as almost like an island, not necessarily an island, but when he created this new Singapore, he made sure that there is a Malay and a Chinese, and the Malays were Muslims, and the Chinese were partially Christians and Buddhist, and they were put together by ratio. And in the Far East, Singapore remains one of the classical model of new paths of interfaith dialogue. And I think that is the way forward. And that has the complete support of an institution like this, Minhaj University, Lahore. This is the 8th conference. And it was mentioned here by the director of the Civil Service Academy that it is important, and his students are here, and it is important to experiment new paths. Experiment new paths into 2051. By the time we are 2051, some of us on stage will not be living. But we must create a society. By 2051, we will have a new path of interfaith dialogue. Not just tolerating. Not just tolerating. Toleration is basically, I don't like you, Taranjit Singh. I don't like you. I tolerate you. That is no good. I consider him as my brother in a different faith. I care for him. I'll continue to be compassionate, not because he's a Sikh, but because he's a human being who can share his experience. So we must deal with this difference. Taranjit, can you shed some light?
What I'm going to talk about is how do we know we have got there? How do we know we have got to the point where we have done all of this? And that is when we begin to stand up for religious freedom, not for my own community, but for other religious traditions. That is a marker, I feel, is we will know we have gotten there when we stand up for the other oppressed. I'll give you an example. Dr. Hussain Qadri yesterday in his presentation lifted up Gojra. What was he doing? He was lifting up the religious freedom of Christians in this country. That's exactly what we need. So what he has done is this university is already doing some of the stuff, showing the way forward. But that is how I think we will get there, when we stand up the religious freedom for others and not only for our religious tradition.
Interesting, very interesting. I want to go back to your, Samson, I wanted you to underline some things. And can you come up with that now? It's appropriate now.
Okay, thank you. Actually, what I feel is that interfaith dialogue is important. harmony among the people of different faiths and religion is important. But I think there are some important aspects of those dialogues. For example, the dialogue between the people of religion should be on equal footing. If one person in the dialogue does not believe that my religion is respectable and I am an equal human being to him, I think that dialogue is not a complete dialogue. This is why I feel that before going to interfaith harmony, maybe we need to talk more about social harmony. And social harmony is not possible when we have injustices and inequality in the society, especially on the basis of religion. For me, in a jungle, goat and lion, they cannot live in harmony because they are two different species, with different nature. So in order to bring, people from the marginalized communities, for example, the minority communities into that dialogue, we need to address the inequalities. We need to give them a kind of feeling and trust that they are equal human beings in this country, in this society. Unless and until we don't do, I would say that dialogue would be a one-way dialogue. If we are not able to talk on the conflicting zones and people coming from the minority communities or the minority faiths in terms of their quantity, they are minority. So if they don't feel that they cannot talk about what they are experiencing because of religious extremism happening here, if they cannot talk about the misuse of blasphemy in a interfaith dialogue, these are the conflicting zones.
Yeah.
Then that dialogue for me will be ineffective and incomplete.
Yeah, thank you. We have dealt with some of the things that you are raising in our concurrent sessions yesterday. And this morning, I'm sure we had 3 simultaneous. So some of these things that you are raising have been already touched. And it's important that you raise it also here. But interfaith is not the panacea for all questions in human society. We must understand that. Interfaith dialogue will not solve all our problems. But it is an important human attempt to address the starking differences that humans have. And that is what this effort is all about. That we want to deal with this difference. Differences will remain, stark differences. Look at this collection. And look at this collection. Not just males and females. Among males and among females, there is stark differences of opinion. You get 11 Christians, you have 17 opinions. You get 5 Sikhs, you have 9 opinions. Differences will remain. But we must work towards some positive action. Dr. Butalia, you live in a different country, Ohio, with your visits that you make very frequently into Punjab. And you have also a recovery mission, very dear to you, in the sense of your own faith background, not in denial or disassociation, that is what I have seen, but in association with the indigenous.
Right.
Can you tell us, because it is a new step in dialogue that I have seen in our WhatsApp trail.
Yeah. Friends, the first thing I will share is, and I'll give the example from prayer. Prayer and rituals are important in every religious tradition, but they are not an end. They are a process that makes you better. If we are offering prayers and rituals and not becoming better, that simply is, you've taken the process to be an end, not a means. In my opinion, interfaith dialogue is a process and not an end. Unfortunately, today, most parts of the world, we say we've had dialogue, it's as if the dialogue is an end. No, it's a process that moves us forward, as you said, into a place where we can have mutual respect. So we have to stop thinking of interfaith dialogue as an end in itself. It's a process, and I don't think the process is working right. My particular, one of our esteemed panelists talked about the partition, and that is one way we heal from the partition. Number one, we recognize that we all have killed each other with equal barbarity. There's an ownership there, right? That we have done that, that has been in our DNA. Number two, then we begin, after taking responsibility, some people say, oh, forget all the bloodshed that happened. No, you have to take personal responsibility. And then the second step is to engage with the other in a respectful way to build bridges. And one way to build bridges is to meet people and document history. So that is what I've been focusing on, is the way to build. But the ultimate objective isn't necessarily to document these places. It is to build bridges. And what I call our ancestors of a previous generation had, and I'll say it in Punjabi, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿਲ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਖੂਨ ਭਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ. Our generation has to cleanse Punjab of the blood that has been spilled. And that is where dialogue. So one point is, interfaith dialogue is not an end. It's a process.
It's a very powerful witness. We must cleanse. We must cleanse. We must cleanse of our own prejudices. That's the new path is that we accept this reality of difference. That we may not perhaps iron out completely our differences. Perhaps not during our lifetime. How many years? 80 years for those of us who are strong, 90 years or 100 years. A turtle lives for 350 years, a turtle in the sea. Human beings, no. So we have a very short lifespan. Cleanse, prejudice, accept that we are different. Madam Farabi and Baha'u'llah accepts this premise.
Yes.
That whole universe is in communion with unity.
It's the need of today, peace and unity. And I think every prophet has this mission to come into this world. Hazrat Abdul Baha said, religion should be the cause of love and affection. If it becomes the cause of hatred and enmity, it were better to be without it. And we are mistaken, the religion. It should be having love and affection.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I have been informed that it's 5 minutes for me. But I want to start from Dr. Sarah from that end once again. What would you take away and what would you request this audience to take away from our conversation? Just take a sentence or two, please.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take away this culture of, whatever you want to call it. I would like to call it religious pluralism. Take away a culture of religious pluralism, and if all of us in our respective capacities start promoting this culture, we can do it through the education system, through social media, the religious notables, community notables. If we just start promoting this as a culture with the pillars that this is based on, this will stem and lead to interfaith harmony, nation building, peace building, trade, economic growth. Nearly every development aspect of Pakistan is rooted to our unity and our solidarity. And so I like to refer to this culture of interfaith harmony, religious coexistence, religious pluralism, whatever we want to call it. And I think because of this age of social media and we're all connected, it's possible to change this culture. I'm not from the belief that culture takes hundreds of years to change. I think in this generation, culture can change very rapidly, and it's possible if we all come together.
Thank you. Man Fariba, your takeaway. What do you tell us in 1 or 2 sentences?
As I said, we are the drops of one ocean, the branches of one tree. So we should have love each other no matter to what religion or culture we are. By heart, we should love each other and try to do service, social work, service, in whatever way we can. No matter we are very busy in our material life, but we should give time to humanity also. Yeah.
Okay. Samson, it's your turn for 1 or 2 words.
I think first of all, I would recommend that we need to multiply these efforts that consistently has been made by Minhaj University and Minhajul Quran for many years. I personally know. I think we need to take this kind of dialogue and activities to the grassroots level, to the common people, to the young people in universities, colleges and schools. Secondly, I think I would request everyone sitting here that we need to embrace diversity, especially religious diversity. I respect your faith and you respect my faith. Whatever faith we have is respectable, but the most important thing is that we are human beings first. We are a diverse society. We might have different race, different religion, different thoughts, different way of thinking, different culture. But the ultimately thing that will lead us to peaceful coexistence is that acceptance. Not tolerance, I would say, but acceptance of that diversity, including religious diversity.
Thank you. Mr. Ijaz, your final word for us. Put the switch on. Put the switch on.
मेरे ख्याल में जितने पैनलिस्ट थे सब ने डायलॉग पर जोर दिया और आखिर में सैमसन साहब उस बात पर आ गए कि जब तक एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं होगी और एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं होगी उस वक्त तक जो डायलॉग मुमकिन नहीं है। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हमें एक दूसरे को एक्सेप्ट करने की ज़रूरत है और रिलीजियस डाइवर्सिटी को जब तक हम अपने कैरिकुलम में नहीं लेकर आते, जब तक हमें पढ़ाया नहीं जाता, उस वक्त तक मैं नहीं समझता कि कोई बेहतरी की गुंजाइश निकल सकती है। जैसे सैमसन ने मिसाल दी कि शेर और बकरी की मिसाल दी, तो इस तरह देखें कि जब तक बड़े रिलीजन के लोग छोटे रिलीजन को बड़े समझेंगे तो हर रिलीजन को अगर हम रिस्पेक्ट देंगे, और ये रिस्पेक्ट उस वक्त ही मुमकिन है जब कि हमारे करिकुलम में बच्चों को, जब हम छोटे छोटे बच्चों के जहनों को अपने करिकुलम में इस तरह कर देते हैं कि वो बड़े होकर जो है वो उनको रिलीजन का पता ही नहीं होता और वो किसी दूसरी तरफ चल पड़ते हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ मिन्हाजुल कुरान यूनिवर्सिटी में कम से कम ये एक इनको एजाज़ जाता है कि यहाँ पे इंटरफेथ हार्मनी की जो है वो एजुकेशन दी जाती है। और ये बाकी हमारी जितनी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, बाकी जितने अदारे हैं, वहाँ भी मैं समझता हूँ कि जब तक हम करिकुलम में इस एक्सेप्टेंस को और इंटरफेथ हार्मनी के सब्जेक्ट को शामिल नहीं करेंगे और एक दूसरे को हम स्पेस नहीं देंगे, उस वक्त तक मैं समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में हार्मनी ज़रा थोड़ा सा मुश्किल काम लगता है।
Thank you. And Turanjit Singh.
My comment is going to be more global. Looking at how interfaith dialogue in the movement has developed, it is at the fringes of nearly every religious tradition in the world. It has not become mainstream. I feel the reason why Brother has not become mainstream is because it is a movement that does not take chances. We don't want to offend the other person. So we don't talk about our difference. I'll give you an example. In Sri Guru Granth Sahib, the scripture that we believe is the word of God, there is repeated criticism of Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. Now when I'm in dialogue with a Hindu friend Who invites me to go to a mandir and wants me to bow before the deity? We simply politely keep quiet and say, oh, I am not available. The point I want to make is that we have to talk about our religious differences. Interfaith work is dirty work. It is not clean work. And we have to be ready to do it. So thank you.
It's a tough journey. It's not easy because the differences are very clear to us. But then there is no other choice to live in coexistence if we opt for so. And if we accept diversity fundamentally is a reality, then we have to work through with human weakness. So this is not an argument to be won, but a reality to be accepted and bring skillful workmanship into the reality, understand reality and work through what we want to achieve as a community, both men and women, locally, regionally, and globally. We have not given you answers and not given you framework for new paths, but at least we have tried to tread on the path. And it is up to all of us to search and find our ways of doing things in the future. And I want to thank all the panel members for your generosity and time and commitment with us this morning. And over to you, young lady.
Thank you, Dr. Shanti Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an announcement for all. The School of Religion and Philosophy is offering an MPhil program in Theology and Religious Studies. Admissions are currently open. You may find the information outside the marquee. There is a desk installed for that. And also, the school will be offering a short course. It will be titled The Spirituality of World Religions. It's a 12-week course, and the classes will be conducted every Saturday. With this, we will now present mementos of appreciation to our distinguished panelists and moderators in recognition of their valuable insights. May I request our officials to kindly come forward for the presentation of the shields. Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors. Sir, please join us in front of the stage. Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. I kindly request each panelist to please come forward to receive your token of appreciation when your names are announced. First, Dr. Tarunjit Singh Bhotalia. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. The applause must never stop. Thank you. Next, Mr. Ijaz Alam Augustine. Male side, there is no clapping from you. Please show your appreciation. Mr. Samson Salamat. Next is Professor Dr. Fariba Kahromi. The last panelist was Dr. Sara Rizvi Jafri. In the end, our amazing moderator, Dr. Shanti Kumar Hitiarichi. A round of applause for this panel, please. Thank you, sirs. You may please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this enriching session, we will now take a break for lunch and Zohar prayer. Kindly make your way to the designated area. Our hall management team will be pleased to assist you. Please join us back at 1:40 p.m. Bishop of Lahore, Humphrey Sarfaraz Peters, Bishop of Peshawar, Church of Pakistan. Please join us on the stage, sir. Dr. Hafiz Abdul Ghani, Associate Professor, Department of Religious Studies, Foreman Christian College, University, Lahore. Dr. Kalyan Singh Kalyan, Assistant Professor, Department of Punjabi, Government College, University, Lahore. Advocate Ahmad Ali Kailashi, Chairman Kailash Valleys Development Authority, KVDA. Dr. Sabir Nas Sarva Bhuma, Adjunct Faculty Member, School of Religion and Philosophy, Minhaj University, Lahore. Mr. Ayaz Mahmood Lashari, Zonal Administrator, Regional Head, Okaf and Religious Afa. Now that the panelists have been seated, over to you, Dr. Syed Mozam Ali Hashmi.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. She has also announced the topic of this discussion. So, in order to keep a balance, a free expression, this discussion would be both in Urdu and English languages, whichever the panelist, whichever the audience feel comfortable with. However, since we have a good number of international participants, so I will be simultaneously translating the things which I'll say in Urdu in English as well. So nobody should be left out from that. So the panel has been announced. So briefly, I would say I've got some details. So we have a provincial civil servant working in religious affairs, interfaith harmony, Mr. Lashari, and we have representation from Hindu community, a scholar who has been working on it. And we have, for the first time, a Kailashi representative right from Kailash with us. So we would like to hear from him as well. And we have Mr. Kalyan Singh, Dr. Kalyan Singh is here. So I will ask him relevant questions and what examples does he see amid the bleak scenario. And then we have from Foreman Christian College, Hafiz Abdul Ghani Sahib as well here, whose area of teaching. And then all the way from Peshawar, a politically volatile with relevance to peace building, conflict, extremism, especially from the roots. That's the KP, and Bishop has honored us to travel all the way from Peshawar there. So the panelists, welcome, esteemed panelists, welcome, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, sir.
So, since Bishop is already here, and हमने देखी है कि पेशावर के अंदर काफ़ी मसाइल क्रिश्चियन कम्युनिटी को और ख़ास तौर पे केपी में दरपेश आए हैं पिछले 2-3 दिहाइयों से, जब से राइज़ ऑफ तालिबान ख़ास तौर पे हुआ। پچھلے 20 سال کے اندر خاص طور پہ کافی سارے مثالیں ہمارے سامنے آئیں جہاں پہ پیس جو ہے امن کو شدید نقصان پہنچا. وی ہیو سین پیس شیٹرڈ اینڈ ناٹ اونلی دیٹ دیر ور مارٹائرز. شہداء کی تعداد بھی ہم نے اپنی کرسچن بھائیوں کے بیچ میں دیکھی. چرچز پہ حملے ہم نے ادھر دیکھے, دوسری جگہوں پہ بھی دیکھے. اور چند سال پہلے ہی کلچرل انٹالرنس کا لیول یہ ہم نے دیکھا کہ ون آف دا کرسچن برادر who bought a home in another community and his neighbor, a Muslim neighbor, shot him dead. How dare you buy a home in my neighborhood? So this is the level of intolerance we have noticed there. So Bishop, آپ سے بڑے احترام کے ساتھ my question would be, ہم جب پیس بلڈنگ کی, ریزیلینس کی, ایکسٹریمزم کی اور انٹالرنس کی بات کرتے ہیں تو وہ ایسی کون سی ایفرٹس ہیں, اور یہ ساری پاکستان کی میجورٹی کے لوگ نہیں کر رہے ہیں. جو بھی ٹربل میکرز ہیں, دا بیڈ بوائز, ان کی تعداد بہت کم ہوتی ہے. خاص طور پہ جب ہم پیس بلڈنگ کی اور سوشل ریزیلینس کی بات کرتے ہیں تو دا پاکستانی سوسائٹی ماشاء اللہ از اسٹرانگ انف ٹو ری انوینٹ اٹ سیلف. چاہے وہ کلائمیٹک چینج ہو, انوائرمنٹل ڈیزاسٹر کے مسائل ہوں یا کوئی اور ایشو ہو, ہم اپنے آپ کو ری انوینٹ کرتے ہیں. شہداء کی تعداد بھی ہم دیکھتے ہیں, ہم اپنے عبادت گاہوں پہ حملے بھی دیکھتے ہیں. ان ساری چیزوں کے ساتھ ساتھ واٹ وی ہیو نوٹس دیٹ وی کم اپ اگین, وی لیو, although we tear in eyes and broken hearts, we build ourselves again. Bishop, with this preamble, Reverend, would you tell us something about the current situation and how at the grassroots level we can combat it?
Thank you, Dr. Saab, Dr. Hashmi. It's a blessing, it's a joy that we are together here. And thank you, a big thanks to Minhaj University for arranging such a important, session and to take it into consideration. Obviously, thanks to Dr. Saab and everyone who has organized it. To be honest, we have to be very sensitive about the whole situation. And I would like to, Dr. Saab, with your permission, because most of the Pakistanis are sitting here, and we want that our country should flourish, and country should be having a good name in the world. So I think if you allow me, I will discuss and give it a little brief about in Urdu. Doctor, with your permission, if you really allow me, so I'll discuss.
Respected Reverend Bishop, as well as other participants, آپ جس زبان میں چاہیں گے ہم آپ کو سننے کے لیے ہمتاً گوش ہیں اور ہماری عزت افزائی ہوگی, جس طرح بھی آپ ایکسپریس کر سکیں اپنے آپ کو.
Thank you. سلسلہ یہ ہے کہ پاکستان کبھی بھی ایسا نہیں تھا. پاکستان بہت خوبصورت, بڑے اچھے طریقے سے چلتا تھا. جب میں یونیورسٹی میں پڑھتا تھا تو آئی واز اونلی کرسچن, اکیلا کرسچن تھا, اور میں یونیورسٹی کا پریزیڈنٹ تھا, اپنے ڈپارٹمنٹ کا پریزیڈنٹ تھا, اور میں جماعت اسلامی سے جیتا تھا یہ الیکشن, اور الیکشن جیت کے میں بنا تھا, 3 ووٹوں سے جیتا تھا. پاکستان بہت خوبصورت ہے, بہترین ہے, ہر ایک چیز مہیا ہے, لیکن بات بگڑتی کہاں پہ ہے؟ بات بگڑتی ہے ہمارے مائنڈ سیٹ پہ, جب ہم بیلنس نہیں کر سکتے. کسی ملک کی جو فائنینشیل سٹیبلٹی ہے, کسی ملک کی سوشل سٹیبلٹی ہے, کسی ملک میں جسٹس, اور کسی ملک میں جب تک بیلنس نہیں ہوگا چیزیں ڈیولپ نہیں ہوں گی. تو یہ جو مذاہب کے دوران ہم امبیلنس بنا دیتے ہیں, یہ چیز ہمیں بالکل نیچے گرا دیتی ہے. ہسٹری کو اٹھا کے دیکھیں نا, تو جو پرانا ایجپشن کلچر تھا, ملات اسے کہتے تھے, اس میں بھی بیلنس تھا. اس کے بعد جتنے زبردست رولرز تھے, جس میں ہم اشوکا کا نام لے سکتے ہیں, سائرس کا جب ایران سے, جولیس سیسر کا نام لے سکتے ہیں, इन्होंने बड़ा बैलेंस किया और सारी कम्युनिटीज़ को, सारे रिलीजन को साथ लेके चले और इतनी बड़ी खूबसूरत उन्होंने अपनी डायनेस्टी बनाई। पाकिस्तान में डिस्टर्बेंस हो रही है। 2 साल पहले ही हमारे एक पादरी साहब को इबादत लेके निकला है तो उसको शूट कर दिया गया। एक की डेथ हो गई, 2 ज़ख्मी हो गए। 2 साल पहले की बात है। 2013 में आपको पता है मेरे मदर चर्च में पेशावर में ब्लास्ट हुआ, डबल सुइसाइड अटैक हुआ, तकरीबन 87 लोग उसी वक्त मर गए और टोटल 101 लोग मरे थे। इसके बाद उससे पहले 2012 में ऑब्वियसली बाहर मुल्क यूरोप में प्रॉब्लम होती है और उसकी सज़ा हमें भुगतनी पड़ती है। उस वक्त ब्लास्फेमस कार्टून्स बनाए और हमारे मर्दान को, चर्च को जला दिया गया। ये हालत है। जब तक बैलेंस नहीं होगा, एक दूसरे की एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी नहीं होगी, एक दूसरे के आंसू नहीं पहुँचे जाएंगे, एक दूसरे को गले नहीं लगाया जाएगा, पाकिस्तान किसी सूरत में तरक्की नहीं कर सकता। उन ममालिक को देखें जहाँ पे बैलेंस है। थोड़े दिनों पहले, कुछ साल पहले इंग्लैंड को देख लें, बादशाह क्रिश्चियन, वज़ीर आज़म हिंदू, सबसे पावरफुल जो मेयर है वो मुस्लिम। 29 मेयर्स हैं इंग्लैंड में मुस्लिम। हालांकि मुस्लिम्स की तादाद उधर बड़ी छोटी सी है। यहाँ पाकिस्तान में सोच भी नहीं सकते कि कोई क्रिश्चियन मेयर बनेगा। अब इसमें कसूर किसका है, इसको हमने अंडरस्टैंड करना है। ये टॉप डाउन अप्रोच है या बॉटम अप अप्रोच है, ग्रास रूट से है या टॉप से है, इसको अंडरस्टैंड करना है। केपी में हम लोग पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग ग्रास रूट लेवल पे एक तवाज़न रखें, एक बैलेंस रखें, और उसमें हम बहुत कामयाब हैं। मैं इजीली जो केपी की सबसे बड़ी मस्जिद है पेशावर में, महाबत खान, मैं इजीली उसके चीफ खतीब के साथ बैठ के मस्जिद में लंच कर सकता हूँ, उसके मदरसे में मैं तकरीर कर सकता हूँ। तो हमने बैलेंस करने की ज़रूरत की है। तो पाकिस्तानी होते हुए मुझे और आपको अंडरस्टैंड करना है, अगर मुल्क को खूबसूरत देखना है तो इंक्लूसिविटी बड़ी ज़रूरी है। माशरती, बाहमी, यगानगत, सबको साथ लेके चलना है। ये नहीं सोचना कि कौन कितने परसेंटेज है उसकी। मैंने बताया ना कि इंग्लैंड में थोड़ी सी तादाद है हमारे मुसलमान बहन भाइयों की, 29 मेयर हैं। इंग्लैंड का सबसे पावरफुल मेयर लंदन का मेयर होता है, वो मुस्लिम है। कितनी खूबसूरती से चल रहे हैं, तरक्की पे तरक्की। बैलेंस इज़ वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट, बट बैलेंस के साथ इंक्लूसिविटी इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट। कौमी धारे के जो प्लान्स होते हैं, कौमी धारे की जो सारी बातें होती हैं, जो जहाँ पे पॉलिसियाँ बनाई जाती हैं, वहाँ पे मिनॉरिटी की तादाद है ही नहीं, रिलीजियस मिनॉरिटीज़ हैं ही नहीं वहाँ पे, और जस्टिस बड़ी डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाती है। एक चीज़, एक घर है मेरा अपना, और उस घर को कहते हैं ये ना गवर्नमेंट का है ना ये इसका है, तो फिर किसका है? मैं एडवर्ड्स कॉलेज की बात कर रहा हूँ। एडवर्ड्स कॉलेज पेशावर बिलोंग्स टू चर्च, और हमारा जस्टिस सिस्टम कहता है इट इज़ नीदर नेशनलाइज्ड नॉर प्राइवेट, तो फिर क्या है? दिस इज़ द लेवल ऑफ जस्टिस जिसको हमने एड्रेस करना है। बहुत खूबसूरत मुल्क है हमारा, इसको निखारना है, संवारना है। ये मसीही थे, जब इंडिया और पाकिस्तान डिवाइड हो रहे थे तो मसीहों ने ही इधर ही लाहौर में ही नारा लगाया था, सीने पे गोली खाएंगे पाकिस्तान बनाएंगे। और इसके एवज कांग्रेस का क्या नारा था? जिसने मांगा पाकिस्तान उसको मिलेगा कब्रिस्तान। और मसीहों ने कहा था सीने पे गोली खाएंगे पाकिस्तान बनाएंगे। वी आर द इनहेबिटेंट्स ऑफ दिस प्लेस। अगर आप खवादर में चले जाएं, सकरदू में चले जाएं, उधर सकरदू में सबसे पुरानी क्रॉस मिली है, जो कि सॉरी टू से इस्लाम से भी पहले की है। उधर ये जो हमारा टेक्सला है गंधारा तहजीब जिसकी अभी बात कर रहे थे, गंधारा तहजीब से हम जीसस के लिए, यीशु मसीह के लिए जो चीज़ें गई थी, जो उनको कहते हैं उनकी इनॉइंटमेंट के लिए जो ऑयल गया था वो 4 सदी से गया था। और हम जो अपनी उसके मुताबिक कहते हैं कि जो उनके कफन का सारा सिस्टम था उसमें कि ऊद का एक पाउडर इस्तेमाल किया गया था, वो स्वाद से गया था। तो द क्रिश्चियनिटी इज़ वेरी ओल्ड इन पाकिस्तान, और इस चीज़ की इसको ऑनर करना, इसको लुक आफ्टर करना, इसको कैरी करना, इट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली एसेंशियल। सिंपल इज़ बैलेंस, इंक्लूसिविटी, और उसके बीच में उस धारे में, कौमी धारे की पॉलिसी मेकिंग में सारी रिलीजियस मिनॉरिटीज़ को शामिल करना। इसके बगैर पाकिस्तान खूबसूरत नहीं बनेगा, तरक्की नहीं होगी, आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा। दिलों को बड़ा करना है, ज़हनों को वुसअत देनी है, और इस तरीके से हम आगे बढ़ेंगे और हमारा मुल्क इंशाअल्लाह रब्बिल आलमीन की मर्ज़ी से खूबसूरत तरीन होगा, बहुत सारे मुल्कों के लिए खूबसूरत नमूना बनेगा। ब्लेस यू ऑल। Thank you, sir.
Reverend Bishop, respectfully, thank you so much. What I wanted to say in the end, you actually in a nutshell said it right in the beginning. You mentioned inclusivity versus exclusivity that we are experiencing in certain small chunks of minority of bad boys who are trying to spoil the pool. Okay. Now, one of the professors I have learned, Professor Bernard Lewis at Columbia, he wrote book, What Went Wrong? What went wrong? Bernard Lewis has mentioned actually what has gone wrong with Islam and what would go wrong with Islam in future. If you have a chance, please do read Professor Bernard Lewis. I have learned a lot from him. Now, Bishop has mentioned inclusivity. That's where what went wrong with religion in Pakistan, particularly Islam, and the following of the religion. It's our journey from Khuda Hafiz to Allah Hafiz in the past 45 years. That's where we went wrong, becoming more exclusive, excluding minorities and their rights. So we'll move to another other panelist, and then 4 to 5 minutes, sir, and then I will raise flag where I say that you are going out of line or out of time, and inshallah we are going to have a second round as well, or maybe third, and some Q&A. With me right now with us, Professor Dr. Abdul Ghani from the Foreman Christian College, who heads the Department of Religious Studies, and he is an author of 4 books, 4 fantastic books, works on interfaith dialogue and comparative religions, Islamic jurisprudence, and religion and science. These are his areas of interest. Sir, my question to you is that when we talk about interfaith dialogue, as you have studied in Pakistan particularly, what the problem we are facing, हमें जो मसाइल दरपेश हैं, हमें मसाइल ये दरपेश हैं कि हम इंटरफेथ डायलॉग कर किसके साथ रहे हैं? क्या लाइक माइंडेड लोगों के साथ हम वही बात करके खुश हो जाते हैं, या फिर जो लोग ट्रबल मेकर्स हैं हम उनको भी हमने अपने दायरे में इंक्लूड किया हुआ है? तो असल प्रॉब्लम जो है, हम प्रॉब्लम को हिट कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि टाइटल है इस डिस्कशन का, एट द ग्रास रूट्स लेवल। आर वी गेटिंग, हम उसको एक्सट्रीमिज़म को ग्रास रूट लेवल पे एक्चुअली कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे हैं? सर, आपका क्वार्टर सेंचुरी का जो तजुर्बा है, चौथाई सदी का टीचिंग, लर्निंग और एकेडमिक लीडरशिप का, उसके दायरे में रह के प्लीज़ अगर आप हमें एनलाइटन करें।
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for the conference organizers for inviting me as a panelist in this beautiful conference. And this is really an enlightening event from where we all learn from each other every year. So this is also a very pertinent and very sensitive question about interfaith dialogue. You see, Dr. Muazzam, that we defined that dialogue is of different types. Okay? And one of the type of dialogue is called dialogue at the level of action, dialogue of action. This is a grassroots level dialogue which is missing in the whole process of interfaith dialogue, unfortunately. अच्छा, अब इसमें होता क्या है? होता ये है, जैसे आप rightly identifying कि हम like minded लोगों के साथ बैठ जाते हैं, like this conference is also one of the example of like minded people and their communication to each other. लेकिन जो गली महल्ले में हो रहा है, जो स्ट्रीट लेवल पे हो रहा है, वहाँ पे हम किसी के साथ डायलॉग नहीं करते जो एक्चुअली ग्रास रूट लेवल पे अफेक्टिव हैं. और जहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम हैज़ बहुत ज़्यादा ग्रास रूट लेवल पे, और वहाँ पे मॉब मेंटालिटी डेवलप होती है. लिहाजा हमें वहाँ जाना होगा, और जब हम वहाँ जाएंगे तो उस डायलॉग को ही कहा जाता है डायलॉग ऑफ एक्शन. This is not the dialogue of intellectuals, dialogue of religious elite and dialogue of other segments, higher segments of the society. That is dialogue with the lowest segment of the society, कि हम वहाँ पे जाके उन लोगों के साथ जो गली महल्ले में रहते हैं, जो कॉलोनीज़ में रहते हैं, जो रियल अफेक्टेड पीपल हैं, उनके साथ मिलें, उनके मसाइल सुनें, और उनकी कहीं ना कहीं पे अगर हीलिंग रिक्वायर्ड है तो वो करें, अगर ट्रेनिंग रिक्वायर्ड है तो वो करें. एक तो ये है. दूसरा ये है कि वहाँ पे ही स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, वहाँ पे ही वो एजेंट्स हैं जो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करते हैं और वो स्ट्राइफ पैदा करते हैं. उनको आइडेंटिफाई करें कि किन लोगों से हमने बात करनी है और उनको एंगेज करें. और उसके लिए ये है कि जैसे पाकिस्तान में उलमा हैं, खुतबा हैं, आइम्मा इकराम हैं, या स्कूल टीचर्स हैं, उनको हम ज़्यादा एंगेज करें और उनका माइंडसेट चेंज करें, उनकी स्किल बिल्डिंग करें, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करें, उनकी ट्रेनिंग करें कि किस तरह से उन्होंने नीचे लेवल पे म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट को प्रमोट करना है और हारमनी को प्रमोट करना है. इसलिए ये ज़रूरी है कि हम वहाँ तक जाएं. दिस टाइप ऑफ कॉन्फ्रेंसेस आर फाइन, मगर हम जब तक नीचे ग्रास रूट लेवल पे नहीं जाएंगे तब तक ये मसला डी रूट नहीं हो सकता. और वहीं पे जाके हमें रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी डेवलप करना होगी. रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी डेवलप करने के लिए तो ज़ाहिर है हमें 4 काम करने होंगे. कोई भी सोसाइटी रेजिलिएंट नहीं बन सकती जब तक हम उसकी फाउंडेशन 4 चीज़ों पे नहीं रखते. फेथ सबसे पहले. फेथ इज़ द सोर्स ऑफ रेजिलियंस, पावर, स्ट्रेंथ, एनर्जी. So society must be developed on the basis of faith. Number 2, इसमें compassion होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हमने सोसाइटी में एक दूसरे के साथ कनेक्ट करना है, नेटवर्किंग करनी है, सोशल टाइज बनानी है, सिविक एंगेजमेंट करनी है, और वो किस प्रिंसिपल पे करनी है? दैट इज़ द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ कंपैशन. थर्ड प्रिंसिपल इज़ जस्टिस. जस्टिस इसलिए अपहोल्ड होना चाहिए सोसाइटी में दैट एंश्योर्स द प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट्स एट ऑल लेवल्स. ग्रास रूट लेवल पे भी और अपर लेवल पे भी जस्टिस ही वो प्रिंसिपल है जो इंश्योर करेगा देयर आर ह्यूमन राइट्स प्रोटेक्टेड ड्यूली इन द नेशन. और चौथी चीज़ जो है वो एजुकेशन है. एजुकेशन तो ज़ाहिर है स्कूल से बल्कि घर से स्टार्ट हो जाती है. एजुकेशन इज़ द ओनली सोर्स और द बेस्ट सोर्स टू ट्रांसफॉर्म ह्यूमन माइंड्स एंड हार्ट्स. अगर हम इन 4 प्रिंसिपल्स के ऊपर अपनी सोसाइटी को ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, लेट मी रिपीट इट, फेथ, कंपैशन, जस्टिस एंड एजुकेशन, अगर ऐसा हम करने में कामयाब हो गए तो देन वी आर गोइंग टुवर्ड्स इस्टेब्लिशिंग ट्रूली अ रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी. अगर हम ये नहीं काम करेंगे और हम सिर्फ बात करेंगे कि वी नीड अ रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी, तो फिर रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी बनेगी नहीं है. उसकी बेसिस को आइडेंटिफाई करना होगा, और उसकी ये 4 बेसिस हम आइडेंटिफाई करें और उसके ऊपर फ्रेमवर्क्स डेवलप करें और स्ट्रेटजी और प्लानिंग करें. और मेरा ख्याल है इस तरीके से हम टॉप से लेके जो ग्रास रूट लेवल तक जहाँ भी इशू आता है उसको एड्रेस कर लेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
Thank you very much. Professor Ghani, thank you very much. You gave us a long wish list. What you have in the wish list need to be fulfilled. اور ہزاروں خواہشیں ایسے ہیں کہ ہر خواہش پہ دم نکلے. تو وہ دم تو کافی نکل رہا ہے, خواہشیں پوری ہو کے دے نہیں رہی ہیں ہماری. So the wish list is there. We know the problem. We have identified the problem. The issue is that how to actually go about it, where, as Professor Ghani said, that stakeholders are very much there in the same place where the trouble is. Now, I move to, we have already talked about the bleak scenario, the darkness under the lamp. چراغ تلے اندھیرے کی ہم نے بات کر لی. میں اب آتا ہوں ڈاکٹر کلیان سنگھ کی طرف فرام گورنمنٹ کالج یونیورسٹی لاہور, اور ہمارے منہاج یونیورسٹی میں بھی ایڈجنکٹ فیکلٹی کے طور پہ پڑھاتے ہیں. مزے کی بات یہ ہے کہ انہوں نے جو کام کیے ہیں, واٹ ہی ہیز ڈن از دیٹ فریڈرک اور بھگت سنگھ کی جو کتاب ہے کیپٹیویٹنگ دا سمپل ہارٹیڈ, ان کو انہوں نے اس کو اردو میں ترجمہ کیا ہے ہندوستان میں انسانی وقار کی جد و جہد. بیسکلی اس وقار کے لیے دس از دا سیلف اسٹیم وی ٹرائنگ ٹو ریسٹور پرٹیکولرلی امنگ آور مائنورٹیز when we are faced with an opponent, extremist, rigid, not ready to reconcile. So reconciliation is among the 5 R's of peace building that we talked about. وہ کچھ اور لوگ ہیں جنہوں کے ریزیومے میں نے پیس بلڈنگ دیکھا تھا, میں ان سے بعد میں بات کروں گا. I will talk to them. میں جناب ڈاکٹر کلیان سنگھ صاحب سے عرض کروں گا کہ جناب اندھیرا تو ہم نے بہت بات کر لی, تھوڑی ذرا روشنی کی بھی بات کیجئے کہ کچھ روشنی بھی ہو رہی ہے یا نہیں ہو رہی ہے. کچھ آپ کے ساتھ آپ کچھ ایسی مثالیں آپ ہمیں دیں گے؟ Please, over to you.
Thank you. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to be invited to this great conference. It's honor.
سر اردو اور انگلش میں جس میں آپ کا دل چاہے بات کیجئے, میں آپ کا خادم ٹرانسلیٹر موجود ہوں.
Thank you. Thank you very much. فریدہ جے توں عقل لطیف, گرو گرنتھ صاحب کے انگ صفحہ 1273 پر براجمان یہ شعر جو ہے کہ فریدہ جے توں عقل لطیف کالے لیکھ نہ لیکھ, اپنے گریبان میں سر نیواں کر دیکھ. اس میں کوئی شک نہیں ہے کہ ہیومن سائیکالوجی از اے سچ دیٹ دے ٹینڈ ٹو ریممبر بیڈ تھنگ اینڈ فارگیٹ گڈ تھنگ کوئکلی, کہ ہم جلد بھول جاتے ہیں. اس معاشرے میں جہاں ہمارے پاس ہزاروں اچھی مثالیں بھی ہیں, ایک سب سے بڑی مثال میں خود ہوں جس نے لاہور کے سب سے بڑے ادارے میں تعلیم حاصل کی. اسی روپ میں رہا جب میری کمیونٹی مجھے کہتی تھی کہ آپ یونیورسٹی جا رہے ہیں, پنجاب یونیورسٹی جا رہے ہیں, وہاں پہ جماعت اسلامی ہوگی اور بہت سارے گروپس ہوں گے. اس وقت جب میں تعلیم حاصل کر رہا تھا تو بہت سارے گروپ جو تھے جہادی گروپ بھی تھے, لیکن یہ خدا کا خاص کرم تھا کہ مجھے پنجاب یونیورسٹی میں بھی اتنی عزت ملی, اتنا پیار ملا میرے اسی روپ کو. ایز اے سکھ بہت سارے لوگ یہ بات ہمارے معاشرے میں بھی کرتے ہیں, ہماری دوسری منورٹیز بھی کرتی ہیں کہ آپ کو شاید اسپیشل جو ہے ریاست اسپیشل ٹریٹ کرتی ہے. مجھ سے پہلے پروفیسر صاحب نے کہا ہے کہ بات بنیادی طور پر نچلے لیول کی ہے, نیچے سے بنیادی رویہ ٹھیک ہوگا معاشرے کا تو ہم لائٹ مائنڈڈ لوگ جو ہیں وہ کچھ بہتر طور پہ کر پائیں گے. لیکن بہت ساری ایسی مثالیں بھی ہیں نیچے سے اوپر تک کی بہت ساری اچھی مثالیں بھی ہیں. میں نے خود اپنے آپ کو کہا کہ میں بی اے سے لے کر پی ایچ ڈی تک مجھے پیار ہی پیار ملا ہے. جہاں پہ کچھ غلط ہوا تو میں نے اس کے بارے میں معاشرے کو بھی سمجھایا, بہت ساری اچھی باتیں بھی ہوئی. ہمارے ہاں ایک اب وہ بین ہو چکی ہے کہ کچھ جہادی تنظیموں نے بات کی کہ جو کشمیر ہے وہ ہندو کی مرمت سے آزاد ہوگا. میں ان کے پاس چلا گیا, ان کو کہا کہ سر یہ ہندو جو ہیں پاکستان میں بسنے والے تقریباً 6 ملین سے زیادہ ہندو ہیں, 4 ملین کے قریب کرسچنز ہیں, سکھوں کی تعداد ہزاروں میں ہے. تو میں نے کہا سر یہ 6 ملین جو ہندو ہیں جب آپ بات کرتے ہیں تو یہ چیز کیسے آپ پوری ہندو کمیونٹی کو, اور پوری دنیا میں ہندو رہتے ہیں. تو انہوں نے معافی مانگی اس بات پر اور کہا کہ آج کے بعد ہم بات انڈین کی کریں گے, بھارت کی کریں گے, ہم ہندو تمام مذہب کو یہ گالی نہیں دیں گے. انہوں نے معافی مانگی ہے. یہ چیزیں جو ہیں آپ آج بھی بہت سارے نصاب میں ہمارے بہت سارے ہندو لکھ دیتے ہیں لفظ. تو میں نے یہ سپریم کورٹ میں بھی کہا. اچھا, سپریم کورٹ نے بھی ڈیسیجن دے دیا ہے کہ یہ ہندو نہ لکھا جائے, اور ایک سپریم کورٹ نے ڈیسیجن دے دیا ہے آج تک جو لفظ عیسائی تھا وہ اس کو سپریم کورٹ نے کرسچن کر دیا ہے. تو کچھ لوگ آج بھی وہ عیسائی لفظ استعمال کرتے ہیں. سو پلیز یہ ہیٹ کا لفظ ہے, یہ لفظ استعمال نہ کریں. اور معاشرے میں جو ہے وہ ان الفاظ کو چنیں جنہیں بلے شاہ نے بھی اس چیز دا پرچار کیتا ہویا کہ مسجد ٹا دے مندر ٹا دے ٹالے جو کچھ ٹیندا ہی پر کسی دا دل نہ ٹاویں کیوں جے رب دلاں وچ رہندا ہی. سو یہ الفاظ اس طرح کے ہونے چاہیے کہ ہمارے معاشرے میں ہمارے ہندو بھائی ہوں, چاہے کرسچن ہوں, چاہے ہماری رہنے والی تمام منورٹی ہیں, وہ ایزی رہ سکے. اور ایسی بہت ساری مثالیں بھی ہیں کہ ہم صدا کے لیے یہ لفظ بھی استعمال نہ کریں کہ بس ہمارے مسائل ہی مسائل ہیں ہمارے معاشرے میں, یا پاکستان میں مسائل ہی مسائل ہیں. میں نے بہت ساری جگہوں پہ بہت سارے ملکوں میں پاکستان کے لیے گیا ہوں, تو کوئی بھی اگر آج پاکستان کے بارے میں بات کریں تو کم از کم سکھ برداشت نہیں کرتے. میں اکیلا سکھ نہیں ہوں, پاکستانی سکھ ہوں, چلے مجھے تو برداشت ہوتا ہی نہیں ہے. اب تو انڈیا میں بھی یہ سانگ آنے شروع ہو گئے ہیں کہ جو ہے برا پاکستان کے لیے نہ کہیں کیونکہ وہاں پہ ہمارا مکہ ہے, برا پاکستان کے لیے نہ کہیں, کوئی ایسا لفظ بھی نہ استعمال کریں. یہ سکھ قوم کی طرف سے آ رہا ہے کہ کوئی ایسا لفظ بھی استعمال نہ کریں جن سے ہمارے وہاں پہ رہنے والے جو ایک اقلیتیں ہیں وہ جو ہیں وہ مشکل میں پڑ جائیں. سو یہ چیزیں اب ہمیں بھی سیکھنی چاہیے کہ پاکستان میں جتنے بھی لائٹ مائنڈڈ لوگ بھی ہیں, لیفٹسٹ بھی ہیں, ہمیں بھی سیکھنی چاہیے کہ جو پاکستان میں سارا کچھ خراب نہیں ہو رہا, کچھ ٹھیک بھی تو ہو رہا ہے, اس کا پرچار کرنا سیکھیں.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dr. Kalyan Singh. Much appreciate your enlightened discussion. And like you talked about, you quoted Bulleh Shah, the Sufi saint, who said that, oh man, you may destroy mosques, temples, church, or whatever places of worship, but do not destroy, do not hurt anybody's heart, because God lives in that. So how much are we caring about the hearts? How much are we going to do that? The question again is کہ ہماری پاکستان کی آبادی میں سب انکلوسیو اپروچ کی تعداد زیادہ ہے, ایکسکلوسیو اپروچ والی مائنورٹی ہے, بٹ دا ایشو از دیٹ ہیٹ منگرنگ minority dominates. Why it's dominating? Because the majority of inclusive approach don't dare to stop them. This is what is. And now I move to a brother who came all the way from Kailash, a minority believer of a different faith based in North Pakistan in GB province. And now my question to you is that he is, by the way, chairman of the Kailash Development Authority. So that comes under the civil administration. So آپ سے میں کوئی مشکل سوال نہیں کروں گا. I will not pose you a difficult question, لیکن پھر بھی کروں گا ضرور. اچھا, وہ کیا ہوگا کیلاش کے حوالے سے ہم دو چیزیں دیکھتے ہیں. دا لوکیشن آف کیلاش از ویری اسٹریٹجک. ہاؤ اٹس اسٹریٹجک؟ آن دا ون سائڈ دس ایریا از ود ان دا کے پی while it borders Nuristan province of Afghanistan. That has remained hotbed harboring terrorists for almost 40 years. And in the past few years, we have noticed that the resurgence of Taliban overflowed into Pakistani area of Nuristan, and they threatened Kailashi people in that area, where with the help of Pakistan armed forces, the indigenous Kailashi people over there, they thwarted the attacks and aggression. The problem is, this is one prong. The other side of the problem Kailashis are facing is the hardline Salafi intolerant school of thought, Deobandis or whatever we call them, the Talibanized mindset people. They are also threatening and trying to making attempts of conversion. So what is the reality and what is not the reality? جناب احمد علی کلاشی صاحب, آپ ایڈوکیٹ بھی ہیں, لیگل چیزیں بھی آپ جانتے ہیں, تو اپنے ہمیں انلائٹن کیجئے کہ آپ کے لیول پہ کیا مسائل درپیش ہیں اور آپ کے ذہن میں کیا سوال اٹھ رہے ہیں. تھینک یو. اوور ٹو یو.
ڈاکٹر صاحب آپ کا بہت شکریہ, اور یہ بہتر ہوتا میں نے آپ سے کہا مجھ سے آسان سوال کریں, لیکن اگر میں کچھ نہ کہا ہوتا آپ سے مجھ سے آسان سوال کر لیتے.
میں نے کہا مشکل سوال نہیں کروں گا, لیکن پھر بھی کروں گا.
اوکے, میں سب سے پہلے یہ جو یونیورسٹی ہے منہاج یونیورسٹی, جس کا میں شکریہ ادا کروں گا, کیونکہ اٹ از فار دا فرسٹ ٹائم دے ہیو انوائٹڈ سم ون فرام کیلاش کمیونٹی. اف آئی ایم ناٹ رانگ, میرا خیال میں مجھ سے پہلے کسی کو انوائٹ کیا ہوگا, لیکن میں جہاں تک میرا مجھے فار دا فرسٹ ٹائم انوائٹ کیا گیا. اور جو اس کا ٹاپک ہے بلڈنگ ریزیلینٹ سوسائٹی, سو یہ جو کانفرنس ہے اور اس پہ بلانا سارے مذاہب کے لوگوں کو ایک چھت کے نیچے بٹھا کے بات کروانا, دس از دا فرسٹ اسٹیپ ٹورڈز بلڈنگ ریزیلینٹ سوسائٹی. سو اس کے علاوہ بھی دو چار اور بھی چیزیں ہیں جو کہ ڈسکس کریں گے. جہاں تک میں آپ کے سوال کا ظاہری بات ہے میں نے جواب دے کے آپ کو, کیونکہ اسکپ کر کے میں آگے نہیں جا سکتا. جو سوال آپ کا تھا اس میں یہ تھا کہ میرا جو وادی کیلاش کی جو پوری ایک انٹرو اس میں شامل ہے, اور اس کے بعد جو دوسرا اس کا پورشن ہے وہ تھوڑا سا کمپلیکیٹڈ ہے, اس کا جواب بھی میں دینے کی کوشش کروں گا. وادی کیلاش جو ہے پاکستان کے نارتھ ویسٹ میں ڈسٹرکٹ چترال ہے, جو پاکستان کا آخری ایک ضلع ہے جس میں وادی کیلاش تقریباً 4000-5000 پاپولیشن ہے وادی کیلاش کی, اور 3 وادیاں ہیں, رمبور, بمبرید, بریر. 3 وادیوں میں کیلاش کی پاپولیشن 40% ہے اور مسلم کمیونٹی کی پاپولیشن 60% ہے. ہم اس ایریا میں رہتے ہیں, تو اب اسی سوال جو, کیونکہ ہمارے جو ایکسٹریم ویسٹ میں افغانستان ہے اور ہمارے نارتھ ویسٹ میں گلگت بلتستان, اور پھر جو ہے نا ہمارے ایسٹ میں یہ باقی جو ہے نا پہاڑی سلسلہ اور آگے ہو کے جو سوات وغیرہ چیزیں. ہم یہاں پہ رہتے ہیں تقریباً کوئی 1200-1300 سالوں سے وادی کیلاش کی ہسٹری ہے. تو اس ایریا میں رہتے ہوئے تقریباً وادی کیلاش کی کوئی 700-800 سال وادی کیلاش نے ان ایریاز میں پورے ڈسٹرکٹ چترال میں گورنمنٹ کی ہے، جو کہ پورے ہسٹری جو ہم پڑھتے ہیں اس میں. اس کے علاوہ جو مسلم کمیونٹی کی پھر آگے سارے جو ہے نا، ہم پھر 3 وادیوں میں ہم رہنے لگے، ان 3 وادیوں میں. تو میں جناب بشپ صاحب نے جو بات کی، اس بات کو بھی کیونکہ میں پھر بعد میں بھول جاؤں گا کہ ہمارے ریزیلینٹ سوسائٹی کو بلڈ کرنے کے لیے کہ ہمیں ضروری ہے کہ ہم جتنے بھی مذاہب کے لوگ ہیں، ہم چترال میں تو 2 ہی مذہب کے لوگ ہیں، کیلاش کمیونٹی اور مسلم کمیونٹی. مسلم کمیونٹی میں فردر 2 سیکٹ ہیں، اسماعیلی اور سنی یہ دونوں جو ہے نا وہاں پہ ہے، لیکن مینلی جو ریلیجن ہے وہ 2 بھی ہیں. ہم پچھلے جتنے سالوں سے یہاں پہ رہتے ہیں، بہت پرانی جس طرح سے میں نے بات کی، تو ہمیں ڈسٹرکٹ چترال کے اندر بہت اچھا ایک ہمارا مسلم کمیونٹی کے ساتھ جو ہم رہتے ہیں، بہت ہی انتہائی اچھا ایک ایکسپیرینس ہے. کبھی کسی قسم کی کوئی ایکسٹریمزم یہاں پہ، اصل میں تو ایکسٹریمزم کو دیکھا جائے تو ایکسٹریمزم کا اس سے کوئی تعلق ہے ہی نہیں. ایکسٹریمزم بیسیکلی پولیٹیکل اور ریلیجیس ضرور ہے، 2 اس کے شاخ ہیں. لیکن اگر ہم ریلیجیس بھی ایکسٹریمزم کی بات کریں تو جس طرح سے آپ نے بات کی، ہمارے افغانستان سے جو طالبان وہاں پہ ہیں، نورستان جو کہ بالکل وادی کیلاش کا جو بارڈر ہے، بارڈر کو ٹچ کرتا ہے، اور ہمارے گاؤں سے نورستان کو کوئی 7-8 گھنٹے پیدل جو ہے نا ٹریک کر کے جا سکتا ہے بندہ. تو وہاں سے بھی لوگ چترال میں آتے ہیں. تو نورستانیوں کے بھی کچھ رشتہ دار ہمارے جو ہے نا گاؤں کے آخر میں رہتے ہیں، اور ہمارے یہاں پہ بھی ہمارے گاؤں کے جو لوگ ہیں کچھ نورستان میں رہتے ہیں. تو ابھی تک اس طرح کی کوئی ایکسٹریمزم یا پھر ٹیررزم کی، جس ٹیررزم کا اس کا کوئی تعلق ہی نہیں. ریلیجیس ایکسٹریمزم، ٹیررزم ایک اس کے ملٹیپل بہت سارے جو ہے نا ریزنز ہے. ون آف دی ریزن شوڈ بی اس کے ریلیجن کے ساتھ بھی تعلق ضرور ہو سکتا ہے. لیکن جو ایک ٹیررزم پورے پاکستان میں، جس طرح سے آپ نے اسٹارٹنگ میں جو ایک پکچر جو ہم بنا لیتے ہیں کہ پاکستان میں، یہ تو پورے دنیا کا ایک مسئلہ ہے، بلکہ اگر ہم لمیٹڈ ہو کے پاکستان کی بات کریں، پاکستان میں جو ٹیررزم کی بات جو ہم نے کی، جس طرح سے کلیان صاحب نے ایک بڑی اچھی بات کی کہ ہم نے ان باتوں کو زیادہ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے جو کہ پازیٹیو باتیں ہیں، کیونکہ انسان کا ایک نیچر ہے، پازیٹیو بات کرنے سے انسان کا ایک جو ہے نا ایک دوسرے کے قریب آنے میں، یہ ایک بلڈنگ ریزیلینٹ سوسائٹی کو بنانے کے لیے پازیٹیو چیزوں کو ڈسکس کرنا ضروری ہے. تو میں زیادہ کوئی ہمارے جو یہاں پہ انفارچونیٹلی جو انسیڈنٹ ہو گئے ان کے اوپر میں زیادہ کوئی بات نہیں کروں گا. اگر کوئی بدقسمتی سے بہت ساری چیزیں ہوئے بھی ہیں تو ان کو پریونٹ ایکسٹریمزم میرے خیال میں ہے، پریونٹنگ ایکسٹریمزم کا ہے. تو ہم پہلے پورشن کی طرف اگر ہم آ جائیں، بلڈنگ ریزیلینٹ سوسائٹی یہ کیسے بنے گی، تو اس میں سب سے پہلے شروع میں آئیں کچھ، اس میں 2 قسم کے ہیں. ایک جو ہے نا سول سوسائٹی کی جو ذمہ داری ہے کہ کس طرح اس میں رول پلے کریں، اس کے پھر 3-4 پوائنٹس ہوں گے. اور ایک جو ہے نا گورنمنٹ لیول پہ. اچھا، گورنمنٹ لیول پہ اگر ہم بات کریں تو انسٹیٹیوشنل ریفارمز اور جو ہمارے جوڈیشیری کا جو سسٹم ہے، جو خاص کر کرمنل سائٹ میں جس طرح سے کیسز بنتے ہیں، تو پروسیکیوشن کی فیلئر کی وجہ سے، اب پروسیکیوشن کی فیلئر کے بھی بہت سارے ریزنز ہیں، ان کو پراپر سیکیور اور پروٹیکشن چیزوں کی عدالتوں کا بھی اور پروسیکیوشن ڈپارٹمنٹ کا بھی اس طرح سے نہیں ہے. تو اس طرح کی جب کوئی ایکسٹریمزم یا کوئی ٹیررزم اس طرح سے کوئی ہوتی ہے پاکستان کے اندر، تو اس کو اس طرح سے جو ہے نا جس کا قانونی سزا دے کے ایک چیز کو، بہرحال وہ بھی ایک چیز ہے، اس کے اوپر انسٹیٹیوشن ریفارمز کی ضرورت ہے. اس کے علاوہ جو مین چیز میں سمجھتا ہوں وہ یہ ہے کہ جو سوشل سیکٹر پہ، جس طرح سے آج یہاں پہ ہم بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں، اسی طرح سے پورے پاکستان میں جہاں پہ بھی ہمارے ریلیجیس اسکالرز ہیں، ان کو بھی اپنا رول ادا کرنا چاہیے کہ جی کس طرح سے ٹولرنس اور جو ایک دوسرے کے لیے برداشت کرنا، ایک دوسرے کی پازیٹیو چیزوں کو لے کے ایک جگہ میں جمع ہونا، ایک جگہ میں اس طرح سے باتیں کرنا، آپس میں سارے مذاہب کے لوگ ایک دوسرے کے قریب آنا. جس طرح سے بشپ صاحب نے ایک بات کی جو پشاور میں
last minute, you may take 1 minute. Please continue, you may take 1 minute.
اچھا، اس میں پھر ہمیں یہ کرنا پڑے گا کہ سارے لوگوں کو ایک مل بیٹھ کے جو پازیٹیو چیزوں کو لے کے آگے بڑھنے کی ضرورت ہے، اور مسلمانوں کو باقی جو ہے نا جتنے بھی مذاہب کے لوگ ہیں ایک دوسرے کے مذہبی جگہوں پہ بھی جانا آنا جانا، اور یہ ساری چیزیں جو ہے نا ایک دوسرے کو جتنا قریب لے کے آئیں، اسی طرح بلڈنگ ریزیلنگ سوسائٹی ہوگی، اور یہ رزلٹ کرے گا جو ہے نا ایک پریونٹنگ ایکسٹریمزم کو پریونٹ کی جا سکتی ہے اس طرح کی چیزوں کی. تو یہ سوشل میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ زیادہ سوشل سیکٹر میں اس کی ہے.
Thank you very much, Advocate Ahmad Ali Kalashi Sahib. Much appreciate that. So you gave us another positive scenario after Kalyan Singh Sahab. So this is a second positive scenario that, okay, everything, all is good, nothing is too bad over there. Good to hear that. Although I did not get a response on what I was trying to explore with my own personal observation and that of some international organizations. So good that you are enjoying the good thing you are with the civil authority, so I can understand that. तो अब ज़रा हम चलते हैं जी अपने हिंदू कम्युनिटी की तरफ और वहाँ पे क्या सूरत हाल है. इफ़ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, पाकिस्तान की आबादी जिस तेज़ी के साथ बढ़ी है लेकिन हिंदुओं की आबादी उस तेज़ी से नहीं बढ़ सकी है. तो वी हैव डॉक्टर साबिर नाज सर्वभूमा विद अस and he is a provincial civil servant as well as he is an adjunct faculty with Minhaj University, and at the host of the department of this conference, Department for Religion and Philosophy, he teach Sanatan Dharm subject पढ़ाते हैं यहाँ पर. और इसके अलावा इनके रिसर्च एरियाज़ जो हैं सोशियो पॉलिटिकल आस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ हिंदूज़ इन द पाकिस्तानी पंजाब, द वेस्ट पंजाब में क्या सूरत हाल है. तो मैं आपसे बिल्कुल एक फोकस क्वेश्चन करता हूँ. आई एम फ्रॉम अपर सिंध. सिंध हैज़ द लार्जेस्ट हिंदू माइनॉरिटी इन पाकिस्तान, अ ग्रेट कंसंट्रेशन. दो चीज़ें हैं हिंदू कम्युनिटी के साथ हमने सिंध के हवाले से नोट की हैं. पंजाब के बारे में डॉक्टर सर्वभूमि साहब बताएंगे. पहली बात तो ये है कि एजुकेशन का ना होना, लैक ऑफ लिटरेसी, लैक ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. Some Hindus are really prosperous, they compete in politics, they are respected. Christian community के हवाले से भी ये है कि where you are illiterate, where you are not prosperous, you are out of the mainstream and your self-esteem definitely hurts. That happens with majority Muslim people as well in that marginalized class. So conversion is an issue, has been raised, that Hindus are converted or Christians are converted. सिंध के हवाले से conversion के बारे में बहुत कुछ है. I just limit myself, I don't want to observe because I speak candidly. So सर्वभूमि साहब इसके हवाले से, conversion के हवाले से, हिंदू माइनॉरिटी के हवाले से, इनके सोशल जो कंडीशन है, सोशियो पोलिटिकल कंडीशन है पंजाब में, आपकी क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन है? कैन यू प्लीज़ एनलाइटन अस?
Thank you very much, Dr. Hashmi. And I am very much pleased, thankful of this university who gave me chance here to teach and teach the Sanatan Dharm in Religion and Philosophy department. And I am very much glad that this university gave me opportunity to express my views here. And these views are not of Dr. Sabir Naz. These will be our researcher. तो जब मैंने अपनी यहाँ पर मैंने एमफिल भी मिनहाज यूनिवर्सिटी से किया और पीएचडी भी मिनहाज यूनिवर्सिटी से किया, तो इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज़ दैट कि यहाँ पर आने से पहले मैं हिंदू था और जब मैंने यहाँ पर एमफिल स्टार्ट किया, एमफिल की जो मेरी रिसर्च वर्क है वो मैंने प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर नादिर बख्श साहब की सुपरविजन में किया और पीएचडी डॉक्टर बशीर अहमद साहब की सुपरविजन में. तो वो दोनों मुझे असातिज़ा ऐसे मिले जिन्होंने मुझे हिंदू से रिसर्चर बनाया और एज अ रिसर्चर मैंने जो कुछ मेरी फाइंडिंग्स हैं वो मैं आपसे शेयर करूंगा यहाँ पर. तो सर, जिस तरह से अभी आपने बात की लिटरेसी और पॉलिटिक्स की और कन्वर्जन की, तो यहाँ पर पंजाब के एरिया में सूरत हाल ओवरऑल बहुत पीसफुल है एंड द हिंदूज आर लिविंग देयर वेरी पीसफुली, कंफर्टेबली, और डेवलपमेंट भी उनकी हो रही है और दे आर आल्सो लैंडिंग देयर हैंड्स इन द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द स्टेट एज वेल. और उसकी एग्जांपल्स ये ले लें कि आप यहाँ पर इस वक्त की पोस्ट के ऊपर भी लोग काम कर रहे हैं. गो के 5% माइनॉरिटी कोटा है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, लेकिन ये लोग ना सिर्फ 5% माइनॉरिटी कोटा अवेल कर रहे हैं बल्कि ओपन मेरिट पर भी आ रहे हैं और उन की पोस्ट के ऊपर डिपार्टमेंट्स को हेड भी कर रहे हैं. تو یہ ایک ایگزامپل ہے کہ یہاں پر اسٹیٹ کی طرف سے انہیں تعلیم حاصل کرنے میں یا جابز کرنے میں ایون بزنس کرنے میں کوئی ہرڈلز نہیں ہیں. ریلیجن کے حوالے سے پوری آزادی ہے. اس کی آپ ایگزامپل اس طرح سے بھی دیکھ سکتے ہیں کہ جب ان کے کوئی ایونٹس ہوتے ہیں, ان کے فیسٹیولز ہوتے ہیں, تو یہ اوپنلی روڈز کے اوپر آ کر اپنے فیسٹیولز بھی کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. بعض ان کے تہوار اس طرح سے بھی ہوتے ہیں کہ جو جلوس کی شکل میں یہ جاتے ہیں, تو وہ جلوس کی شکل میں یہ جب باہر نکلتے ہیں تو گورنمنٹ انہیں فول پروف سیکیورٹی پرووائڈ کرتی ہے, اور ایک سائڈ سے ان کے پروسیشنز گزرتے ہیں, دوسری طرف سے روڈ ٹریفک کے لیے ہوتا ہے, یعنی ایک طرف سے بند ہوتا ہے. فائر بریگیڈ, ایمبولینس, سیکیورٹی, اس طرح کی تمام سہولیات ان کے لیے, ان کی سیفٹی کے لیے ہوتی ہیں. لیکن بعض اوقات جب مذہب کا کہیں پر کوئی اس طرح شرپسند عناصر کوئی اس طرح کے ایشوز کریٹ کرتے ہیں تو وہاں پر پرابلمز آتے ہیں, جسے ہماری جو ایجنسیز ہیں اور سیکورٹیز ہیں اسے اوور کم کرنے کی پوری کوشش کرتے ہیں. اور لٹریسی کے حوالے سے یہ کہ سر ان پہ اسٹیٹ کی طرف سے کوئی پابندی نہیں ہے. یہ لوگ کسی بھی پرائیویٹ اداروں میں, سرکاری اداروں میں تعلیم حاصل کرتے ہیں, لیکن کچھ جگہوں پر اس طرح کے خاص طور پر رورل ایریاز میں ایسا دیکھا گیا ہے بہت کم, لیکن وہاں پر ان کے ساتھ تعصب کیا جاتا ہے. تو اسے بھی جو ہے وہ انتظامیہ کو اگر وہ کمپلینٹس جاتی ہیں, جو میری ریسرچ میں چیزیں آئی ہیں وہ میں آپ سے ڈسکس کر رہا ہوں, کہ جب انتظامیہ تک یہ چیزیں پہنچتی ہیں تو انتظامیہ ان چیزوں کا سدباب کرتی ہے. اور لیکن اس کا رزلٹ یہ ہوتا ہے کہ کہیں پر بہت کم اس طرح کے جہاں پہ واقعات ہوتے بھی ہیں تو وہ بچے یا ان کے پیرنٹس اس طرح سے خوف زدہ ہو جاتے ہیں کہ بعض جگہوں سے وہ اپنے بچوں کو تعلیم سے ہٹا بھی لیتے ہیں, تو جس سے ان کا وہ مستقبل خراب ہوتا ہے. تو ابھی ڈاکٹر غنی صاحب نے جس طرح سے بات کی کہ روٹ لیول پر کام ہونے والا ہے, تو ایشوز جہاں پر ہیں وہاں پر ان کا سلوشن بھی ہونا چاہیے. تو میں سلوشنز کی طرف ایک بات کروں گا کہ روٹ لیول پر اس طرح کا سلیبس ڈیزائن ہونا چاہیے کہ اس میں نہ صرف اسلام پڑھایا جائے, بچوں کو اسلامیات پڑھائی جائے, یا دوسرے مذاہب کے لوگوں کو اخلاقیات, ایتھکس پڑھائی جائے, بلکہ تمام مذاہب, تمام لوگوں کو, تمام اسٹوڈنٹس کے لیے ہونا چاہیے کہ وہ ہر ریلیجن کے لوگوں کو دوسرے مذاہب, سبھی مذاہب پڑھائے جائیں جو ہمارے پاکستان میں میجر ریلیجنز ہیں. تو اس سے ایک ہارمنی اور ایکسیپٹنس کریٹ ہوگی. دوسرا یہ ایک لفظ ہم جس طرح سے ریلیجس ٹالرنس کا استعمال کرتے ہیں, ٹالرنس جہاں تک میری انڈرسٹینڈنگ ہے کہ ٹالرنس لفظ جو ہے وہ ایک ان ولنگنس اس میں آتی ہے, انہیپیلی اس کو ایکسیپٹ کیا جاتا ہے, ٹالریٹ کرنا. اور اس کی بجائے اگر ہم ریلیجس ایکسیپٹنس کو لے کر آئیں تو وہ ایک خوشی سے ہوتی ہے. تو ہمیں دوسرے مذاہب کے لیے ٹالرنس کے بجائے ایکسیپٹنس ہونی چاہیے. ہم ان کے وجود کو, ان کے ریلیجنس کو, جس کے وہ پریکٹیشنرز ہیں, ہم ان کو اسی میں رہتے ہوئے اس کو ایکسیپٹ کریں. تو جب اس طرح کا ہم انوائرمنٹ ایک کریٹ کریں گے, ان چیزوں کی بنیاد ہمارے روٹ لیول پر پڑے گی, تو ہمارے سوسائٹی میں پیس بلڈنگ بھی ہوگی اور ہارمنی بھی ہوگی, ایکسیپٹنس بھی ہوگی. سیکنڈلی یہ کہ ہم
ڈاکٹر سرور بھومی, یور لاسٹ منٹ پلیز.
اوکے سر. پولیٹکس کے حوالے سے بات کرتے ہیں تو پولیٹکس میں پنجاب میں آج تک کوئی ہندو کمیونٹی سے کبھی کوئی منسٹر نہیں بنا اور کوئی MNA نہیں بنا. اب تک جو ہے وہ 7-8 MPAs آئے ہیں. اس میں گورنمنٹ کی طرف سے, اسٹیٹ کی طرف سے کوئی پابندی نہیں ہے, لیکن چونکہ ایک پاپولیشن پنجاب میں کم ہے, لیکن اوورآل پاکستان میں یہ بڑی مینارٹی ہے. اور اب تک سر جتنے بھی سینسز ہوئے, جس طرح سے آپ کہہ رہے تھے کہ ان کی آبادی بڑھی نہیں, لیکن جب سے پاکستان بنا ہے, تمام سینسز رپورٹس کو ہم دیکھیں تو سرکاری ڈاٹے کے مطابق ہندوز کی آبادی پاکستان میں جب سیٹلمنٹ ہو گئی تھی اس کے بعد سے انکریز ہوئی ہے. دوسری کمیونٹیز کی کم ہوئی ہے, لیکن اور پاکستان کی یہ بڑی ریلیجس منارٹی ہے آفٹر دا مسلمس.
Thank you, Dr. Sarva Bhumi. I much appreciate your enlightening view. And also, the third good scenario we heard from our panelists, particularly regarding the Hindu community. Very happy to hear that things are better for Hindus, or maybe the negative piece still prevails. And luckily, you have not been target to hate mongers so far. اور اللہ کرے کہ ٹارگیٹ نہیں بنے آپ. تو now the last panelist with us is Ayaz Mahmood Lashari Saab. Lashari Saab is a Punjab government civil servant associated with religious affairs and Awqaf department. So Lashari Saab, I'll go straight to you. You talked about peace building and interfaith dialogues, and particularly in your 17 years experience, professional experience, you talked about inter-religion and intra-religion. So when we are talking about inter-religion, that understanding, intra-religion is that within what is happening. One of your assignments in the Punjab services, that you were deputy director of Badshahi Mosque, you know, the main seat, and the Imam of Khatib of Badshahi Mosque, Dr. Murtaza Malik, he was assassinated by hate mongers. So please tell us your experience, be brief about it, and stay focused. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dr. Saab. سب سے پہلے تو میں منہاج یونیورسٹی کی انتظامیہ کو، چیئرمین صاحب کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں اتنی شاندار اور خوبصورت کانفرنس کے انعقاد پر، اور ساتھ ہی جو سیشن ہے یہ بڑا تعمیری سیشن ہے. سوشل ریزیلینس اور جو پیس بلڈنگ ہے، جو آج کا دور ہے، اس میں یہ جو ٹاپک ہے اس کی بہت زیادہ ضرورت تھی. اور ہمارا جو ایکسپیرینس ہے، جو ہم نے پاسٹ ایکسپیرینس دیکھا، اس کو یہاں پہ شیئر کرنا ہے ہم دوستوں نے، سب پینلسٹ نے. تو جو پیس ہے، پیس کی اگر نیرو ڈیفینیشن دیکھا جائے تو یہ ایبسنس آف کانفلکٹ از کالڈ پیس. اس کی نیرو ڈیفینیشن ہے. براڈر لیول پہ دیکھا جائے تو اس کو بہت سارے انڈیکیٹرز ہیں جو پیس کو شو کرتے ہیں، جو پیس کے بارے میں بتاتے ہیں. تو کانفلکٹ جو ہے اس کو کاؤنٹر کرنا یہ بہت زیادہ بیسیکلی ہے. میں اس میں پبلک سیکٹر انسٹیٹیوشنز، سوشل ہماری انسٹیٹیوشنز، کمیونٹی بیسڈ ہم بہت سارے کام کر رہے ہیں. تو ایز یو نو دیٹ یو آر دا پروفیسر آف پیس اینڈ کنفلکٹ اسٹڈیز اینڈ دیر آر مینی ٹرمینالوجیز لائک پریونشن آف کنفلکٹ، کنفلکٹ مینجمنٹ، کنفلکٹ ریزولوشن، ایون کنفلکٹ ٹرانسفارمیشن. یہ بہت ساری ٹرمینالوجیز ہیں جو کہ پوری دنیا میں پیس اینڈ کنفلکٹ اسٹڈیز کے جو ڈومین ہے اس میں اس کو اختیار کیا جاتا ہے، اس پہ کام کیا جاتا ہے، اور پریکٹیکلی اس کو امپلائی بھی کیا جاتا ہے.
سر اسٹے فوکس آن پنجاب پلیز ود یور ایکسپیرینس.
جی اچھا، اس میں کیونکہ پنجاب گورنمنٹ تو میں یہاں پہ ریپرزینٹ پنجاب گورنمنٹ تو نہیں کر رہا ہے، انڈیویجول میں آیا ہوں، لیکن ہم نے بہت سارے کام کیے. جیسے انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ جو ہے وہ ود ان ریلیجن، مسلمانوں کے درمیان جو ڈفرینٹ سیکٹس ہیں اس کے حوالے سے اتحاد بین المسلمین، پیس بلڈنگ کے حوالے سے ہم جو کام کر رہے ہیں، اتحاد بین المسلمین کمیٹیز ہیں ہماری، جو ہماری محرم، ربیع الاول اور ڈفرینٹ ایونٹس پہ ہم فوکسڈ ہو کے کام کرتے ہیں. ڈفرینٹ جو ہمارے سفیران کاروان، بہت سارے کاروان. انڈیویژلی میں کائسیڈ کنگ عبداللہ بن عبدالعزیز انٹرنیشنل ڈائلاگ سینٹر لسبن سے وابستہ ہوں، فیلو ہوں. تو اس حوالے سے بہت سارے پروجیکٹس کیے میں نے. انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ کی پروموشن کے حوالے سے بہت سارے ٹریننگ سیشنز کو میں نے کنڈکٹ کیا ڈفرینٹ ریلیجیس انسٹیٹیوشنز میں. تو اس حوالے سے میں اپنے ایکسپیرینس شیئر کروں گا. جب ہم ریلیجیس انسٹیٹیوشنز میں جا کے انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ پہ یا انٹر ریلیجیس ڈائلاگ کے بارے میں بات کرتے ہیں تو سب سے پہلے تو ہمیں بہت مایوسی ہوتی ہے کہ ہمارے یہاں جو مین کانسیپٹ ہے، مین تھیم ہے جو انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ کے حوالے سے، اس بارے میں بہت ساری مس انڈرسٹینڈنگ ہے. یعنی کہ ہمیں جب ہم انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ پہ بات کرتے ہیں تو ہم سے سب سے پہلے تو یہ پوچھا جاتا ہے کہ کیا یہ ڈائلاگ اس طرح کا جائز بھی ہے اسلام میں یا نہیں. بہت سارے مدارس میں، بہت سارے ریلیجیس انسٹیٹیوشنز میں، ایون کہ بہت سارے جو ریلیجیس لیڈرز ہیں ان سے جب بات ہوتی ہے تو یہاں پہ ہمیں ضرورت ہے کہ ہم انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ کو کم از کم سب سے پہلے تو اس کو کلیئر کریں کہ انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ ہوتا کیا ہے. ہمارے ہاں تھیولوجیکل ڈائلاگ، جو کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب فرما رہے تھے، ڈائلاگ فار ایکشن کی بات کر رہے تھے، تو بہت سارے ڈائلاگس کی جو قسمیں ہیں، تھیولوجیکل ڈائلاگ کو انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ سمجھا جاتا ہے ہمارے یہاں. تو اس طرح نہیں ہے، یہ نہیں ہے کہ ریلیجیس جو لیڈرز ہیں وہ کھڑے ہوں اور کنورٹ کریں یا لوگوں کو کنونس کریں، اور ایک اس طرح کا کوئی سلسلہ نہیں ہے. انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ جو بیسکلی
سر یور لاسٹ منٹ پلیز.
انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ بیسکلی یہ ہے کہ آپ ایک سوسائٹی میں رہتے ہیں، آپ आपको डिफरेंट सोशल चैलेंजेस का सामना है, आप डिफरेंट रिलीजन, डिफरेंट एथनिक ग्रुप से आपका ताल्लुक़ है, आपने उस जो सोशल जो सेटिंग है उसमें उस इशू को टैकल करना है विद रिस्पेक्ट, विद अंडरस्टैंडिंग। उसमें थियोलॉजिकली भी आप, स्पिरिचुअली भी आप इन्वॉल्व हो सकते हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ें इसको प्रमोट करना निहायत ज़रूरी है।
Thank you very much, Lashari Saab. Although you escaped the question I posed to you smartly or whichever was the reason, I wanted to hear your own experience in the Punjab with intra-faith particularly, and that's where the root of the problem lies. And like Bishop already mentioned, and we all have a long wish list, the problem is that the inclusivity and everybody working together. This is what Bishop has pointed out. Just to conclude this discussion, I would say I request Bishop to just in 1 or 2 lines, if he can give us his concluding remarks, and his eminent presence is honor for us.
Thank you, Hashmi साहब। कहने की बात यह है कि जब तक जो चीज़ें डिसाइड होती हैं अपर लेवल पे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में और हमारे अवानों में, जब तक उनकी प्रॉपर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं होगी तब तक बात बिगड़ी रहेगी। इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ ग्रास रूट पे इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम है टॉप डाउन अप्रोच पे। तो जो बातें ऊपर से बिगड़ी हुई हैं उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बड़ी ज़रूरत है, चीज़ें सुधर जाएंगी।
Respectable Bishop, thank you very much for summing up things. So I would say that actually it's the structural violence, the presence of structural violence. What is structural violence is that prejudiced policies against minorities, against individual groups. Its presence brings the negative peace. That's the problem. You might not be having a problem, or Hindus might not be having a problem. But you know, every ingredient is present in the society, and that comes to the government political process and processes to take care of this thing. That's where we take care of the grassroots problem and the kind of a narrative as a policy, advocacy policy you develop. I wish and conclude with the prayer that may Almighty God, whichever God we believe in is the God, so bring us the courage, resilience to live together as Pakistanis, as a stronger Pakistanis. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
A huge round of applause. Thank you to our moderator for ensuring such a dynamic and enriching experience amongst our distinguished speakers. It is now time to recognize and honor the invaluable contributions of our honorable panelists. May I graciously invite the honorable members of our academic leadership to step in front of the stage for the presentation of souvenirs as a token of appreciation. I request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. We need claps. I think Lahore is sleeping. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, Registrar and Conference Convener. I now have the honor of announcing the name of our learned panelist. May I request each one of you to join us in front of the stage as your name is being announced. Bishop Humphrey Sarfraz Peters, Bishop of Peshawar. Dr. Hafiz Abdul Ghani, Associate Professor, Department of Religious Studies, Foreman Christian College, University, Lahore. Lahore, we need more claps. Dr. Kalyan Singh Kalyal, Assistant Professor, Department of Punjabi, Government College, University, Lahore. Advocate Ahmed Ali Kailashi, Chairman Kailash Valleys Development Authority. Dr. Sabir Naz Soabama, Adjunct Faculty Member, School of Religion and Philosophy, Minhaj University, Lahore. Ayaz Mahmood Lashari, Zonal Administrator, Okaf and Religious Afa.
अभी आपने स्टेज सेट करवाना होगा, ठीक है?
Thank you everyone. To set the stage for our closing session, it is an honor to invite our keynote speakers so that they may be seated. Dr. Kaisar Rafiq, CEO, Discover Pakistan TV channel. Sir, please come on the stage. Dr. Ahmed Shahzad, Deputy Coordinator Officer, Punjab Center of Excellence on Countering Violent Extremism, Home Department, Government of Punjab. Dr. Ahmed Shahzad. Allama Hafiz Tahir Mahmood Ashrafi, Chairman, Pakistan Ulama Council. Bishop Azad Marshall, Moderator, Church of Pakistan. Bishop Azad Marshall. Dr. David Edrison, Founder and President of Bridge Leader Network USA. Dr. David Edrison.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request President Bishop Azad Marshall Sahab to please come to the podium to introduce our guest, who is Dr. David Anderson. So he'll first introduce and then he'll come for the keynote speech.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be with all of you. It's my first time at this conference, which has been going on for a few years. And the Minhaj University has a very special place among the intellectuals and academics, and especially in Lahore. We are very proud of that, because you put the finger on the issues which are needed to be discussed. And I congratulate the head of the university and pray that you continue in the same way that you have started. Today, I have a very special speaker with me. और उनका नाम है डॉक्टर डेविड एंडरसन. वो फाउंडर हैं और प्रेसिडेंट हैं ग्रेसिज्म ग्लोबल के. उनका ताल्लुक यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका से है और ही इज़ वन ऑफ द लीडिंग authorities on bridging the deep divides of race, faith, culture, and wealth. Known as a bridge building voices in the national capital, that is Washington, D.C. Dr. Anderson, he hosts daily a radio talk show, Real Talk with Dr. David Anderson. And on WAVA 105.1 FM, that is in Washington, D.C. area. And he is very popular. And I just can't tell you how pleased I am that he is with us in Pakistan with the student community. And I greatly recommend him for future conferences also. But today, we are very fortunate to have him. So I will hand over the stage to him and ask him to please come and speak to us and give him a big hand.
Salam. My name is Dr. David Anderson. I am a pastor. I am a leader with regard to building bridges across deep divides throughout the world. There's an African proverb that says this: from afar, I thought he was a monster. But when he got closer, I thought he was an animal. But when he got closer, I realized he was a human being. But when we were face to face, I realized he was my brother. You see, distance demonizes those people. They're monsters or animals, or maybe they're humans. But when we were face to face, I realized he was my brother or my sister. Distance demonizes, but we believe that comprehension begins with conversation. And that's what I've committed my life to doing. Wherever there is a divide, we place a table right there and host a conversation, because we believe that comprehension begins with conversation. And while we may not agree on all things, we know that there are some principles that if they are implemented, they can help build bridges of peace. I call these principles gracism. It's extending grace regardless of, maybe sometimes even because of, color, class, or culture. Racism is really, really bad. That's a negative word. Grace is really, really good. That's a positive word. And when you put those two together, you get a new concept that emerges: gracism. I wrote the book called Gracism. The subtitle is The Art of Inclusion. And the whole idea of gracism is lifting people up, honoring people, covering people, sharing with people, healing with people, and celebrating with people, and considering people, and standing with people. And when you take the 8 principles of gracism and you begin to apply them in any country, in any area of religion, in any area of philosophy, we have found out across the world that when those principles are integrated, it can help build bridges of peace. Otherwise, we fight because they're monsters or because they're animals. Maybe they're humans, but surely they're not my brother. But when you set a table wherever there's a divide and you begin to listen to one another, you may not always agree, but if you hold on to the principles of gracism, and if you include truth and grace together, you get what we believe in my Christian faith that what the Lord Jesus Christ means to us is that he has come in grace and truth. If you have truth without grace, it's destructive. And if you have grace without truth, it's deceptive. But if you have grace and truth working together hand in hand, and if you can respect somebody else as a human being, whether they agree with you or they don't agree with you, and if you hold on to that principle that comprehension begins with conversation, we begin to understand one another and we can live together and get along. One last thing that I've learned that's been very helpful for me, and I hope it's helpful for you, and that is when you see someone who is different than you, begin to be curious about why they're different. And what we like to say is use difference as a doorway for dialogue. Let me say that again. Use difference as a doorway for dialogue. So I'm different than you and you are different than me. Instead of me judging you, instead of me running away from you, instead of me treating you like a monster or an animal or somebody else who just might be crazy in the head, instead of you looking at me like I'm so different, use that difference as a doorway for dialogue. Don't try to erase the difference. Don't try to be colorblind, where I don't see your color, I don't see your culture, I don't see your class, I don't see your religion, I don't see your gender, I don't see that you're different. We're just all gonna act like we're the same. No, we are not the same. Genetically, we are the same. Humanity-wise, we are the same. The image of God created in all of us, yes, we're the same. But because of our color, our class, our culture, our creed, the things that we respect, the things that we grew up with, I don't want to erase that from you. I want to understand it. And the only way I'm going to understand it is if we have a conversation. Because comprehension begins with conversation. And if I remain silent, guess what? It can hurt you. And so silence can oftentimes lead to violence. So we don't want silence, we don't want violence. We want conversation because comprehension begins with conversation. So let's use our difference as a doorway for dialogue, and hopefully that will cause us to be resilient and we're able to prevent extremism at the roots. Thank you so very much for having me today. I love being here. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening perspective. Next, we have a recorded keynote speech sent by Dr. Syed Ataur Rahman. He is the Federal Secretary at Ministry of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Harmony, Government of Pakistan. I request the technical team to please play the keynote speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will speak briefly on policy for interfaith harmony and strategy for religious tolerance. These two documents were recently presented to the Federal Cabinet, which approved them. Keeping in view the religious and cultural diversity and the issues related to them in Pakistan, promotion of interfaith harmony is one of the most inevitable priorities for realization of a peaceful and tolerant Pakistan. With this in view, the subject of policy and legislation regarding interfaith harmony has been mandated to the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Harmony under the Rules of Business 1973, which have been updated from time to time. The Ministry worked on formulation of policy for interfaith harmony and simultaneously on framing strategy for religious tolerance in consultation with all the stakeholders, which means provincial governments, leaders of different faiths and religions in Pakistan, leaders of different sects and fiqhs in Pakistan, regional leaders, opinion makers of all sorts, civil society, and different professional groups. And at the end, the policy on interfaith harmony and strategy for religious tolerance were framed. And for this purpose, the key implementing arm, besides many others, will be the National Commission for Minorities, which is in the final stages of reconstitution. At this time, this commission is backed by legislation and has been given powers for the implementation of the interfaith harmony policy. Let me also state that the two documents are in line with the existing legal arrangements such as National Action Plan and National Security Policy. For the implementation, different provincial governments, local governments, community organizations, media houses, and academia will have to play their role. And this role is going to be a solid and effective one. It is indeed satisfying that Minhaj University, Lahore, has made the interfaith harmony policy and strategy for religious tolerance as the key theme of its conference on world religions this year. It is also very encouraging to note that the sub-themes addresses almost all the important areas of the policy and the strategy. And I'm sure that fruitful discussions held during the key sessions and on the sidelines of this conference will go a long way in contributing to effective implementation of the policy and the strategy. These themes and sub-themes encompass the key areas of the role of social media, the role of dialogue and engaging community, and tackling extremism with the assistance of artificial intelligence, and also the key and sensitive area of manipulating religious sentiments for the agendas which are undesired and which spread violence and extremism in the society. This also gives impetus and a temptation to other universities and academic institutions to act in similar way and hold discussions and seminars on these important subjects to promote the spirit of coherence, tolerance, and living peacefully in the different parts of the world, geographically as well as culturally. I'm sure that taking a lead from this ongoing step of the Minhaj University, Lahore, for making these two documents, that is the Interfaith Harmony Policy and Strategy for Religious Tolerance, making them the basic theme of this annual conference on world religions is really encouraging, and other universities and academic institutions will take a cue from it and will play their direly needed role in promoting tolerance, in promoting harmony in the society of Pakistan, which is need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for that keynote speaker. My compliments and thanks to Dr. Syed Ataur Rahman Saab. Once again, dear audience, your energy levels are low. Thank you. Dear audience, it is a privilege to invite our next speaker whose voice has scattered across Pakistan and beyond in the cause of religious harmony and moral leadership, an author of influential books and fatwas that address contemporary challenges, from extremism and sectarian violence to public health and interfaith understanding. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Allama Hafiz Tahir Mahmood Ashrafi, the chairman of Pakistan Ulama Council.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil anbiya'i wal mursaleen wa ala ibadillahi salihin. Amma ba'd. Muhtaram al-maqam جناب صاحبزادہ صاحب ڈاکٹر حسین قادری صاحب، میرے بڑے بھائی خرم نواز گنڈا پور صاحب، ڈاکٹر سہیل رضا صاحب، بشپ آزاد مارشل صاحب، ڈاکٹر ایس ایم منیر صاحب اور باقی جتنے بھی معزز مہمان، میری بہنیں، بھائی اور مختلف مذاہب کے جو قائدین یہاں بیٹھے ہیں، میرے لیے یہ بہت ہی ایک خوشی کا بھی موقع ہے، ایک اعزاز بھی ہے کہ میں یہاں پر آپ سے چند باتیں کرنے کے لیے حاضر ہوا ہوں۔ بلا شبہ اس بات میں کوئی شبہ نہیں ہے کہ اس وقت اور اس صدی میں عالم اسلام کو جو چیلنجز درپیش ہیں یا دنیا کو جو اس وقت صورتحال درپیش ہے، اس میں شیخ الاسلام پروفیسر ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب کا جو عظیم الشان کردار اور جدوجہد ہے وہ قابل تحسین بھی ہے، اور اس کو جتنا بھی سلام پیش کیا جائے کم ہے۔ اس وقت دنیا کو جو چیلنجز درپیش ہیں اس میں سب سے اہم معاملہ مختلف مذاہب کے درمیان مکالمہ ہے۔ اس حوالے سے ایک خوف بھی ہے، اور مختلف اوقات میں جو لوگ یہ مکالمے کی بات کرتے ہیں وہ حالات اور جبر کا شکار بھی ہوتے ہیں۔ آج اگرچہ آج سے 30-35 سال یا 40 سال جیسے حالات نہیں ہیں، لیکن جب شیخ الاسلام پروفیسر ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب نے بین المذاہب مکالمے کی بات کی، انتہا پسندی اور دہشت گردی کے خلاف آواز بلند کی، بلا شبہ اس وقت یہ آواز بلند کرنا آسان کام نہیں تھا، بہت مشکل کام تھا، لیکن انہوں نے جس ہمت سے، جرت سے اور جس انداز سے سب کے دلوں کو جیتا اور اپنے ساتھ لے کر چلے، آج وہ آپ کو یہاں نظر آ رہا ہے۔ آج اس یونیورسٹی کے اندر میرا نہیں خیال کوئی کسی سے پوچھتا ہوگا کہ تمہارا مسلک کیا ہے، تمہارا عقیدہ کیا ہے، تم کہاں سے آئے ہو۔ اس کے لیے اس یونیورسٹی کے منہاج القرآن کے جو پوری دنیا کے اندر کام کر رہی ہے، دروازے کھلے ہوئے ہیں، اور یہی اسلام کا حقیقی پیغام اور اسلام کی حقیقی تعلیمات ہیں۔ مجھے محترم ڈاکٹر صاحب سے کئی مرتبہ ملنے کا موقع ملا، اور میں اپنے بھائی خرم نواز گنڈا پور صاحب سے، سہیل رضا صاحب سے جو یہاں بیٹھے ہیں، اور ماشاءاللہ اس ادارے کی محنت کا نتیجہ ہے کہ آج اگر پاکستان کے اندر ہم کہیں کہ منظم انداز سے، محترم صاحبزادہ صاحب میں آپ کی توجہ چاہتا ہوں، اگر منظم انداز سے اگر پاکستان کے اندر کوئی بین المذاہب ہمانگی اور مکالمے پہ کام ہو رہا ہے تو وہ بلا شبہ آپ کے ادارے میں ہو رہا ہے، اور اس کا کریڈٹ میرے بھائی سہیل رضا صاحب کو آپ کی سرپرستی اور ڈاکٹر صاحب کی سرپرستی میں اس لیے جاتا ہے کہ یہ 24 آور اسی کام پہ لگے رہتے ہیں. میرا نہیں خیال پاکستان میں کوئی اور اتنا بڑا ادارہ اتنے وسیع پیمانے پر یہ کام کر رہا ہو. میں نے یہ باتیں اس لیے کی ہیں کہ ہمیں اس وقت ضرورت ہے اس بات کی, اس پاکستان کو ضرورت ہے اس بات کی. ہمیں اس معاشرے کو واپس لانا ہے جہاں میں اور بشپ آزاد مارشل صاحب کہیں بھی ریسٹورنٹ میں بیٹھ کے دونوں کھانا کھا رہے ہوں تو کسی کو عجیب نہ لگے. آج جب ہم اکٹھے نکلتے ہیں اپنے غیر مسلم بھائیوں کے ساتھ تو لوگوں کو بڑا عجیب سا لگتا ہے کہ اچھا یہ بھی اکٹھے ہیں, جبکہ رسول اکرم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے تو مسجد نبوی کے اندر نجران کے مسیحیوں کو عبادت کی اجازت دی تھی. اس ماحول کو زندہ کرنا اور اس ماحول کو دوبارہ اس ملک کے اندر لانا میں سمجھتا ہوں یہ ہماری ترجیح اول ہونی چاہیے, اور اس کے لیے منہاج القرآن اور اس کے سرپرست ڈاکٹر پروفیسر طاہر القادری صاحب کا جو جدوجہد ہے, جو کردار ہے, بلا شبہ وہ قابل تعریف ہے. اور پاکستان علماء کونسل کی طرف سے میں یہ عرض کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ ہم پہلے بھی آپ کے ادارے کے ساتھ برادرم سہیل رضا صاحب کے ساتھ پہلے بھی کام کر رہے ہیں مل کر, آئندہ بھی انشاءاللہ اس کو مزید وسعت اور قوت ملے گی. جہاں تک آج کے موضوع کی بات ہے کہ تعلیمی ادارے متشدد رویے مذہبی یا مانگی, تو یہ بات تو حقیقت ہے کہ اگر تعلیمی اداروں کے اندر سے ہم متشدد رویے ختم کر دیں تو یہ جو آنے والی ہماری نسل ہے وہ محفوظ ہو جائے گی. جیسے میں نے عرض کیا یہ کوئی خوشامد نہیں ہے, یہ تو آسمان پر لکھا ہوا ہے کہ آپ کے اداروں کے اندر کوئی کسی سے نہیں پوچھتا کہ تم سنی ہو, شیعہ ہو, بریلوی ہو, دیوبندی ہو, اہل حدیث ہو یا مسیحی ہو, مسلم ہو. اس کی ضرورت ہے, اس کی ضرورت ہے کہ ہمارے اداروں کے اندر بطور انسان اور بطور پاکستانی کے ایک پہچان آنی چاہیے جو ختم ہوتی چلی جا رہی ہے. ان رویوں کو ختم کرنے کی ضرورت ہے جس کے تحت میں اور آپ اکٹھے بیٹھتے ہوئے خوف کھاتے ہیں. اور یہ سچ ہے, یہ حقیقت ہے کہ آج اس خوف کو ختم کرنے کے لیے جو جدوجہد پروفیسر ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب نے 80 کی دہائی میں شروع کی اس کی تکمیل کی ضرورت ہے, اور اس میں ہم آپ کے ساتھ ہیں. جہاں پر بھی آپ اس مقصد کے لیے جو بھی ڈیوٹی لگائیں ہم آپ کے ساتھ کھڑے ہوں گے انشاءاللہ تعالی. یہ متشدد رویوں نے ہمیں کہاں لا کے کھڑا کر دیا ہے. آج ہمیں وضاحتیں دینی پڑتی ہیں کہ ہمارا دین امن کا دین ہے, جبکہ جب ہم کوئی بھی عمل کرتے ہیں, نماز کا عمل لے لیں تو اس کا آغاز ہوتا ہے الحمدللہ رب العالمین, کہ میرا اللہ میرا رب وہ ہے جو دونوں جہانوں کا رب ہے. وہاں رب المسلمین نہیں ہے, وہاں رب المؤمنین نہیں ہے, وہاں شیعہ سنی کا رب نہیں ہے, بلکہ دونوں جہانوں کے رب کی بات ہے. اور میرے آقا سید الانبیاء حضرت محمد مصطفیٰ صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کے بارے میں اللہ فرما رہے ہیں وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِّلْعَالَمِينَ, کہ آپ کو تو دونوں جہانوں کے لیے رحمت بنا کر بھیجا ہے. وہاں بھی یہ نہیں کہا گیا آپ صرف مومنوں کے لیے رحمت ہیں یا مسلمانوں کے لیے رحمت ہیں, وہاں کہا گیا دونوں جہانوں کے لیے رحمت ہیں. آج میں اپنے چونکہ یہ موقع ہے, آج جہاد کی تشریح کو ہی بدل دیا گیا. جہاد تو امن دینے کے لیے ہے, جہاد تو سلامتی دینے کے لیے ہے, جہاد تو محبت دینے کے لیے ہے. جہاد میں تو یہ بھی حکم ہے کہ دوران جنگ آپ سبز گھاس کو نہیں رون سکتے بلا ضرورت, سبز درختوں کو نہیں کاٹ سکتے, حلال جانور بلا ضرورت ذبح نہیں کر سکتے. آج مجھے دکھ سے یہ بات کہنی پڑتی ہے کہ بے گناہ انسانوں کو قتل کرنے والے گلیوں اور کوچوں اور بازاروں میں, مسجدوں میں, امام بارگاہوں میں, چرچوں میں بے گناہ انسانوں کا قتل کرنے والے اگر یہ کہیں کہ وہ جہاد کر رہے ہیں تو پھر ہمیں یہ سوچنا چاہیے کہ کہیں نہ کہیں کوئی کمی رہ گئی ہے ہمیں امت کو یہ بتلانے میں کہ جہاد کیا ہے اور فساد کیا ہے۔ پروفیسر ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب نے 80 کی دہائی میں اس کو واضح کیا ہے، جو لوگ بے گناہوں کو قتل کریں، جو لوگ اس بات کا بھی خیال نہ کریں، اسلام کا تصور جہاد یہ ہے کہ عورت پہ اسلحہ نہیں اٹھایا جائے گا، بوڑھوں پہ اسلحہ نہیں اٹھایا جائے گا، جو آپ سے نہیں لڑ رہے ان پہ اسلحہ نہیں اٹھایا جائے گا۔ آج مجھے بتائیے وہ معصوم اے پی ایس سکول کے بچے ہوں یا باجوڑ کی اور لاہور کی، یہ جو ہمارے قریب پارک ہے علامہ اقبال ٹاؤن، معصوم بچے ایسٹر کا دن تھا، وہاں پر پارک کے اندر خوشی کا اظہار کر رہے تھے، ان کو نشانہ بنا دیا گیا۔ کیا اس کو جہاد کہا جائے گا؟ واللہ یہ جہاد نہیں ہے، یہ فساد ہے۔ یہ اس کے خلاف کھڑا ہونا پوری امت کی ذمہ داری ہے، اور جو اس حوالے سے فتویٰ ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب کا آیا، میں سمجھتا ہوں آج پوری امت کو اس کی تائید میں کھڑا ہونا چاہیے کہ جہاد اور فساد میں فرق کیا ہے۔ خودکش حملے، بے گناہوں کا قتل، اسلام اس سے بری ہے، اسلام کا اس سے کوئی تعلق نہیں ہے۔ میں یہ بات بھی عرض کروں گا کہ ہمارے تعلیمی اداروں میں مکالمے کی ضرورت ہے۔ مجھے علم ہے کہ آپ کے ہاں تو ماشاءاللہ مستقل اس کے اوپر سیشن بھی ہوتے ہیں، مستقل اس کے اوپر، لیکن میں سمجھتا ہوں پورے ملک کے تعلیمی اداروں کے اندر ہمیں خوف زدہ ہونے کی ضرورت نہیں ہے۔ یہ پتہ نہیں کس نے ڈال دیا ہمارے دماغ میں کہ اگر اسلام پر بات کریں گے تو پتہ نہیں کیا ہو جائے گا، اگر رسول اللہ صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی سیرت پہ بات کریں گے تو پتہ نہیں کیا ہو جائے گا۔ آج ضرورت ہے کہ تعلیمی اداروں کے اندر مکالمے کو فروغ دیا جائے، سوال و جواب کی نشست ہو، تاکہ میرا نوجوان جان لے کہ میرے نبی رحمت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے مجھے کیا تعلیم دی ہے۔ ہمیں خوفزدہ ہونے کی ضرورت نہیں ہے، ہمیں مکالمے کی ضرورت ہے، بات کرنے کی ضرورت ہے کہ اسلام دین رحمت ہے، اور جو دین یہ حکم دے رہا ہے وَلَا تَسُبُّ الَّذِينَ يَدْعُونَ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ فَيَسُبُّ اللَّهَ عَدْوًا بِغَيْرِ علم، کہ تم کسی کے جھوٹے خدا کو بھی گالی نہ دو۔ اس دین کی حقانیت اور اس دین کی تعلیم اور اس دین کی جو روشنی ہے، اس سے اگر ہم اپنے نوجوان کو محروم رکھیں گے تو پھر ہم اس کے مجرم ہیں، وہ نوجوان مجرم نہیں ہے۔ آج میرا نوجوان چونکہ جدید ذرائع ابلاغ کا دور ہے اور اس کے اوپر بدقسمتی سے وہ بھی مفسر بن کے آ جاتا ہے جس کو قرآن کریم کی آیت دیکھ کے بھی تلاوت کرنی نہیں آتی، اور دوسرا مقصود یہ ہوتا ہے کہ کسی طرح اس نوجوان کا اس کے اکابر سے تعلق کو توڑ دیں، اس نوجوان کی اپنے بڑوں سے تعلق کو ختم کر دیں۔ آج ملک کی یونیورسٹیوں میں، سکولز اور کالجز میں مکالمے کی ضرورت ہے، کھلی اوپن ڈبیٹ کی ضرورت ہے۔ میں یہ بات کہنا چاہتا ہوں کہ جس وقت توہین مذہب و توہین ناموس رسالت کا قانون بن رہا تھا، اس میں ڈاکٹر پروفیسر طاہر القادری صاحب کا ایک بہت بڑا کردار ہے۔ قانون کا غلط استعمال اور بات ہے، قانون ہونا اور بات ہے۔ 302 قانون ہے، اس کا غلط استعمال بھی ہوتا ہے لیکن میں اس قانون کو اتنا مقدس سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کا غلط استعمال کہیں نہیں ہونا چاہیے، اور اس کو روکنے کے لیے ہم سب کو اپنا کردار ادا کرنا ہے۔ اس کو روک کہ کوئی بے گناہ اس کا نشانہ نہ بنے اور کوئی گناہگار جو ہے اس کو چھوڑا نہ جائے۔ میں سمجھتا ہوں اس طرف بھی توجہ دینے کی ضرورت ہے۔ عقیدہ ختم نبوت، اس کی چوکیداری ہم سب کی ذمہ داری ہے۔ آج مختلف ہیلے بہانوں سے اس پر بھی حملہ ہوتا ہے۔ میں سمجھتا ہوں عالمی سطح کے اوپر ہمارے پاس ایک ایسی شخصیت ہے، اور میں نے صاحبزادہ صاحب سے اس سے پہلے بھی عرض کیا، خرم نواز گنڈا پور صاحب سے بھی عرض کیا کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب اس میدان کے واحد شاہ سوار ہیں جو امت کو اور دنیا کو بتا سکتے ہیں کہ ہم آقا دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی ختم نبوت کی چوکیداری کس طرح کر سکتے ہیں اور یہ کیوں ضروری ہے. یہ کوئی مجاملہ نہیں ہے، میں سادہ سا پینڈو آدمی ہوں، مجھے خوشامد آتی نہیں ہے، لیکن جو کام درست سمت میں ہوگا تو اس کا اللہ نے مجھے حکم دیا ہے وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. اچھا کام ہوگا تو اس کو اچھا کہا جائے گا. آج ہماری نوجوان نسل کو یہ بتانے کی ضرورت ہے کہ اسلام محبت کا دین ہے، رواداری کا دین ہے، مکالمے کا دین ہے، ایک دوسرے کو سمجھنے کا دین ہے، ایک دوسرے کو سمجھانے کا دین ہے. رسول اکرم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے جو تعلیمات دیں خلافت راشدہ کے دور میں وہ نافذ ہوئیں. کیا سیدنا عمر بن خطاب کے دور میں، سیدنا ابو بکر صدیق کے دور میں، سیدنا عثمان غنی کے دور میں، سیدنا حیدر کرار کے دور میں رضوان اللہ علیہم اجمعین کسی غیر مسلم کی عبادت گاہ کو نشانہ بنایا گیا؟ مجھے بتا دیجئے. غیر مسلموں کی عبادت گاہوں کا تحفظ یہ ہماری مسلمانوں کی ذمہ داری ہے، کیونکہ ہم بڑے بھائی ہیں اس ملک کے اندر. پاکستان کے اندر جو ہمارے غیر مسلم بھائی آگے پاکستان کا حصہ بنے، وہ کوئی جبر سے نہیں بنے، اپنی محبت سے بنے. ہمیں انہیں یہ احساس دلانا چاہیے کہ اگر آپ نے ہم سے محبت کی ہے تو ہم بھی آپ سے 2 گنا زیادہ محبت کرتے ہیں. میں منہاج القرآن کے تمام ادارے جو ہیں، میں سمجھتا ہوں ڈاکٹر صاحب یہاں موجود ہیں اور ان کے ذریعے میرا پیغام از پروفیسر شیخ الاسلام ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب تک بھی پہنچ جائے کہ ضرورت اس بات کی ہے کہ منہاج القرآن اب تھوڑا سا ایک اور سفر جو ہے وہ شروع کرے، اور وہ ہے کہ عام آدمی کے ساتھ مکالمے کی بات، نوجوان کے ساتھ مکالمے کی بات. پہلے بھی آپ لگے ہیں، اللہ آپ کو ہمت دے، طاقت دے، جزائے خیر دے، بلا تفریق آپ کام کر رہے ہیں. لیکن اب جو میرا ملک جس سمت میں جا رہا ہے، اس ملک کو ضرورت ہے کہ یہ 80 کی دہائی سے پہلے واپس جائے، جہاں میں اور آپ مکالمہ کرتے ہوئے خوف زدہ نہیں ہوتے تھے، جہاں بین المذاہب ہمانگی کانفرنس کرنے کے لیے دیکھنا نہ پڑے کہ کیا ہوگا میرے ساتھ. اس طرف جانے کی ضرورت ہے. آپ کو اللہ تعالیٰ نے قوت بھی دی ہے، افرادی قوت بھی دی ہے، مالی طاقت بھی دی ہے، اور آپ کا جو شعور اور جو فکر کا لیول پروفیسر ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب نے اپنی خطبات اور اپنی تحریروں کے ذریعے بنا دیا ہے، بلا شبہ وہ قابل قدر ہے، بلا شبہ وہ قابل قدر ہے. آج دہشت گردی کے خلاف، انتہا پسندی کے خلاف، اسلامو فوبیا کے حوالے سے ان کی جو تعلیمات ہیں وہ ہم سب کے لیے مشعل راہ ہیں. میں سمجھتا ہوں ہمارا نوجوان جو ہے، اس میں جو اس وقت شدت آ رہی ہے اس کو نکالنے کے لیے ہم سب کو اپنی اپنی جگہ محنت کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. ہمارے چرچا پاکستان کے سربراہ بشپ آزاد مارشل صاحب بیٹھے ہیں، میں ان کا بڑا شکر گزار ہوں. ہم چرچوں میں جاتے ہیں، وہاں جا کے بات کرتے ہیں. ابھی پچھلے دنوں ان کے آرچ بشپ امریکہ سے آئے، ہم انہیں بحریہ ٹاؤن کی گرینڈ مسجد میں لے گئے، وہاں انہوں نے پریس کانفرنس کی. تو یہ لوگوں کے لیے ایک عجیب بات تھی کہ یہ مسجد میں نے کہا ہاں، کیونکہ یہ مسجد ایک فلاح و بہبود کا سینٹر ہے، صرف نماز کے لیے نہیں ہے، صرف روزے کے لیے نہیں ہے. میرے آقا صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے اسی مسجد میں بیٹھ کے سارے فیصلے کیے ہیں. تو میں ممکن ہے کوئی بات میری کسی ساتھی کو بری لگی ہو، اس سے معافی چاہتے ہوئے ایک بار پھر منہاج القرآن کو، ڈاکٹر حسین قادری صاحب، آپ کو، آپ کی تمام ٹیم کو، سہیل رضا صاحب آپ کو، کیونکہ آپ 24 آور کے مجاہد ہیں انٹرفیتھ ہارمنی کے حوالے سے، اور ہر وقت آپ محنت کرتے رہتے ہیں. اور میں سمجھتا ہوں اسی لیے میں نے یہ بات کہی ہے، یہ کسی مبالغے میں نہیں کہی، کہ واحد اگر مرکز ہم نے دیکھنا ہو کہ بین المذاہب مکالمہ کے حوالے سے، انٹرفیتھ کے حوالے سے، تو ہم منہاج القرآن میں دیکھ سکتے ہیں. یہ مرکز ہے جہاں بھی جو ہماری ڈیوٹی لگائیں گے آپ لوگ، ہم آپ کے ساتھ حاضر ہیں. پاکستان علماء کونسل کے پلیٹ فارم سے ابھی گورنمنٹ پاکستان نے پیغام امن، قومی پیغام امن کمیٹی بنائی ہے. میں سمجھتا ہوں یہ ایک بہت بڑا سٹیپ لیا گیا ہے حکومت کی طرف سے، और उसमें पहली मर्तबा इस लेवल की कमेटी के अंदर हमारे जो गैर मुस्लिम पाकिस्तान में भाई हैं उनको भी शामिल किया गया है। अल्लाह करे कि ये अपने अहदाफ हासिल कर सके और जो पैगाम पाकिस्तान में हमने चीज़ें तय की हैं वो तमाम चीज़ें इस मुल्क के अंदर अमली तौर पर नाफिज हो सकें। एक बार फिर आप तमाम हजरात का शुक्रिया। व आखिरु दावाना अनिल हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन।
इतनी खूबसूरत तकरीर के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया और बिलाशुबा इस तकरीर से हमें बहुत सी नई चीज़ें सीखने को मिली। मैं पर्सनली आपका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए। Our next keynote speaker today is a visionary entrepreneur and an inspiring force in Pakistan's business landscape. With over 25 years of international experience, he has successfully founded and led multiple ventures in Pakistan. He is the CEO and chairman, including Discover Pakistan, driving innovation, profitability, and global recognition. Please join me in welcoming to the stage CEO and Chairman of Pakistan, Discover Pakistan, Dr. Kaisar Rafiq. Sir, please join us on stage. And a huge round of applause.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished foreign guests, faculty of Minhaj University, and the most respected Chair, Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Assalamu alaikum. We stand today at a critical crossroad in the history of our great nation, Pakistan. We are a country born of a noble vision, a land defined not just by its stunning landscapes, as we show on our TV channel Discover Pakistan, but by its deep and diverse spiritual heritage. We are the inheritors of civilization where multiple faiths have always lived, worked, and prospered side by side. When we dig down in the history, we realize that we have been extended the duty to preserve and protect significant historical and religious sites of both Sikhism and Buddhism within our borders. In Pakistan, we discovered through our teams that we have more than 600 gurdwaras, more than 300 churches. We have a series which called Churches of Pakistan. And also at our TV channel, we are presenting a program called Sat Sri Akal Pakistan. In that program, we have documented more than 60 gurdwaras so far. And similarly, if we talk about the Buddhist history, we are the custodian of that history as well. That is spread across the country. As the CEO of Discover Pakistan TV, I recognize that the media is often called the fourth pillar of the state, but I believe it is more than that. The media is the mirror of a society, and critically, it is the architect of its dreams. Today, our most vital task is to utilize this immense power to strengthen the very soul of Pakistan. The principle of tolerance, inclusion, and harmonious coexistence between Muslims and non-Muslims. This is our national contract, yet simply having a contract is not enough. We must enforce it through cultural and narrative reinforcement. The media's immediate role is twofold. One, to demolish stereotypes. Misinformation thrives in darkness. Our dramas, news reporting, and documentaries must move beyond stereotypes and actively counter negative, one-dimensional prototypes of our non-Muslim communities, whether they are Hindu, Christian, Sikh, or any other minority who lives here. We must humanize the others. Number two, to highlight shared humanity, we must shine a spotlight on the everyday realities. The Muslim neighbor helping a Hindu, shopkeeper, the Christian doctor serving patients of all faiths, the Sikh community preserving the heritage. There are the threads that goes beyond. Through our discoveries, we have realized in Pakistan, even in Gilgit-Baltistan, there are several places where the mosque and the mandir, the mosque and the gurdwaras, they are together. And even one of the church, the Bishop Sahib is sitting here in Murray, that the cleaners are Muslims. This is the attitude actually we need to extend toward the society. At Discover Pakistan TV, this means producing high quality content that chronicles the rich heritage of all faiths in Pakistan. Documentaries, the country's old churches, the vibrant gurdwaras, the ancient temples, and the famous Sufi shrines that welcome everyone. This is how we instill collective pride and acceptance. Two global lessons in promoting harmony. If we do the case study, we see that at many occasions, even in the UK, there was a series which the Muslim kids were shown in the TV, and they're the one actually, when the media shows this type of tolerant attitude, the mixed attitude, the people are living side by side, that really affects the people. The power of non-stereotypical entertainment, UK Balkans, that is the series which I was just talking about. Television series like the popular British Pakistani sitcom Citizen Khan, I'm sure some of you have, our foreign guests, they have seen that. These are, although it's a fictional work, but still that brought the societies together. These examples underscore a crucial truth: responsible, ethical, and creative media is not merely commentator on society, it is an active participant in peace building. I must also talk about the media regulatory in Pakistan. Almost every injustice, if it took place in Pakistan, in my personal opinion and as per my research, that was instigated by an arrogant media. The regulatory authority, I feel that has to have a tough laws, and as well as the implementations of those laws. They are very important to ensure that nobody just instigates those small things and make it very big and flame the society. My fellows, the future of a tolerant Pakistan rests not just with the government, but with institutions like Discover Pakistan and Minhaj University. This is the responsibility of every journalist, every producer and storyteller in the country to come up and write something about this. Minhaj University, under the leadership of respected Dr. Muhyiddin Qadri, is playing a vital role in promoting the religious harmony in the country. The vision and passion of Minhaj team comes from the most respected Sheikhul Islam, Dr. Tahir Al-Qadri, who's known for his extensive efforts in promoting interfaith harmony and building a bridge of dialogue and understanding between the world's Muslims and non-Muslim communities. Our pledge must be to use media cameras and microphones to amplify the voices of moderation, to showcase the beauty of our pluralism, and to build a narrative of inclusion that is louder and more compelling than the whispers of division. Let us commit to moving from merely reporting on tolerance to actively producing it. Let us make our media organizations a beacon of hope, showing the world that in Pakistan, Muslim and non-Muslims do not just live side by side, we live together, united by our shared citizenship, our common destiny, and our love for this beautiful land. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaisar Rafiq, for your amazing perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, some of our speakers have other commitments. We will be presenting their tokens of appreciation now. I humbly call in front of the stage Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. And Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad. The first shield of appreciation goes to Bishop Azad Marshall, the moderator at Church of Pakistan. In a warm round of applause, please. Next token of appreciation goes to Dr. David Anderson, the founder and president of Bridge Leader Network USA. And the third goes to Allama Hafiz Tahir Mahmood Ashrafi, the chairman of Pakistan Ulama Council. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, sirs. You may please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker is a very accomplished man. He was awarded with the Paigam-e-Pakistan Peace Award in 2019. He is also the head of Punjab Center for Excellence on Countering Violent Extremism, Home Department, Government of Pakistan. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for the next keynote speech, Dr. Ahmad Khawar Shehzad.
कहाँ लगाना है?
Dear audience, please maintain the discipline of the hall. Everyone is requested to please take your seats. This is the closing session. Dear audience, please take your seats.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम रब्बि इश्रह ली सदरी वयस्सिर ली अमरी वहलुल उक़दतम मिन लिसानी यफ़क़हू क़ौली सदक़ल्लाहुल अज़ीम वस्सलातु वस्सलामु अला ख़ातमिन नबिय्यीन. The illustrious and erudite son of the luminary scholar Shaykhul Islam Professor Dr. Allama Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, I mean Professor Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri, and Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, along with Khurram Nawaz Gandapur Sahab, Professor Dr. S.M. Shahzad, Dr. Khurram, the distinguished scholars from 25 countries across the globe, esteemed intellectuals, and the vibrant members of Vibrant Society of Pakistan. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, this galaxy of intellectuals is going to conclude this 2 days global conference to disseminate the message of peace, interfaith harmony, with conceptual understanding of the root causes of extremism, violence, and terrorism. Multidimensional nature of extremism, root causes, and the ideological influences are complex and multifaceted in the form of socio-economic, political, preventive governance, ideological, religious, historical, and psychosocial factors. The evolving landscape of militancy is no longer confined to its traditional strongholds, extremist ideologies, but the network are adapting, spreading, and embedding within the society. Terrorism in Pakistan can be seen from the lens of this thing that Pakistan is the home of more than 248 religious inspired parties and over 40,000 seminaries. Since 2001, Pakistan witnessed over 80,000 fatalities due to terrorism. In 2024, terror incidents surged by 80% as compared to 2023. KPK and Balochistan are the most affected provinces of the recent violence driven by some organizations and their allied groups. According to the Global Terrorism Index 2025, Pakistan has been ranked as the second most affected country of the world, witnessing a renewed surge in violent extremism and terrorism. Keeping in view the international obligations regarding CVE framework, the state and the government of Pakistan has already taken serious measures in the form of kinetic and non-kinetic interventions such as National Action Plan, NACTA, National Prevention on Violent Extremism Policy 2024, and the establishment of Center of Excellences across the provinces as well as at the global level, at the provincial level. Punjab Center of Excellence on Countering Violent Extremism 2025 has been established through an Act of Punjab Assembly, which is dedicated to addressing emerging challenges related to peace and security in Pakistan by promoting narratives of tolerance, inclusivity, resilience, and civic harmony. It is the hallmark of the CEO, the Center of Excellence, to strengthen social cohesion and counter divisive ideologies through research, capacity building, and community engagement. The Center of Excellence will re-evaluate and contextualize the lessons learned from the international best practices, such as the early prevention and exit programs of Denmark, legal enablement and reintegration approach of Indonesia, de-radicalization program of Saudi Arabia, community policy and grassroots model of Kenya, the whole of society resilience approach of Singapore, the counter-narrative and youth engagement model of Bangladesh, rehabilitation and religious moderation of Malaysia, and the community partnership and online CVE approach of Australia will not be out of consideration of the Center of Excellence. The Government of Punjab has also enacted the Punjab Civilian Victims of Terrorism Relief and Rehabilitation Act 2016. This is a new idea with reference to this whole conference of 2 days. Nobody else has mentioned this thing, which is highlighted by the Center of Excellence on Countering Violent Extremism. And we will rehabilitate and reintegrate the civilian victims with the help of Civilian Victim Fund, healthcare, and rehabilitation strategies in Punjab. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Islam is a religion of peace and tolerance. There is no problem with faiths, but the problem lies with the interpretation of faiths. During the past decades, we have seen that the tainted interpretation of the narrative of al-wala wal-bara was shamelessly exploited by the terrorist organizations for their nefarious designs. To counter the concept of al-wala wal-bara, the false narrative was nullified with the counter-narrative of Paigam-e-Pakistan. To reconstruct the social fabric of Pakistan in the light of Misaq-e-Madina, Quran, and Sunnah of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This joint declaration and the unanimous fatwa was signed by more than 2,000 religious scholars, Islamic jurists, ulamas, and mashayikhs from all sects of Pakistan, and attained the significance of the most consensual declaration of Paigam-e-Pakistan. The 22 points joint declaration resolved the issues pertaining to terrorism against the state institutions and general public, sectarianism and trends of declaring infidels, misinterpretation of jihad, taking law into one's hands, illegal use of loudspeakers, interfaith harmony, human dignity, status of women, and freedom of expression of electronic media above all. The Punjab Center of Excellence on Countering Violent Extremism is inclined to coordinate with all the universities of the Punjab, especially the Minhaj University, under the spearheading leadership of Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri, regarding de-radicalization, curriculum development, youth empowerment through skill development programs, narrative building, mentorship programs, and awareness about cyber extremism in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's conclude with a candid message to the extremist minds, and I quote, "Your futile defiance strengthens my unyielding resolve that is forged with plurality, interfaith harmony, inclusivity, community engagement, and socio-economic development, and above all, the message of peace and tolerance by the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam." Unquote. Pakistan Paindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your amazing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of this momentous academic journey, the 8th International Conference on World Religions, it is time to distill the insights, reflections, and resolutions that have emerged from our collective wisdom. Please join me extending a warm round of applause as we welcome Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, Registrar and Conference Convener, Minhaj University, Lahore, for the conference recommendations, synthesis, and a vote of thanks.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon to everyone. I usually used to say before my comments and remarks that believe me that I am the very last speaker of this conference. Usually I am the last speaker of the conference, and you believe that it is going to end now. So dear colleagues, participants and of this conference, it gives me immense pleasure and deep satisfaction to stand before you at the conclusion of this 8th International Conference held at Minhaj University, Lahore. This year's theme, Building Resilient Societies, Preventing Extremism at its Roots, invited us to reflect not only on the challenges confronting humanity, but also on our own shared responsibility to respond with wisdom, compassion, and courage. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed an inspiring exchange of ideas, perspectives, and experiences from across the globe, all united by a common purpose to understand, to connect, and to build a more peaceful and resilient world. The Ministry of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Harmony of the Government of Pakistan approved 2025 Policy on Interfaith Harmony and the Strategy on Religious Tolerance. We built the theme of this conference based on these two documents. The content of these two documents and the principles of their implementation were examined critically, and its institutional capacity was also considered. Conference participants were encouraged by these two documents to explore the roots of hate speech, discrimination, and mob violence. There were total 6 keynote speeches in the opening and closing sessions, along with 6 technical sessions and 4 high-powered panel discussions. Please allow me to share with you the recommendations of this conference along with the conference proceedings. In the opening speech, keynote speech by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, he spoke about religious harmony and minority rights in Pakistan, focusing on the current state and future prospects. He says Pakistan is a beautiful bouquet decorated with beautiful flowers in the form of different religions and sects. He reiterated that all faiths and sects enjoy equal rights and that religious tolerance brings harmony. Islam means peace, and Muslims, being a majority in Pakistan, have a bigger responsibility and role to play to bring peace and harmony in the country. In the first two concurrent sessions, several important themes were discussed, including the role of spirituality in reducing religious extremism. Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, and the Sikh faith all emphasizes respect, compassion, and service to others. All these religions make it clear that tolerance and inclusiveness are the basis of true spirituality and reject religious extremism. While talking about community engagement, several presenters and panelists highlighted the importance of community engagement in its projects, including interfaith dialogue, conflict resolution efforts, and other collaborative initiatives. Some papers argued for a paradigm shift away from reactive, state-centered counter-extremism strategies toward more inclusive, proactive, family-based, and community-led approaches. Women's empowerment and family resilience, rooted in Islamic socio-ethical teachings, were also seen as necessary for fostering sustainable peace, social harmony, and long-term resistance to extremism. Pakistan could benefit from a model such as of Indonesia's integrated approach, which combines gender-inclusive policies, decentralized decision-making, strengthen women's leadership, and religious pluralism to promote equitable and sustainable developments. While talking about the role of the universities, many of the research papers emphasized and highlighted the important theme that the role of educational institutions and universities to establish settings that oppose extremist ideologies and promote tolerance by encouraging interfaith discussion, inclusive education, and research. Several papers highlighted the significance of fostering an academic culture that promotes critical thinking, open discourse, and empathy, while assessing universities' potential to integrate these values into their academic framework, curricula, and campus activities. Distinguished delegates, scholars, and esteemed guests, as we conclude this conference, I'll be sharing with you the policy directions that have emerged from our deliberations, research papers, and collective wisdom out of the panel discussions among the experts and gurus of this field. We would like to present these recommendations to the government of Pakistan as a sign of our support for this initiative by the government to deal with religious extremism in a more effective manner. These recommendations are not only theoretically ideals, but they are also practical pathways to building a resilient, inclusive, and peaceful Pakistan, one that upholds the dignity and safety of every citizen, irrespective of faith of our background. The first recommendation that we must strengthen the rule of law and procedural safeguards to prevent the misuse of religious laws, particularly those that can be weaponized against the innocents. There should be a formal mechanism such that as soon as a blasphemy accusation arises, senior police officers and district officials take charge of that case. They protect the accused ones, taking them into their custody for the safety of their lives, to control the crowd and verify facts thoroughly with rapid protection units for vulnerable individuals and worship places. This can help prevent mob violence and restore public trust in justice. The second recommendation is that Pakistan should institutionalize a National Interfaith Harmony Committee to be established through an act of parliament. This body should monitor hate speech, coordinate provincial efforts, publish an annual Interfaith Harmony Index, and ensure accountability in cases of religious discrimination or violence. At the district level, interfaith committees can serve as early warning and mediation platforms, helping communities resolve disputes before they escalate. The third recommendation is about the education sector, that they need to remain the cornerstone of long-term reforms. We must undertake a comprehensive curriculum review to remove biases and nurture empathy in the curriculum. A national certification program for imams, khatibs, and madrasa teachers will ensure that religious leadership contributes to unity, not division. The fourth recommendation is that we must harness the power of media and technology to counter extremism. Responsible journalism, ethical reporting, and digital literacy are vital. A national counter-narrative programs led jointly by government, academia, and civil society should project stories of compassion, coexistence, and shared harmony and humanity, while swiftly responding to hate speech and disinformation online. The fifth recommendation is related to the economic inclusion and social justice. Communities deserve equal opportunities in education, employment, and public service. Dedicated scholarships, skill development programs, and representation in civil services and civil institutions will strengthen national cohesion and faith in our collective future. The sixth recommendation is related to the grassroots interfaith engagement through empowering youth, community leaders, and local organizations to serve together through joint community projects, peace-building workshops, and interfaith youth camps. Finally, to ensure continuity and transparency, these efforts should be monitored and evaluated annually through measurable indicators of interfaith harmony, reducing hate crimes, hate speech, public perception of safety and inclusion. Data-driven evolution will turn aspirations into the accountability. Together, these measures form a coherent framework grounded in justice, education, dialogue, and compassion. They translate our conference theme, building resilient societies, preventing extremism at its roots, into an actionable policy. Let's take these recommendations forward, from discussion halls to decision tables, from words to implementations. May they guide policymakers, educators, and faith leaders alike toward a Pakistan that is not only peaceful, but proudly plural, just, and human. Dear colleagues, as a conference convener, it is my responsibility to share the words of gratitude towards our guests, working teams, esteemed scholars, and I'll be beginning with a special word of gratitude or special emotions of gratitude which are due to our leadership of Minhaj University Lahore, Minhajul Quran International, our Honorable Patron-in-Chief, Shaykhul Islam, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, whose vision for interfaith harmony and global peace continues to inspire the very foundation of this International Conference on World Religions. Next, I present my humble and heartfelt gratitude to our mentor, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, who is the Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, for his patronage to us and to the conference. I'm also thankful to our Vice Chancellor and Deans, all academic and administrative departments for their consent or continuous and constant support and encouragement in organizing this international platform year after year since 2017. My heartfelt gratitude goes to all our distinguished speakers, the men and women whose scholarship and insights have illuminated our sessions. Dear colleagues, your contributions have elevated the intellectual quality of this conference and reminded us that academic engagement remains one of the most powerful tools against ignorance and intolerance. I'm thankful to our paper presenters and researchers. Your dedication to rigorous inquiry and your commitment to exploring new dimensions of faith, philosophy, ethics, and peace are truly commendable. You represent the next generation of thought leaders who will continue to shape interreligious discourse and platforms. I'm thankful to the panelists and moderators. Thank you for steering the discussions with clarity, balance, and respect. You ensured that every session was not merely an engagement, rather it was an exchange of opinions, but a genuine dialogue rooted in understanding. I'm also honored to thank our guests, delegates, representatives of various faith traditions. Your presence enriched this conference with a spirit of mutual respect and friendship. I'm also thankful to our collaborators, naming Discover Pakistan for supporting us. I'm also thankful to Government College University Lahore, their Media and Communication Department. We are thankful to Directorate of Interfaith Relations, Minhajul Quran International. Now, I would extend my appreciation, warm appreciation, to my colleagues, or the silent architects of this conference, the members of the organizing and working committees and Seeker Club. From logistics and registrations to technical arrangements, from hospitality to communications, my team, your tireless efforts have made this conference another successful event of this year. You have worked with dedication, professionalism, and grace behind the scenes, often late into the night, to ensure that every detail was perfect. I sincerely thank each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring closer to this conference, let's not think of it as an ending. But rather, let's take it further, that it is a beginning of a renewed commitment. The conversations that started here must continue in our classrooms, our communities, and other countries as well. The idea we discussed must translate into tangible efforts toward peace building, education, and mutual understanding. We live in an age where differences are often amplified and divisions are easily exploited. Yet, as scholars and believers, it is our sacred duty to amplify understanding, instead to offer a counter-narrative of hope, compassion, and coexistence. The strength of any society lies not in homogeneity, but in its capacity to embrace differences with dignity. Let's carry out this spirit with us as we return to our homes, to our countries, our institutions, and our nations. Let's remain connected as one intellectual and moral community committed to building resilient societies through education, dialogue, and shared humanity. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Khurram Saab, for your vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, a proud moment for Minhaj University, Lahore. We have a book for launch, and for that, I again request Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad Saab.
Thank you very much. Before introducing the launch of this book, I would humbly request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri Saab, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad Saab, our other guests to please come in front of the stage. I would humbly request Professor Dr. Herman Robog to please come near the stage, because it is the launch of your book, your contribution, your intellectual contributions. I would also request all other foreign guests to please join Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri for the launching of this book. In the spirit of advancing interreligious understanding, I wish to draw your attention to an important recent contribution to the global discourse on dialogue, the book A Vision for Muslim-Christian Cooperation, Experience and Reflections, edited by Professor Dr. Herman Robog, who is heading the School of Religion and Philosophy at Minhaj University, Lahore, and his colleague Victor Advan from India. This insightful volume emerged from years of shared academic engagement and personal dialogue between Muslims and Christian scholars. It presents not only theological reflection, but also lived experiences of cooperation rooted in mutual respect, compassion, and service to humanity. Dr. Shanti, without you, the book launch will not be completed. The book also presents the developments of the 21st century on Muslim-Christian relations. It is worth mentioning that many of these developments were inspired by the works of Shaykhul Islam, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, who is the founder of Minhajul Quran International, and his works on interfaith harmony were mentioned there. So this book has been dedicated to Sheikhul Islam, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, by Professor Dr. Harman Robog, and by Victor Edwin. Now the book is being launched. I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri Sahab to please launch this book. A huge round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the book has been officially launched. I request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri to please stay in front of the stage and worthy Vice Chancellor to join him. It is time to announce the Best Paper Awards. Over to you, Dr. Khurram Saab.
Thank you, Ms. Tuba. Dear colleagues, every year Minhaj University Lahore has this tradition to award the Best Paper Awards as an appreciation of the seasoned researchers and excellent contributors. So we'll begin with the third Best Paper Award that has been bestowed, that goes to Ms. Neelam Javed. The title of her research paper is The Role of Education Institutions in Reducing Extremism and Promoting Religious Tolerance in Pakistan. I would request Ms. Neelam Javed to please come to receive the third Best Paper Award. It is worth mentioning for the information that all the research papers are duly reviewed by our scientific committee of the experts and gurus of this field, and right after their reviews, we mark them using an index, and after listening their presentations, they are finally decided as the first, second or third Best Paper Award winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, warm round of applause.
Thank you. The second Best Paper Award goes to Mr. Muhammad bin Umar Hamid, a very, or rather I would say the youngest scholar, researcher of today's conference or these 2 days conference. Mr. Muhammad bin Umar Hamid, his research paper was titled Televised Othering, a content and discourse analysis of PTV dramas from 1980 to 2000 and their role in shaping religious intolerance in Pakistan. For the information that the third Best Paper Award receives rupees 40,000 and the second Best Paper Award receives 60,000 Pakistani rupees. Now I'm going to announce the first Best Paper Award that goes to Dr. Usher Johnson Coker. His research paper's title was Lived Experiences of Minority Teachers and Students in State and Private Christian Schools, a case study from Pakistan. A huge round of applause for these winners and for Minhaj University Lahore as well for recognizing the efforts of these researchers and to encourage and appreciate the researchers to promote the research in the field of interfaith harmony and coexistence. Sir, thank you very much. Please stay here.
The essence of every great gathering lies in acknowledging those who turn vision into reality. We now commence the award distribution ceremony to honor remarkable individuals whose passion and perseverance have elevated this conference. May I now request our one of the revered dignitary, Dr. Khurram Shahzad Sahab, to please join Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri and
yes, please.
Vice Chancellor.
I just want to mention one thing. This year, instead of highlighting the names of every conveners of the working committee, we have decided that we'll be presenting them the shields of appreciation to all the conveners of the working teams of this conference. I would humbly request you, the conveners, to please, when they come to receive their shields, please come along with your team members. So I would request you to please start assembling on the left and right hand side of the stage so that it must not take a lot of time. So I would request Ms. Tuba to please start announcing the names.
Yes, so we begin with the distinguished international speakers to kindly step forward and receive their souvenirs as a token of our heartfelt appreciation. First, Dr. Tarunjit Singh Bhutalia, Associate Professor from USA. Next, Mr. Amjad Mohammad Salim from Switzerland. Dr. Reham Abusina from Australia. President Sung Bae-gi from South Korea. Dr. Hiromon Grigory Danil Matrusov from Russia. Reverend Dr. Verghese from USA. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause must never stop. Next, Venerable Bupathe Sumananthero from Sri Lanka. May I request a warm round of applause? Thank you. Next, Dr. Samuel Lumbe from Kenya. Next will be our keynote speaker, Allama Hafiz Tahir Mahmood Ashrafi. He's not here. Since he's not here, we will call Dr. David Anderson. Professor Dr. Shabnam Gul, Professor, Chairperson, Department of International Relations, Lahore College for Women, University. Madam, please come forward and receive your souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, warm round of applause. We are literally approaching the end of the ceremony. I request Dr. Kasser Rafiq to please come to the front of the stage to receive your souvenir. We are moving to the distribution of appreciation shields. First, Professor Dr. Mumtazul Hassan Barwi, Principal, College of Sharia and Islamic Studies. Mr. Aftab Khan Kadri, Principal, Minhaj College for Women. Our session coordinators, Dr. Bibi Saira Noman, next, Ms. Mukaddas Rashid, next, Mr. Waleed Ahmed, Ms. Ume Ayman, please step forward and receive your shield of appreciation.
Now I would request Ms. Tuba Khanam to please come forward to receive her shield as well, as a session coordinator and moderator for the opening and closing sessions. Next, I would request Dr. Harman Rabok Saab to please come forward to receive his shield. Professor Dr. Harman Rabok.
In his old age.
Dr. Shanti, next Dr. Shanti.
Next, Mr. Suhail Ahmed Raza, Director of Interfaith Relations, Reception and Protocol Committee. Professor Dr. Shanti Kumar Hetiyarichi, Professor, School of Religion and Philosophy, is also a member of Organizing Committee. Next, I'm going to announce the name of the convener of Reception and Protocol Committee, Dr. Muhammad Tayyab Sahab, Head, School of Economics and Finance. Sir, please step forward along with your team members. Next, the convener of Hall Management and Session Coordination Committee, the Director Academics, Dr. Muhammad Jawad Iqbal and his team. Team of Hall Management, please gather around Dr. Jawad Iqbal. Next will be the registration committee. I request the team members to please gather near the stage without wasting any moment. The convener of registration committee, Dr. Sajida Begum, Associate Professor at School of Political Sciences. A warm round of applause. We are near the end. Dr. Sajida Begum and her team. Next to the registration committee, the convener of Guest Invitation and Protocol Committee, Mr. Shehzad Rasool Sahab. He is the Director of Public Relations.
Shehzad Rasool Sahab and his team, please.
Next to the protocol committee, I will be inviting the venue setup and food committee, the ones responsible for our refreshment and an amazing lunch, the director administration, Mr. Salman Jahangir, and Mr. Farhan Javed and his team.
Salman Jahangir sir will come with his team and will receive the this shield and have the photograph. And afterwards, Farhan Javed sir will come forward with his team and receive the shield. Major sir, please come forward. आप आगे बढ़.
Next to the venue setup and food committee, we have advertisement, printing, website, and social media committee. Team members, please gather around and wait for your turn.
Farhan Javed Saab along with ushers and his working team.
Convener of Advertisement, Printing, Website and Social Media Committee, Director Advertising and Marketing, Mr. Faraz Alam. Mr. Muhammad Umar, you are also requested to please join in front of the stage.
Mr. Faraz Saab, his team, Mr. Umar Saab, Shehbaz Tahir Saab, all the team, advertising, social media, marketing team, please.
Moving further, we have Press and Electronic Media Committee, Director Media and Production, Mr. Nadeem Chaudhry. Mr. Nurullah Siddiqui, Mr. Nadeem Chaudhry, please join us in front of the stage and receive your souvenir and shield of appreciation.
Nurullah Siddiqui Saab, if he's here, he's also requested to please join. Mr. Nurullah Siddiqui Saab.
Press and Electronic Media Committee are receiving their shield. Next, Minhaj TV Committee, the Managing Director of Minhaj TV, Mr. Ehsan Ishad.
Along with his complete team, I would request Mr. Ehsan Ishad Saab please to come forward along with his complete team of Minhaj TV. Dear colleagues and participants, we have the farewell tea as well. So as soon as we are done with the shields distribution, you will be served with the farewell tea. Please stay here.
Last but not the least, to Minhaj TV Committee, we have IT Technical Support Committee. I invite their convener, Director, IT Affairs, Mr. Muhtashim Siddiq. Please step forward along with your team and receive your shield of appreciation.
Right after this IT team, I would request Ms. Amara Maqsood Sahiba to please come forward with the ushers and seekers team to receive their appreciation shield. We request you to please gather near the stage.
Ms. Samara Maqsood Kadri and her ushers. Students, you may please join.
Ms. Samara Maqsood will, along with all the seekers, ushers, I will request to please come in front of the stage. Does not matter in which committee you have already worked. That is a collective picture for the Seekers Club.
Students, you may also join on the stage.
All the ushers from all the committees were the part of the Seekers Club. For the sake of picture, I would request the staff of the Registrar Office and Board of Governors Office to come, please. to come forward for a picture with Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri Sahab. Of the Board of Governors Office and Registrar Office. I would also request VC Sahab to please join this picture. I would request all of you to please go to the food marquee for the farewell tea. Suhail Raza Sahab, can you please come in front of the stage?
اللهم صل على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اے رب العالمین، 2 دن جو ہم نے جو کاوش کی ہے اسے اپنی بارگاہ میں قبول و منظور فرما. ہم نے بین المذاہب رواداری ہم آہنگی کے لیے جتنی بھی کاوشیں کی ہیں منہاج یونیورسٹی نے، اے رب العالمین اس کانفرنس کے ذریعے ہمیں ان مقاصد کو حاصل کرنے کی توفیق عطا فرما. اے رب العالمین شیخ الاسلام ڈاکٹر محمد طاہر القادری صاحب کی زیر سرپرستی ہم امت مسلمہ کو متحد کرنے کے لیے اور بین المذاہب رواداری کرنے کے لیے جتنی بھی کوششیں کر رہے ہیں انہیں اپنی بارگاہ میں قبول و منظور فرما. ربنا تقبل منا انک انت السمیع العلیم وتب علینا انک انت التواب الرحیم. یا رب بالمصطفیٰ بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى یا واسع الکرم. وصلی اللہ تعالی علی رسول خیر خلقہ سیدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آلہ واصحابہ اجمعین برحمتک